internet first launched, all websites were transmitted in plain text, and no one really minded. And that's kind of how blockchain is right now. People don't really mind. And then e-commerce came along, and they realized, uh-oh, we need to encrypt the data so people can send credit card information. And now with so much rich metadata and personal information being transmitted, then all website traffic is encrypted. We see tokenization as being the same bet. In the years to come, no one's going to want to trade tokenized assets on-chain without it being encrypted. End of story. At the moment, every trade is public. All your assets and timestamps are exposed and transmitted, and it's just not acceptable. This is a structural barrier to tokenization. And so we have built, over the last 2 years, a zero-knowledge proof cryptography layer that sits on top of our platform, allowing us to verify everything and reveal nothing. Verify everything, but reveal nothing. In fact, that reveal nothing phrase should be reworded. Reveal only what needs to be revealed to the person it needs to be revealed to. And so this isn't some sort of patch kind of crypto thing that we just thrown onto a chain. This is 2 years of hard work. You can go and check out the peer-reviewed published research papers done by the University of Edinburgh. The protocol is based on zero-knowledge proofs. It's decentralized, which means no one actually can, there's no centralized authority to check these things. It's anonymous, so everyone's information is kept private. It's regulatory friendly, which means that regulators can insert themselves into each trade to confirm that the trade is legitimate. They can verify the recipients and make sure that everyone's actually playing by the rules. And obviously it's tokenization friendly. So the process is quite simple. People are identified. The issuer sets up who can participate in these particular transactions. They enforce the rules about what those participants have to have complied with. Everything is encrypted, it's confidential. The selective disclosure piece I talked about briefly before, where you can set up how many legs of a transaction and who has to be checked to make sure those legs were executed correctly. And we have finality. Settlements are final, done and dusted, and that's it. So in the real world, how does that help us? Well, imagine being a bond trader and not broadcasting your trading position to all your competitors, and therefore being able to transact in confidence. The only thing that your competitors will see will be the final transaction amount and who it went to. Interbank settlements. I was involved with a POC with the Bank of England last year, and their question was, how do we settle transactions on a network that we do not control? And this is the answer. We can do this, ensuring that the transaction can go through completely anonymously. Now, we're not the only ones out there who have tried to solve this problem. There's other companies out there who have realized this is an issue. And so we have our friends at Zero Cash and Aztec and Monero who have developed privacy-first protocols, but they don't handle the compliance. Then we have Ondo and other ERC candidates who are trying to do compliance, but because they're running on general-purpose blockchains, they can't handle the privacy. We have companies like Canton who do handle privacy, but by some convoluted consensus mechanism that requires basically behind firewalls and in private gardens, walled gardens. So Polymesh confidential assets is the only protocol out there today that does this. So look, privacy is in our DNA. I'd invite anyone who is interested to do tokenization today on a platform that really works. Give us a shot. Check out confidential assets. Whoops. Come back. There should be a QR code here. There we go. There is a QR code here somewhere. Check us out. Come and try and break the protocol. Very much willing to engage with cryptographers and other privacy experts out there to validate our technology. This is live now, and look forward to your feedback. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Martin from Polymath. Thank you to Crown Network, the official quantum blockchain of Futurist Conference, and thank you to Castle Wallet, the official wallet of the Blockchain Futurist Conference. Please put your hands together. I would now like to welcome to the stage Bitcoin Barbie, along with our distinguished panelists. And let's give them a nice warm of applause.
How's everyone feeling today? Come on, guys. I know it's early. Thank you so much for having me. I'm the Bitcoin Barbie, or Sydney, and this is our panel. Jerry.
Hi, everybody. How's it doing? How are you doing today?
I'm Francis Belido. Nice to meet you again.
Hi, this is Mohammad Amin Najaflu. Nice to meet you, everybody.
I love it. So today we're talking about quantum computing. Please don't fall asleep again. I know it's early, guys. Quantum computers aren't exactly exciting. We can't play games with them. We can't create AI slop. But one thing that they can do is find prime numbers. And this is really important with this industry. Can anyone tell me the prime number for 15? Anyone on the panel?
Well, I think we give some people in the audience a chance to answer that number.
Do you know? Amin?
I don't know, just maybe prime number.
The prime numbers for 15.
Five. Who said 5? I heard it. Someone from the audience is one of them. 3 and 5, guys. So why is this important? This is super important because this actually has to do everything with the security that we use in blockchain. And quantum computers are able to actually find very large numbers. What about this number? Do you guys think you could find the prime number for this number? It would take our average computer that we use today to about 1 billion years to figure out the prime number of that. But with quantum computing, that can be done a lot quicker. So it's a little bit important that we understand how to create security around this, because this is what is going to break our security with the current technology that we use. There's something called Q-Day we're going to talk about a little bit. Maybe Francis, did you want to tell us a little bit about Q-Day?
Okay, so Q-Day is considered basically it's the abbreviation of Quantum Day. It would be the day where one quantum computer will be able to crack, decipher basically, one of the most evolved cryptography that we have today. For example, the RSA, the crypto modules that we're using every day to protect our financial system, about exchanging, very valuable information all over the internet, for example. Today, they are fairly well protected, but one day, the quantum computers will be able to crack, annihilate these defenses, and that would be the Q day.
When do you think that is? Any guesses from the panel? Amin?
With this now, we have seen that in the past few years how AI is now advanced. So Q days, it's gonna happen soon, sooner or later. Now it's the Microsoft and Nvidia is working on the chip. So anytime now it could happen.
I can add, if you look back about 5 years ago when we started the adventure of quantum emotion, and we started to create these technologies to defend ourselves against the future quantum attacks, I think the specialists, in the field, cybersecurity, were predicted that quantum computers will be available. On average, there was talking to about 2050 or even beyond that. In the past few days, the predictions have differently actually accelerated to the point where Google, Microsoft are considering that, or are starting to warning us that these quantum computers could be, actually able to crack our first defense, by 2029, basically tomorrow, or 2030.
2029 is pretty soon.
Yes.
Yeah,
absolutely.
definitely.
I think to add on what Francis was saying too, it's kind of like the evolution of AI. How, we go back to like that Will Smith video where he's eating spaghetti. And it's like all of a sudden AI was terrible. And then all of a sudden now we can't even tell the difference.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And I think AI is speeding up some of these security issues for sure that we're seeing that could be a potential are coming a lot faster. What's the solution? How do we protect ourselves? I know this is going to affect our power grids, our finances, security. There's a lot of things that could be affected by quantum computing. What's the solution?
The solution, there are actually different elements here to consider. First of all, you probably heard about it. The solution is developing a new type of encryption of crypto models, for example, and they've been called the post-quantum encryption or cryptography. And this has been done already. There is a big organization like NIST, the National Institute of Standardization and Technology in the US and Canada, have been working for decades to try to develop a new way to protect our encryption against these future quantum attacks. And their issue about 2 years ago, a series of families of encryption that they're almost certified, by decades of research, that these ones will resist to quantum attacks. However, what is important is that's only going to protect our encryption on mathematical attack of the quantum computers. There is another element that is extremely important, is actually what you heard about it, is entropy. Entropy is randomness, the usage actually of random numbers who are responsible of the quality of the encryption. When you trigger, the encryption, you always have to use a quantum a random number, and the purest random is actually going to be defining the quality of the encryption. So what is important for the public to understand is that you need two things, two technologies to secure really and protect yourself against quantum computers. You need post-quantum encryption, and you need also an entropy, random numbers issued from quantum physics. and it's called a quantum random number generator.
So what we are now is doing in the quantum emotion, actually, we do have a QRNG device, which is based on the quantum physics of the electrons. We using the quantum physics of electrons to generate as a source of the randomness, as a noise, to generate a purely quantum-based randomness. Alongside with our special SDK, which we have developed from the 0 to 100% from our quantum emotion team. Now that's being also developed and updated, and to be ready, FIPS ready. FIPS 140-3 is one of the NIST certified certificates that allow us to go to more like sensitive areas. So in the quantum emotion, we have these products that we provide to our customers to be able to use our post-quantum encryption, which is integrated in the SDK, alongside with the pure quantumness randomness, which they are now being certified. So this allows us to provide anyone that they want to be future ready and also be secure today. It's not just that say, okay, quantum computer is going to happen in the future. We don't need it right now. No, we need security today and be ready for the future, and also specifically against AI and also the quantum computers.
So it's very important also that we understand that so every vertical of the economy, every technology, every industry is concerned. It should be very concerned about the threat of quantum computers, because security is almost everything today. And one of the applications that we've developed, and we partner with Crown, is actually to develop the security, a new security for blockchain and for the usage of cryptocurrencies. So we developed with Crown a new wallet that is the engine of security, is based on quantum security. And the mix exactly of what we just said, that it's actually the synergy, the security works on synergetic, exactly the post-quantum encryption plus the entropy, the quantum entropy together. And this wallet right now is used, by Crown, and we also securing not only the wallet, but we are going to secure also the blockchain in itself.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think a lot of people have to understand too, PQC, post-quantum cryptography, is not the end, right? You do need true entropy. And we're working with Quantum Emotion, their QRNG2 technology. That whole stack goes into our wallet. So the key generation, the protection of your funds, the encryption that goes in with the wallet, everything's generated from that QRNG technology that Quantum Emotion has in the stack that we built together.
Absolutely.
How can we trust these new algorithms? How do we know that they're keeping us safe?
So one of the way that can be trusted is that it's through the certifications. For example, right now we are in the process of getting our FIPS 140-3 certified. So it's provided by NIST. These certifications ensures that the algorithms and the entropy source are valid and are true based on the tests that the NIST is provided. And these certifications requirements are updating as we on. So it's possible in the next few years, if they're gonna need more hard tests, more standards, new standards, that every products that they are lining of the cybersecurity need to be upgraded. So the security is not just a one-time thing that is okay, we implemented the solutions, now we are secure. The security is the process of constant updating, making more standards, because the hardware is growing, AI is specifically growing. Now we have seen that the new model of cloud can do. So the security is a constant update, and we as a cybersecurity company, we ensure that we are following every compliance, every certification that we want to. We are making updates to our products, making it more future-proof. We are making it more advanced for our customers, and constantly our customers, our clients have to upgrade to the new versions to be sure that they're going to be secure against any threats that could happen. Either it's going to be the quantum or comes from the classical attacks or the AIs.
That's good. I mean, obviously, we want to keep our assets safe. Go ahead, Francis.
And the reason why we can, I think, trust these post-quantum encryption is that the results, and I think I mentioned that before, it's the product and the work of decades of research, analysis, by NIST in a multitude of laboratories in the labs in the world that actually try to crack, using that encryption, and none of them have been able so far actually to see that it will be vulnerabilities, open to quantum computers. So we can trust them, but it's very important that this is public domain. NIST made it available for everybody. What companies do when they develop, they say that they have post-quantum encryption. Well, it's actually trying to translate these encryption to solutions, and that's what makes the companies different from one to another. It's public domain, but they have to develop solutions. That means that transform these knowledge for the benefit of applications and secure applications. And the challenge is actually to be able to do that correctly, not without vulnerability. And for that, ultimately, every company will have to go through a sort of a validation process. And that's what actually the importance to have NIST, compliant and also validated by NIST.
I love it. Jerry, what does that mean for the rest of us who are not quantum physicists? Break it down.
Yeah. So one of the common terms that you hear from us, harvest now, decrypt later. You asked earlier, when do you see quantum as a threat? Quantum's a threat right now. Right. Even though we don't have quantum computers right now, our data is being harvested. Those public keys are being harvested, and they're being kept for when we do have a quantum computer, and then they're able to break that encryption. So that's really a big thing that we all have to see. The problem's kind of already here, and that's what we're here for, is to build an ecosystem out to help everybody in the space with that. That's what Crown Network is. Crown Technologies has we're building a whole ecosystem out, lots of products. We have CoreTrace. CoreTrace is a B2B option for businesses that want to follow those NIST standards and stuff like that Francis was mentioning. But it's a platform where you can go and get audited and see what level you guys are at right now, and how quantum would affect you and how you can get up to the standards that you need to get to. We have the Castle Wallet for the storage of your funds, keeping your funds safe when this quantum, when Q-Day does actually come. Because it is coming, it's not a what if, it definitely is. So that's what we're here for. We have the Crown Network, which is a layer 1 blockchain. And that's there for builders. Because the thing is as well, as the space evolves, we want to evolve with it. And we want to have that platform there to bring people to build on our platform, because that's how things get better. That's how we get stronger. And there is just a lot of things in the pipeline for us. And it's all made possible with quantum emotion, using that QRNG technology.
So what you're telling me is anyone with a wallet on their phone right now is susceptible?
Anybody with a phone is a target. So that
So
thing
this
sitting in
affects
your
all of
pocket
us.
is very dangerous. Yeah.
Awesome. I appreciate it, guys. I think you've done a great job at explaining the quantum side of things and how they're going to affect us. If I could get any final words from you guys, what would be your suggestion or your closing remark?
I would say educate yourself. You know, it's just like we were talking about with AI. It's all coming. It's coming quick. Things are changing. The space evolves rapidly. You know, and we have a booth set up in the back. Feel free to step by, and you know, everybody's there to have conversations and talk about everything that's going on with quantum. I encourage everybody to stop by. Also, we just launched a beta platform, Block Social. We're a security-first ecosystem, not just a security-first chain. So these are the tools that we're using to reach everybody and show what's out there when it comes to the risk of quantum. So stop by our booth, and I would love to have chats with people. Francis will be kicking around as well with Amin here. So definitely, this is not something that we can just talk about in 20 minutes and give the solution to everybody. So yeah.
Love it. Thank you guys so much. I feel like I learned a lot more about quantum today. Francis, go ahead.
Maybe yes. I would like to say the last word. You know, probably it's the importance actually that you started to think about it, migrating to technologies that will defend or protect you against the future quantum attacks. Why is that? Is you wait till these computers appear, it will be too late. Because, you know, I mean, it would be considered, some people said it today, the specialists, is could be an apocalypse, is if we don't migrate towards these new security systems, we can't just wait, you know, that the attacks happen, because it will be already too late. So the migration should start as soon as possible, even if we don't know exactly when these computers will be started to do as nefarious, job, you know. But I think it's worth it today for everybody to starting to think about it. When you try to choose a security system, I mean, maybe you should starting to think about it. Is what is the consequences? Is this system that can be, you know, it can be adapted to in the future quantum, you know, safe protection or not? That's something that everybody needs starting to think about it.
Agreed. Prevention before solution.
Prevention.
Yeah? Go ahead, Amin.
Just to mention this in the last words, that we as a quantum emotion, it's not just that we say that you have to be secure against only quantum computers. AI is now happening. Also now AI can break the systems, can create attacks, manipulate the securities. We as a quantum emotion, we also provide the security for the AI systems. So our technology is fully compatible with the companies that they want to secure against AI and against all the new attacks that are happening right now. Our technology is not just for the quantum computers. It's compatible with all of the possible attacks that happens now and in the future. So as a technical team in the quantum emotion, that is pretty much, I would say, impressive that the SDK and the QRNG that we have created from the 0 to the 100% is now can cover all the devices, all the security concerns, and could be implemented almost 99% of all the systems. So we should add that not just that quantum emotion provides security for the future, it can secure and it secures systems today.
Thank you so much for that, guys. Make sure if you get a second, the Crown Network booth is right at the back here, right in the center. So stop by. I think all three gentlemen will be available to answer some of your questions, as well as the other people on the team. So definitely check it out. See how you can integrate this technology with your project or your business. And I just want to say thank you guys again so much for educating us today. And hopefully everyone has a great day.
Thank you to our Crown panel.
Stablecoins to digitize the payments rails, and I think we should be focusing clearly on making that as efficient and predictable as possible.
Canada can lead, and I think that I just want to leave this with you guys, is keep advocating, reach out to your MPs, reach out to the Finance Committee, talk to Clea, she's done a great job so far doing that, advocating on behalf of everyone here. The more voices, the louder you are, the more easier it is to make changes. That's my biggest piece of advice. And we know that Canada can be the leader in this space right now.
Amazing, thank you. Can I get a big round of applause for this incredible panel?
Thank you so much to our very informative panel. Please welcome to
excited with what I'm building, creating those controls of how do we not only give these AI agents access to complete transactions, but how are we ensuring compliance around that and also those controls as well. So that's the area that I personally am kind of excited about. There's a lot of interest. We're seeing companies like Visa and Stripe and so forth that are getting involved and that are building in that space, but it's still very early.
That's amazing, and controls is absolutely something we're going to touch later on. How about you, Yoon? What do you think about this?
I think it's very interesting to see the growth of agentic AI and the ability to pay for the AI on a piecemeal basis very efficiently. But AI brings in two concerns. One is that these advanced AIs, you could actually, they could penetrate in terms of cybersecurity and offensive cybersecurity. And blockchains are generally open to the public to be reviewed, and AIs will be able to do that exceedingly efficiently. And so there's a very real danger as we go from this transition from legacy cryptography to quantum cryptography, post-quantum cryptography. There's going to be a lot of holes, a lot of transactions that may be vulnerable, and AI will find that much faster than anybody else can. The other thing is that AI has a massive problem of private data. So once an AI agent sucks in your data, it'll never let it go, right? It becomes part of their model. They will ingest it, and that's ingrained in there forever. So the privacy of data becomes very difficult and important for individuals and corporations to really protect it very well. And you have to start with your own data, whether you're a company or an individual. And systems must evolve to be able to do that across blockchains.
Actually, one more thing I wanted to add to that, because I think one of the things that's also important too, we're looking at how AI needs blockchain, but also the reverse, right? So you kind of mentioned on terms of how or why blockchain needs AI, but on the other side, when we think about some of the problems we're facing right now with AI, especially when it comes to authenticity and realizing, understanding what information or what data is really generated by AI, what's authentic, what's not, that's once again a great opportunity for blockchain where everything can really be tied, tracked on chain, and be able to see transparency in terms of ownership as well.
I really love both of those trends emerging, especially as we point out what problems AI poses and the things that blockchain and potentially Web3 in general can solve for it. Those are really great points. When you talk about what you guys are doing in this space, who is the client? Who is the customer for the AI meets blockchain, blockchain meets AI space?
Okay. That's a good question. I think there's a lot of different angles, to be honest with you. I guess more specific to like what I'm building right now. Like I mentioned, there's a lot of support, and I think a lot of companies that are building right now in the AI blockchain space are really focused on the payment side of things, which I think the industry is very much payment focused. However, like I said, for myself, is kind of the other side, more on the compliance and the focusing on the controls side of things, right? So companies that are starting to issue or use AI agents in their business that want to be able to use them specifically for financial transactions, but don't have controls in place to really measure and also prevent risk as well. That's kind of where we step in as that layer that helps them to have those controls. We manage everything on that end and allows them to have almost like that trust, if you will, when it comes to ensuring that the AI agents that they're using for financial transactions have those controls and have those limitations and not really just kind of going free will, right? Because at the same time, we need to ensure that they're being managed. And then, of course, being able to also track that data. And one of the things I actually didn't mention, we also do have some opportunities on the AI identity side of things, right? To be able to actually identify the transactions that are being done by the AI agent and being able to track a lot of that information as well.
Yeah, well, I want to go back to your question about who the client is, whether it's AI or the users. For every blockchain, without the user base, there is no value. So if you have no users transacting, the blockchain is useless and it's valueless. So I think sometimes the masses are taken for a ride a little bit, you know, to put it in a nice term. And but they're forgetting that they are the value creators, and the blockchain should be doing everything possible to protect you at all times. And I don't see that uniformly. I see a lot of panic going on, and frankly, to tell you the truth, there's a lot of bad solutions. And this is not the time that people should be doing DIY on cryptography on the fly and say this is the best thing ever. We've seen too much of that. I think, I hate to criticize, but I've seen proposals where they're taking stateless cryptography that's standardized and ripping it apart to turn it into a stateful cryptography, which no standards agency wants to support because of the vulnerabilities involved. And so when you have this type of thing, you're gonna have a lot of messes going on, and AI will have a field day when it's let loose into that environment, because they're like, hey, this hasn't been studied. I can see all the holes, and I'm just gonna vacuum it all up, right? And all you need is nation states who are known to be adversaries, who attack blockchains for profit, and they'll do it systematically, and you know who they are.
The other thing I just want to kind of add to that as well, because you kind of brought up a great point there, is kind of going back to the consumer side of things, is I think things are also kind of shifting because obviously us as humans, we are the consumer, but now obviously with AI agents, they're also becoming the next stage of consumers, right? Where now they're completing transactions, people are really allocating funds to their AI agent to go do purchases, transactions, and different things like that. And they're the ones going through and really just doing the research and being consumers. So it's really shifting, and a lot of the innovation of the space excites me, but also makes me nervous because once again, and kind of wearing my controls, I guess, hat again, it's like, where are the controls and the limitations, and how do we protect ourselves as well? Understanding that they are now the ones that that are interacting with a lot of these platforms and completing a lot of these transactions?
Absolutely. We do a lot of research at the Vector Institute on the type of guardrails and how you can actually prevent both yourselves, your agents, your organizations from vulnerabilities. The type of vulnerabilities that can open up, sometimes expose enterprises to billion-dollar mistakes in between, the actual loss of data, the ransom attacks that happen as a result, the fines that can come as a result of that because of privacy concerns and everything. So those are really big and important points. I wanted to switch this up a little bit. When we talk about all of the more traditional card holders, for example, MasterCard, Agent Pay, Visa, Google, everyone coming for traditional same rails that crypto uses. How does crypto as an industry and how do players and builders in the field differentiate themselves from the traditional payment systems in this case?
Well, I used to work in the traditional industries for finance, and when you go back to the day of what's called May Day in the US, May Day is how Charles Schwab came into being, discount brokerage. So I see this as another wave, right, where blockchain comes in and breaks down the friction costs of doing business. And this could do it on a scale that's never been possible, which is the credit card industry. And, especially, I'm from Chicago, I come up here, now I'm sensitive about FX fees on my credit card. So think about all the little nations, let's say like Bermuda, Cayman, where transaction fees, FX fees for the local merchants, which is mostly tourism, are gonna be very, very prohibitive and very expensive. And so that could really change across the world, that, charging somebody or some merchant 3%, 1.5%, plus a transaction fixed fee of 35 cents or whatnot, that's because they could and they can, and they will continue to do as long as possible. I think blockchain and stable coins are changing that equation, and these guys are, they're joining the future because otherwise they're gonna get left behind. Now, the only problem is that you have an issue with transaction throughput. Credit card systems have been designed for decades to process millions and millions and millions per hour, easily. Blockchains are not quite there yet. And you will pretty much see that the layer 2s will probably go into a layer 3 mode where it's hyperscale. It'll pretty much look like credit card transaction systems underneath it going into the blockchains.
Yeah, you mentioned some really good points there. I think at the end of the day, I also still believe in order for us to really see that movement where we are seeing small businesses really get into the game and take advantage of the opportunity that's on the table, because at the end of the day, we think about blockchain, I think about freedom. That's what it is for me, right? Thinking about decentralization, everyone gets an opportunity to participate and to be a part of the system and be a part of the game itself. So when I think about that, one of the other biggest problems is still education. Right? We're already seeing like this movement that we're seeing in this space, regardless of what the price of the market is saying, right now is so, things are really moving so quickly on an institutional level. There's millions of dollars that are flowing in the industry and more. And so right now it's on an institutional level where we're seeing a lot of that growth, but for small businesses that really can benefit from a lot of the technology now, it's really just them being educated, understanding the best way to get involved, the right infrastructure in terms of how to do that, and then ensuring that they are able to implement that, right? And then obviously trickling down another step, we think about retail as well, them being educated. And so that's actually one of the things we were talking about in our roundtable yesterday. We were kind of talking about the QCAD and some of the other Canadian stablecoin opportunities. It's like, there's so much great innovation, but at the end of the day, in order to really have mass adoption, we need to ensure people are educated and that the technology itself is simple enough for people to not even really know that they're using the technology. And once we do that, I think that's where we're going to start to see a lot of that growth, where a lot of the stable coins and things like that are really being implemented.
It's interesting because if maybe I interpret some of the things that you've said into the language that I've heard a lot is some of the biggest advantage of being a startup is that you can be fast and agile, and that's not something that big organizations can do. And in my opinion, that still remains an advantage for any company that wants to break into the space. How about if we talk about some of the things that you've brought back about the differences with the traditional finance and crypto, and how there are things in terms of, for example, the volume of transactions that we don't necessarily know if crypto can handle at the same level. How about the things like chargebacks, for example? So obviously, credit cards, you've got a scam transaction, you can do a chargeback. Someone did something that wasn't necessarily ethical, and you can do the same thing. Who do you think is responsible for that loss of money in the crypto space specifically?
Yeah, well, I think one of the biggest risks, but also one of the opportunities about the space is, once again, kind of goes back to that decentralization, where, especially for a user that's in the space, you have the opportunity to choose if you want to use a wallet that's non-custodial or it is, right? Where you actually have the full ownership over your keys and really have ownership over your funds, or you kind of want that, I guess, extra support, if you will, by using one of the exchanges and so forth. And so there's two sides to kind of look at it, and depending on the user, what your intentions are, what you're looking for, it kind of makes sense depending on your own goals. But I think as a small business owner, it's a huge opportunity, right? Which is one of the reasons why we love blockchain, right? The fact that all the transactions are permanent, all the transactions are also instant. And one of the biggest issues, why stablecoins has picked up so much, is the settlement side of things, right? Instant settlement, no longer having to wait several business days for your money to process, right? And I think what we're really going to start to see with that now is money moving a lot faster across the board, right? From the end user, the business, and across the board, essentially. So I think there's still a lot of opportunities there, but at the end of the day, it's really just being able to have that framework in place for it to really just make sense.
How about you, Yoon? What do you think about this?
So I think you have to balance it out, because the way the credit card industry works now is that you do pay all these fees, but how many in this room have been had victim of a credit card fraud, right? Did you have to pay anything? Probably not. That's your safety net, right? So you're paying the merchants are paying those fees. You're paying the transaction fees through the merchants, and they provide a safety net, and they get to charge you 30% on any remaining balances that you carry. Huge, no more room for loan sharks. But anyway, when you go to blockchains, you're trading off that safety net. There is no FDICs, there's no SIPC, there's no insurance company behind it. And the only thing between you and you moving, somebody taking your money as fast as blockchains allow you to do, is cryptography. And that's where we're saying that you need sovereignty over your security. So I like to explain it in a very short way, which is, if you own a house and somebody told you could only put 1 or 2 types of locks on your door, you're going to say, what you're talking about, right? And then they go, every time you lock and unlock your door to go into your own house, they're going to charge you. That's blockchains today, most of them. Very few don't charge you. And I think Stellar is one of them. They're very, very small. But if you think of it in that term, you go, that is ridiculous. And that is most blockchains today. And what we're saying is that, in that case, you should have ultimate control over what type of lock you put on your front door, and ideally, no charges to unlock and lock your own house. And and the locks are not proven to be secure. So just be aware of that AES, RSA, and elliptic curve cryptography, plus all the variants of post-quantum cryptography, there is no security proof. So that's why there's this uncertainty, and we're going to have this regime of jurisdictional cryptography across the world, where we're going to have many, many standards. South Korea, China already has their own standards agencies, next to the US NIST that's been leading the effort for the last half century. So it'll be a quagmire of PQC algos. That's all I could tell you on that one.
Thank you. That's a great answer. So we are almost at the end, and I would like to ask 2 quick rapid fire questions. So try to keep your answers as short as possible for these ones so that we get a little bit more information for everybody. So in your opinion, what is the most overfunded idea in this space right now, Ashley? What is the most overfunded idea in the space right now?
I feel like this is kind of controversial. Overfunded idea. I feel like there's a lot of different DeFi exchanges and swaps still, to be honest with you. And I guess from my angle, some of the work that I do, I also work with a lot of different startups in the space. But yeah, I think that there's a lot of DeFi exchanges, but also we're still seeing so many different new blockchains and new stablecoins at the same time where could go into another conversation, but yeah, I would kind of say that.
I think in the AI space, it's going to be the data centers. The AI data centers are absolutely overfunded, and then there's regulatory backlashes going on that one.
Okay, and then 12 months out, what do you think is the one milestone that tells you that what you're building is the right thing?
Well, if somebody comes up with a cryptographically relevant quantum computer, so a quantum computer that could break elliptic curve cryptography, we'll all be waking up with a big surprise, right? We know that it's going to happen sometime in the future. Your guess is as good as mine next year or 10 years from now. But if it happens 12 months from now, we'll all be surprised.
Yeah, I think I'd probably go back to the AI agent side of things, where we're seeing AI agents being like fully, I guess you can say, autonomous, beyond just payments, but starting to dive a little bit more into some of the other tokenized assets that we're starting to see, and really just being more involved in terms of the day-to-day life from even a more retailer perspective as well.
Amazing. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, panelists.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Fatima, and our opening panel for this morning. Tickets for Blockchain Futurist Florida are on sale right now. Please join us this November as we bring the Futurist experience to Florida. If you've enjoyed the community vibes at the Pepe Muskoka Lounge outside, you're going to love our next panel. It's all about the power of community and the role it plays in shaping the future of Web3. Up next is our panel, Culture Wins, Building Communities That Last. To lead the discussion, please join me in welcoming our moderator, Katie Burns, the ambassador of Anvil.
Good morning, Futurist Conference. Y'all are looking good this morning. Hopefully y'all had your caffeine. Got some really good questions. My name is Katie Burns, and I'm one of the community members of Anvil. And I want to know the secret sauce of how to build a community that's going to be long lasting. So first, if we can start with Zachary, let's go over who you are really quick and what you do.
Yeah, so my name's Zach. I'm the CEO of Genzio. We're a media company. We also do marketing in the Web3 space. Past experience working at Ripple and OKX. Super excited to be here on this panel.
Hi, everybody. My name is Simon. I'm the lead of Super Team Canada. We work to support founders building in the Solana ecosystem.
Hey, everybody. I'm Robbie Burns, Billy Bob online. I'm part of several communities, but here today I'm representing the Anvil community.
Hi, everybody. My name is Webb. I'm a Doginal Dog community member. Woof, 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 woof. I am a Spaces host on X for cryptospaces.net. I host daily spaces every morning at 9 a.m. EST, along with many of our other community members that are here supporting and actually hosting live spaces right now. Shout out to the Doginal Dogs.
Awesome. So this question is going to be for everyone. Every successful Web3 project talks about community, but very few actually build one that lasts. What's the biggest mistake you see projects making when they try to build a community? And whoever wants to take it, can take it.
I think the biggest thing, biggest mistakes projects make is sometimes focusing too much on short-term gains. And for example, you know, rugging their users or trying to make a quick buck, which obviously is why a lot of communities don't last. I think, yeah. So I think it happens a lot, and it's unfortunate.
Another mistake that they make usually is to grow too quickly or blitz an offering that is unsustainable. And 3 to 6 months, 9 months down the line, they kind of burn themselves out by trying to deliver value to a community, and basically it kind of folds and then shuts down.
Yeah, I think it's important to build a strong base and then build up your community around that. I mean, it's all important because if not, it'll just fade away.
Culture is the driving force for community. If you have not established a culture within your community, it's not going to grow. Leadership is super important, but also what the community wants is very important. And if your leadership isn't creating around what the community is looking for, then success will be very hard. Our community specifically has done a great job by creating our own marketplace, hosting our own events all across the country, all across the world. Collectively getting together and uniting in a way that creates family. And when you create a family, that is where a community will strive the most.
That's very true. Family builds foundation. So next question, community versus incentives. How do you know whether you've built a real community or just attracted people who are there for rewards, airdrops, or speculation?
I mean, you can just turn off the incentives and see what happens. Honestly, you can experiment with that. You can pull things away from your community and see how they react and try to adjust moving forward from there.
Yeah, I feel like your community shouldn't always need like a dangling carrot hanging in front of them. Yeah, like you said, turn them off and see where it goes. Like, it'll really show you standing out, like who wants to be a part of it, just showing up, whether it be RL, Discord, Telegram, just being there is important.
I think the barrier of entry is what is super important to allow others to join your community. So a free mint like the Doginal Dogs was a great way to allow people to come in without any cost. You can be a community member without even having a Doginal Dog. We have starter dogs on our website. You can put that PFP on. It's free to be a Doginal Dog. You don't have to pay. So with that mindset, there's never an incentive for being within the community just to make a bag. So that's super important, and having that sustainability through offering many gates into your community.
I also think that, like you said earlier, culture is super important. If you feel passionate about something, you're going to do it regardless if you get, you know, paid or have an incentive. So I think building that strong cultural alignment is really key. Like if you're part of a movie club or you really like books, you're not being paid to go there and talk to your friends about movies or books. You do it because you like it. And I think communities are somewhat the same.
Y'all are doing so good. These are good. Next one, if you were starting a brand new project tomorrow with 0 users, what would you focus on during your first 90 days to build an engaged community?
I think the most important thing is that before you even come to market with a product, you start to build your community. So you should be actively hosting spaces, connecting on X, on IG, on all social media platforms, and gathering and galvanizing everybody before you decide to launch a project. If you don't have the backing behind you, the success will not be there. And that doesn't happen overnight. It can take multiple years before you can even get to a point where you have a community and a culture established. And that's super important. That should be your focus first, building the community, and then deciding from there what the product is.
All right, next up, this one's going to be a good one. Bull markets bring attention. Bear markets reveal whether your community actually believes in what you're building. How do you keep people engaged when prices aren't going up?
That's super easy. That's a great question too.
Yeah, go ahead.
We have a lot of fun on X. We connect every single day. Literally, all of us talking, getting to know each other, sharing personal stories, struggles, trials, tribulations, successes, and doing that all day, every day, and just staying really tight and connected. No matter what happens in the market, when you have people that are around you that are sharing information and knowledge and pursuing the same goal, it makes it so easy to not worry about what's happening in the market.
Yeah, I agree. And I think it's also about being, very process oriented. Like, what's the point of the stuff that we're actually doing? If your point is to build the best community ever, you recognize that's going to take a long time. And so you're okay with sort of the ups and downs because you accept that you're in this for the long term. So you kind of have to go into it with that mentality.
I think expansions and contractions of communities is very healthy, actually. And the bear market will reveal the strengths and the weaknesses that you built in the bull. And you need to find out and reevaluate your community in the bear, focus on your strengths, and be ready for the next expansion phase.
Yeah, you really get to identify the level of commitment from your community when times are tough.
Yeah, I think a bear market sometimes is healthy. It really shows you who wants to be a part of the community, IRL or online.
Awesome. Next up, how important is founder visibility today? Can a community thrive if the founders aren't consistently online and engaging?
No, your founder should be available all the time, should be present every day. And if that's not happening, then what are they doing? What are they working on? What are they building? You don't know. Specifically in our community, our founders are available every single day. A space is hosted at 10, at 2, and at 5 every single day, 365 days a year, and it's not missed. And if someone's not available, someone else picks that up. And that part is super important. People get nervous when they can't communicate with their founder. So being available every single day for your community is the only way.
I feel like it's possible. It makes it easier.
Good morning, everyone in the metaverse. So happy to see everyone in here, and welcome to Futurist Conference and the Metaverse Event Day 2. So we finally got the stream up from Toronto, and before I say anything else, I want to make a sound check and just say hello, everybody. Hello, Toronto, and hello, everybody in the metaverse. And can you just give me a hint if you hear me?
Hello, hello.
Awesome. I hear you too. Good morning, Paladin. Great to have you here. And Paladin also started the stream on X and on YouTube from the metaverse. So that means that we're also visible in Toronto right now, in the screen, in the walkthrough where people come in, from getting their tickets and everything. So wave to Toronto, people. Hello, Toronto. I'm gonna stand up and make a wave here. If I can. I'm waving now. We are all very happy to. Oh, sorry. Okay. So, yes, of course. So you want me to be quiet and you can say something. Hey, Fire Sketcha. Hi, Lord Eep. I know
Hi,
Sketchlight is
Joanna.
in here. Hi, good to hear you. And good
Good
morning
to
to
hear
everybody,
you.
or good afternoon, or good night. I don't know where in the world you are. To me, it's like 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So that's where I am. In Toronto right now, it's 10 a.m. in the morning, and they have started the main stage conversations about crypto. And I don't know, Paladin, if you heard what they said right before I froze the screen. They said founders need to be available 24/7.
I
And I'm
definitely
thinking,
heard that. Yeah.
you and I, we know this,
Yes.
that it's a 24-hour, 24/7 hour, 265 days a year job to start, uh, you know, uh, uh, I'm dead. What is it called? Project? I could say
Yeah.
that. To start a project in Web3, like the Moon Mars Museum, like the Paladin Punks community, like the Va Vortex community, like Link to Buy Art, and so on. And now we're in here together with, the Verseum, the museum in the metaverse also. So that means like we have 5 communities. So that means we have to do 125 hours a day, Paladin,
Yeah.
if we are to take this advice. But it is good advice for all of us in Web3, even if you're a founder or if you're not a founder. Maybe you're an artist, maybe you are a dev, maybe you are some other amazing person in this space. But this space is fast. And we all need to be as available as we can, of course, at all times. And now we're together in here, which is awesome. We had a crashing, beautiful day one yesterday. So I want to thank everybody that came to the event. And we had 2,000 people watching the stream on X. So thank you for that also. That was amazing. We almost had 700 people coming in and out of the metaverse, or not almost, 699. We actually had 50 visitors during the night just coming in and watching the art. So it feels smashing. And we got to see William in Toronto, and we got to see uh, Chris in Toronto and Vass in Toronto and some of the art, and we're going to meet them today also. So we just wanted to jump in and, say welcome to everybody. And we are going to watch the stream a little bit longer because we did have a stream complication yesterday from the Futurist. We had troubles getting the stream out in the world. So we're now very happy to be able to provide the actual live stream from Toronto, Canada Futurist Conference 2026, day 2. So we will show you some images from that during the event today. We will be going from now, a couple of 3 hours, forward. We're going to have speakers here. We're going to have Tweak Sign here talking about the art magazine. We're going to have artists here. We're going to see if we can connect to the actual NFT gallery by Goat Gallery and Crisp in the Toronto exhibition, and talk to them and see what's going on over there. We're also going to have an art walk and look at some of the art because we have duplicated or mirrored the whole full exhibition from Toronto NFT Gallery in here in the metaverse. So we have 115 artworks up here up top from the conference. So we're going to go through some of them, as many as we can before we, look at me, fall down. I just did, right? And so this is good. Now I'm jumping again. And we're going to sign off with an amazing DJ set from Paladin Poppy and have some dancing and party in here. Because what is a conference? What is a metaverse event without dancing and party? So we got to do that too. So I think it's going to be an awesome day. So stay tuned. Yeah, that was a long rant.
No, it's nice, and I really like that we have the stream now from Toronto, because this could be used for any kind of conference where they're filming and they want to have people from all over the world join in. I can imagine NFT NYC, if they would do that, I would definitely be on all day watching that. And then the nice thing is that you can actually watch it together. So instead of just looking at a YouTube stream, you're in here together and you take little breaks in here, like as if you're on a normal conference. So yeah, it's nice that they have this stream actually.
I also want to say, just we got messages here in the chat behind, and all voices seem to work in our stream that is going on X right now on the Paladin Punks account. It's also going on Verseum, YouTube Live, and what's even cooler than that, it's going on a screen in the walkthrough area of the actual Toronto Futurist Conference in Canada. So it all seems to be working. So that's it's always nice when we have the tech with us and not against us, you know. So that's awesome. So that means you can all, you know, wave to Paladin and you will be on live TV. Diddy. This is great. So let's do a wave, everybody. Let's everybody stand up and press the one, and we'll try to do a morning wave here. Um, it's looking good. It's looking good. I see some people not pressing the one, so I'm going to say it again. Try to press the one on your keyboard. On your phone, you will have a little. How does it look on the phone, Paladin? Explain if they want to wave.
If they want to wave, it's on the bottom. You see a little hand, and if you open that up, you have a circle with all the possibilities. So waving, dancing. Shall I just show on the screen here our
I'm
team
taking
in
a screenshot
Toronto?
now of all the waving people. Thank you. This is looking awesome. I love it with all these avatars waving and doing things. It looks really nice. And I also want to say greetings to Stella Spinoza. We have our winner from the public vote in the art exhibition here. Lovely to see you, and congrats on the winning piece. It's really lovely. And I think we're sharing some cool images here from the conference,
Yeah, I was
Paladin, right?
trying to. I don't know if I can do it on the main screen or just put it in front of
You
it.
can do it on the main screen. I can stop my sharing there. Give me 1 second, and I'll stop the sharing, and I can give it over to you.
Ah, yeah, now I have main screen. So this is William and Chris. I asked for some backstage images of how they're set up over there. So they're looking at their screen, and then next to it is the actual screen that people can come in on inside the metaverse over there. So that's pretty cool.
I just wanted to say, Paladin, if I can,
Yeah.
that we might have new visitors today that are like, what are they talking about?
Oh, yes.
So I just want to come in. Yes, I just want to say that we have from the metaverse 2 ambassadors on site in Toronto, walking about in the NFT gallery by Crisp, Go Gallery, and Hedgie that is on site. They have 150 artworks rotating on screens in the walkabout area where you arrive in the conference, and they also have the same exhibition in the VIP area. So it's very cool. And we're there because part of that exhibition is also a screen with us on it, standing in here waving. So on site we have William, and William is helping us to get a view of everything's going on in Toronto, and we will also talk to him later today in the event. Yeah, play that one.
So it's
So
a
it's
little,
awesome. So
yeah.
they're right there. So they're right there. They're also handing out stickers, and on the sticker you have a QR code to the Verseum app, verseum.app. We have a little room to that app downstairs, and that means that everybody that gets that sticker or talk to William or Chris over there can also come into the metaverse. They can also use some cool features we have in the Verseum app, like scan the artworks and win a gallery and get more information about the artists. We have cool promotion feature in there for every artist in the exhibition, which is 115 up here and 42 downstairs. So that's a lot of promotion. So that's awesome. We also have Chris on site, and Chris is our artist ambassador. So she is talking to the artist on site, but she can also help out promoting all the art that is actually over there, because she is very, she knows everybody in the space and all the artists and everything. She's wonderful. So she's going to give people information about you guys and about us and what's going on and everything. And we also have William's son on site that will do some filming for us with his phone. And you are now looking at Vass from Crisp together with Chris. And Vass is our number one contact in Toronto. Hello, Vass. So good to see you, pretty woman. This is so amazing, So we have Vass over there pulling all the ropes for the NFT art exhibition on site. So, hoo-ha! And I'll be quiet about that. Back to Paladin.
Yes, what did you want me to talk about, Johanna?
Oh, I think it was just that you are showing some things that you got from William and Chris.
Yes. So what I just showed is what we have. So a couple of pictures, but they're gonna try to, of course, connect with us again. William is saying, yes, we are the on-stage speakers we're showing. We're not seeing anything at the moment, though. Just everyone waving. Okay. Yeah, so they are actually looking at us. So we're trying to look at them. So what we're going to try today is have a connection with William on his laptop, where he can make a camera, open up a camera where we can see into the Futurist gallery. And the nice thing is that if people are there and they stand in front of the laptop, they can see themselves in the metaverse on the screen here. So that's today's futurist thing we're going to do. We're going to try to get that organized. So yesterday we had a nice walkthrough with an iPhone, which of course the connection is very important to get good images. So hopefully on a laptop and sharing his tab actually where his camera is on, we could make like a real life, real-time connection with Toronto. So that's something we're going to try as soon as William is ready for that. Yeah, and then we've been watching a little bit of the Toronto live stream that they are doing over there with set up cameras. So that's another thing that if we feel like we want to see something over there, we can always turn that on. But I think we're a nice amount of people in here now. Let's all try to tweet, retweet, make a screenshot. If you press the letter B, you can make a screenshot and share that on Twitter so people know we're in here. And another thing I would like to ask is if you go to the Paladin Punk's Twitter account, I will share a link shortly in here. You will see the live stream there, so you can actually see yourself walking around as a little avatar on Twitter. Thank you, Lord, for sharing that. But it's important that we make some comments so we get up a little bit higher in the algorithm of Twitter or of X, where we're still trying to move up a little bit with this metaverse thing. You love the live streaming. Cool. Yeah, we're trying to stream on Twitter, stream on YouTube, get Toronto in here, get the stream of Toronto, try to talk to the people in Toronto. So we're really trying to connect all the dots here. And yeah, I think we're getting there. Once we, hopefully we can sort of get this thing for every event that we do to have some kind of connection with people in real life, if there is, of course, an in real life event, because you also have events that are just metaverse. But yeah, I just like the combination very much. I need to take a sip of water.
Super awesome. It's super awesome. I just want to say, and we were talking about it yesterday, that it was goosebump awesome that we actually, finally get this connection in between, because the metaverse is all about that, really. It's about the opportunity to be able to connect people from the whole world. because not everybody can get a ticket and go to a conference or, a gallery or a show, whatever the art is. And the metaverse opens up for that all of a sudden everybody actually can, because all the metaverse events that we are creating as a group with Paladin Punks, Vortex, and Link by Art are all free. So it's for everyone. You do need a computer or a phone, but most people do actually have that. And as long as you have that, you can join, and you can join in the party, and you can experience, for what we're doing right now, the Futurist Conference in Toronto. But whatever we are doing, it's possible from your own home to experience that, and also to meet people and create connections for the future. And since we also have the stream, it's not going to end. The Futurist Conference will end today. This is the last day of the conference. It's going to probably go on, all the way into the night with dancing and too much rum. But after that, it will be over. But the metaverse will not be. It will stay here. Your art will be here. You can bring people in and show it. Our streams will still be there to watch. And so this exhibition is also going to stay. Too much rum. Yes, they do have a really famous pool rum thingy for VIP guests in Toronto. They are very famous for this. And we're hoping to get some footage from there, from William later today, to see people roaming in the conference while we're roaming in here. So we're going to connect that too, everything we can do. But it's really awesome. And we also got a report from Williams yesterday that all had worked very well also from their end, that people could see right into the metaverse and see us jumping around and talking and waving and dancing and looking at art inside here. So they see in Toronto the same thing as we can see on the Twitter stream and the YouTube stream. So if you can share those streams or comment on them, because all of that will go right over to Toronto, which is kind of nice, that we can be visible over there. So help us out with that. That would be awesome.
GM, everyone. GM.
Oh, good morning,
Yes.
Sketchy. There she is. Sketchy from Link by
Yeah.
Art is here. Take the
We talked
stage.
we talked about a little bit today, and we thought maybe like try to handle it a little bit like a Twitter space, so everyone can come up. You have mics, people, so you can open the mic and just say hi, and any feedback, any thoughts, any ideas, what you like, what you did. Like if you rugged so many times like a Twitter space here, yeah, we are sometimes rugging here like on X. I see Laura, there's a message that Chira is around and can speak. I don't know if she can say hi now. Maybe Lord can say hi to everyone.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hey, Lord. Good morning. Good
Good
morning.
morning. This is, I think this is epic. It's absolutely awesome and so cool to connect IRL with Toronto as well, and to be able like in real time speak with them. That's amazing, and that on a conference also. It's epic.
It is, Lord. It's amazing, and I hope we can do this for more conferences, but also maybe companies who want like their worldwide team do something fun with them, or there's so many things you can think of that you can do. So because you weren't in the metaverse for a little bit, right, Lord? So for you it was like getting back in, and I think you're seeing the difference in from before how it was in here. It's much better. Like it's a better quality. It's better. How you say it, connection.
Yeah, it's much. It's a big difference because and it's much smoother also, and I haven't seen yet this heaviness problem that appeared before, that we got lagging in artworks and motions.
Yeah, absolutely. It's much better, and I remember you probably remember too when I was with the police, the metaverse police, telling everyone don't put heavy things in, please, because we can't move. But now with the videos being on press to play, and with Johanna doing an amazing job compressing everything, it's unbelievable how big this space is, and we can still move, we can still talk, and we have, of course, this wonderful new feature where we can pull everyone towards us. We can beam. We can beam each other, and thinking of Rockin, who made some beautiful AR artworks from our logos that people can use with the Beam AR. So we should do something with Beam and beaming people, beam me, Scotty. Yes, I got more. I can't wait to see it. I don't know if you can speak, Rockin, but come say hi if you have a mic.
Good morning, Rockin. Do you have a mic, darling?
I do have a mic. And
awesome.
I don't have a hot mic today because, we were in here so long yesterday that I kept thinking, I was trying to talk to you guys at the end and thank you, and which I want to do. So I'm going to say it now. I was going to thank you guys for all of the work, because this place is massive and I know how much time it took. And so on behalf of the artist, and being someone who is working closely with you guys, I know how much time is spent. And so as artists, I want to make sure that you know how much we appreciate all of you, Linked by Art, Vortex, and Paladin, for putting this together and working endless hours. Yeah, so I just wanted to say that.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're going to beam up everything in the world. I wish that I could just set the login free at the conference, but as you were talking about, we're thinking through how we're going to do this for artists. So it's pretty exciting. Thinking about just building a community and then having the brands like you talked about, Paladin, brands and projects that want to do experiential activations use us in our artist community to do that. So I don't know, ideas are going wild over here. Happy to be here. Love seeing all the activity at Futurist. It's so cool that they can see us and we can see them, but happy to be here. Hopefully my computer will not blow up today.
Yeah.
It's great to have you, Rockin. So happy to have you. And I also want to say to everybody that's in here that Rockin and Lord are our guest hosts in the metaverse today. So if you would have any questions, want to know something about the program, you get lost somewhere and you need to teleport or whatever it can be, you forgot how to sit, you press L, or you have some other question, you just pull it into the chat and they will, come help you out or just talk to you or just answer or just be the loving people they are, just every day. So thank you, Rockin and Lord, for taking care of us all.
Yes, thank you so much. It's really so nice to have people that have our back in the chat, so we don't have to look at 20 places at the same time. But it's really wonderful. And I have a question for the people that were in here yesterday for the first time. Is there anyone in here who was here yesterday in the metaverse for the very first time? I'm just curious, because I have a question. If you do, if you were in here for the first time or for the first time doing an event, anyone in here? You can write in the chat if you like, or talk.
I was here for the first time, Paladin.
And I would love to hear from you what you thought of it yesterday, being in here the first time.
Oh, it was really cool. Such a unique experience, as you said, in the spaces. It's something that you have to experience. It's not something to put into the words. And I love the fact that you can jump, you can fly, you can dance, and we are real people, but we look like avatars. Yeah, it's really cool. I really appreciate everything you are doing for this exhibition.
Wonderful. You're giving me goosebumps because that's what we're doing it for. And who's talking, Lord is saying? Can you wait? I didn't get that. Who was just talking? Was it?
Paria Sketchia.
Paris Sketchia. And how? And now you decided to come back today. So
we didn't scare you. It's so good to see. It's so good to hear you in here. I just want to say that I'm so happy that you are here. And also, I want to say to you and all the other artists in here, like you can put your X handle link inside of this chat if you want to follow each other on X. So put if you can put the link to your X account in the chat, and everybody can find you and follow you there. And I'm super happy that you came in and this is your first time and that you have a good experience since you're back for more. This is awesome.
Thank you, Joanna. Yeah, I really loved it. And actually, yesterday when you were talking about my artwork, my phone turned off. But later,
Oh,
thanks to Paladin, yeah, it was overheating, and yeah, and but later, thanks to Paladin, I could watch the live stream, and it was really interesting. I love the way you explain about the artworks. And Paladin, thank you so much for the live stream because some of the artists couldn't join, but thanks to you, they can see the whole event.
yeah, that's the whole point of what we're doing. So we can connect people, and we can, even if you don't have a good connection on your computer or you cannot even join, that we really have this sort of treasure or the history. So we're now also opened a YouTube page or a channel for all the events we do, so people can really look back. I mean, yesterday was 5 hours, so I'm sure not everyone is looking for 5 hours, but you can like scroll through it a little bit. And yes, if your artwork comes up, and or if there's some interesting talks, normally what we do is have speakers and do either interviews with them or art talks. But for this event, we wanted to really be in the present. Like whenever we are able to connect with Toronto, we should be able to. So yeah, so each event is different, but I really like how this is going, and I like that you're back today. And I want to ask you, why did you come back today?
Oh, well, I'm more experienced today than yesterday,
Yeah.
but
Yes,
I
you're a
still
pro
cannot.
now.
Yeah, but when there was a streaming from Toronto, I was just walking. I couldn't sit down, but I'm better than I was yesterday, and it's really cool. Yeah, also, yesterday I tried to join through my laptop, but I couldn't see you guys. So I realized that I have to use the phone. Yeah, I'm more experienced, and when you are more experienced, you can have more fun.
Yeah.
And yeah, it feels like that we've lived with each other for 4 or 5 hours. Yeah. I love how intimate this event is, and thank you guys. You're really doing an amazing job.
Wonderful to hear. And I have a confession to make. I am very much an introvert. And I always had an issue with like Zoom meetings where you're just like 10 centimeters from your screen talking to each other. I really don't like that. And in the beginning on Twitter, I really had a problem going up on stage because I was really like, nervous. And the metaverse is, you are talking to real people, you hear real voices. A lot of us met in real life after we've been spending time in the metaverse for 2 years. And right off the bat, when you meet each other, you're friends because you're already friends in here talking to each other. So it's different from a Twitter Spaces because that's more like a stage, and people are sort of more projecting. But it can be sort of a combination of a Twitter Space where where everyone can just take the mic and talk. And you can, if you have trouble sitting still, you can just walk around. And you can look at art, and there's many. I really love the metaverse, and we've been in here for 5 years now. And in the future, I still think people are gonna realize what it is. like you experienced yesterday, like for the first time. But people always have this notion about the metaverse that you have to wear VR glasses, even though my little avatar does. But you don't, of course. You're just on a computer or a phone, and it is a little bit tough on your computer and your phone. It heats up. It uses a lot of bandwidth on your computer. But I think that is all going to improve over time. So that's just a matter of time. I hope it's not another 5 years, because I really like meeting people in the metaverse and then over time meeting them in real life. But yeah, thank you for explaining this. Yeah, Lord.
Awesome. It's
Yeah.
very awesome. I just want to say to hear from, first time users, because it's always interesting for us. We've been, metaverse nerds, all of us, for a long time, and we really just see advantages. I'm not saying we don't have challenges, because with the new tech and trying to do new things, there's always challenges. And like someone like Sketchy said before, I mean, even X glitches all the time, and it's not even new, it still does. So it's always a little challenge with tech, but it has so much potential for the art, for the connections, for the speaking, to connect and talk and see things together. And for me, that is also an artist and an art nerd and a curator and a founder of an art community. I also totally love this whole idea about being able to walk around by yourself, seeing the art on the wall and enjoying it in, the slow pace that you never get on socials, and you don't get it on Object or OpenSea or whatever. All of a sudden you get that gallery feeling, or for in here we have almost 150 artworks, which is more like the museum feeling. But still, you can just explore by yourself or with a friend. You can come in later, you could do it again. And I really love that part. But it's also hard sometimes to understand the experience from someone that has never been in here. I mean, I remember my first experience. The first time I was in a metaverse ever, I was invited as a speaker to talk on art. And it was on Spatial, not on Cyber that we are right now. And I'm super happy we are on Cyber, because Spatial doesn't exist anymore. But that was on a Spatial, and I got caught inside of a tree, and I couldn't get away from it. And I was sitting inside of a tree, and I had to create, and I had to produce a speech for 30 minutes about analyzing and talking about art that I couldn't see, and I was thinking, I hate the metaverse. What is this? This is awful. I did kind of pull it off, and I don't think that people in that event back then had an idea that I was stuck in a tree, because they probably heard my voice. But afterwards, I was like, I'm never going to Spatial ever again in my life. I'm not going to speak in there. And here I am now, and I would say I almost live more in the metaverse than outside of the metaverse today. So it is a little learning curve, but it's really wonderful, and wonderful also to hear from you, to see that it's been evolving a lot also during this time that we have been in it. We have very close we work very close with the founder of On Cyber, who is a real, fireheart. He loves his project on Cyber. It's his baby. And he's helping us out to make everything just as good as it's possible to make with the tech we have today. So I also want to, just to do a shout out to On Cyber and say to all of you that if you get stuck in a tree, you can always teleport to me or Paladin or Sketchlight.
That's what I always do. I either teleport to you or a sketchlight because I get lost a lot.
Yeah, but
Thank
that's
you for teleporting option.
when in doubt,
Yes, thank you for
teleport.
teleporting option. Be
Yeah.
me,
Yeah.
Rockin' and Scotty. It's the thing. And I know when I brought Rocking into this weird experience for the first time, and we were doing, find the others together and creating things together, her saying was something, when in doubt, teleport. Yeah, she's writing it in the chat right now. And I think that should be on Cyber's, tagline. It should be in doubt, teleport, at least for
Exactly.
events.
Exactly.
And I just saw a message on from Yanka. Are you in here, Yanka? Do you want to say hello? Because you were not able to come here yesterday, but today you're in here. You said, let me see. I don't know if you're in here. You're a frog. I can see that. But yeah, so if anyone wants to grab the mic, we're doing it a little bit different today. So feel free to comment, say something, ask questions. Because, yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say, imagine it's a Twitter space and just come up and shield. No, okay, just kidding. Shield your art in the exhibition. Yeah, actually, you are welcome to, if you're exhibited here in the metaverse, you're welcome to say some words about your piece. It's actually, it'll be nice to like hear from the artist. I know Mark is here also. I don't know if he's around the mic. But yeah, guys, I see Ghost. Ghost joined us. Ghost, you want to say hi to everyone?
Oh, no, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't
Okay,
have a
no.
mic. And that's
Okay.
okay. There is like no pressure. No one needs to talk in the metaverse. You can just hang out with us and have fun and write things in the chat. But we have done for this event, we have an open mic for everybody. So if you want to talk, you just press M if you're on a computer. I think, and on a phone, Paladin, what do you do to get the mic?
On the phone, you go to the 9 dots, and then in that little list, there is the mic that you can request a mic. Wait, let me check for sure.
So you are all welcome to do that and say some words. If you're an artist, you want to talk about your art, we can just go with you because Ryan from On Cyber has worked with us. So we have this new amazing beam me up function that we can actually teleport everybody to one space. Even if you don't know where you're going, we can help you out real fast. So we also have that option to walk around and look at an artwork if someone wants to talk about their art. And we also have a question in the chat from Lord. We had Sharoa in here last night or yesterday, depending on your times, of course. And I can see we have Sharoa in here today too. Sharoa is a loved one in the community. She's also on Webby Social. She's an amazing artist. She is amazing for the quest of using art for mental health reasons. And she also happens to live in Canada, which is kind of, for this day, an extra super feature in a person, since we're all, in a way, we're all in Canada right now. So I just want to make a shout out to you, Sharoa, that if you have a possibility to say hi, you are super welcome to do so.
I'm not sure if Sharoa has a mic. I see everyone having a mic except for Sharoa. So maybe you need to request a mic, or maybe she's on a computer with no mic.
Also, I can say about Sharoa that I was here very late last night after the event, trying to fix the live and everything and some other things and talking to William. And I saw Sharoa in here last night. So it can also be an old login that is not refreshed. So we'll see. Let's hope that she will join us again or refresh her screen and we can get her up here if that's the case. So we're hoping to hear from her. We're also hoping to hear from a Chum Wizard today, because at the same time as we're featuring the art in the metaverse, we're featuring the art in the actual Futurist Conference. We also have an art feature in the amazing digital art magazine, Tweak Sign Art Magazine, which is awesome. And we're working together, and they're featuring artworks from the Futurist Conference exhibition from the NFT Gallery by Goat, Crisp, and Hedgie. And they're also featuring artists from the Back to the Futurist exhibition that is the one exclusively here in the metaverse. So Tweak Sign is amazing. So we're also looking forward to hearing a couple of words from Chum Wizard when he has the possibility to come in here and say hi to us. I'm seeing the stream again.
Yeah, I just put it on for some visuals. So, if anyone wants to see something or hear something, we can always turn it on. but I've put it on more to have this feeling that we're connected in with Toronto.
I was thinking, if I can say, that I would love to bring people into the glass house a little bit since we are in the metaverse, just to do a little show off on what is going on over there.
Yeah.
Is that something that could be
Yeah,
interesting?
great. Let's do it.
And let's do it. I'm going to move away and move into the glass house. And you can
follow. Let's see if
join me
people
over
are
here.
walking. Guys, you can all walk towards the glass, and we can teleport, but I just want to see. It's also nice if people walk a little bit, stretch their legs in the metaverse.
Yay. I'm seeing friends walking in. Hi, Beanie. Is it Beanie? It's usually Beanie in this beautiful suit. Yes, it is. Hi, Beanie. So good to see you. And you are also super welcome to grab the mic and say hello if you have possibility. Beanie is an amazing artist. She's also one of the winners of the public vote, and we have our artwork downstairs. Really pretty. So it's good to hear. Hi, Dorth. Hi, Sharoa. Great to have some artists in here. We want to hear from both you guys, Dorta and Sharoa. We're just showing off a little bit our amazing glass house that is not a film, but actually here. Rockin'. So in here we have a little bit of logic put together on what is actually the Futurist Conference, and it is the biggest Web3 crypto-based AI conference in North America, I think even. They have something they call the Canada Crypto and AI Week in Canada. And this is a pretty long thing because it's a week. And they do a lot of events all over Canada with different interesting speakers, events, off events, exhibitions. There's a lot of cool stuff going on there. They have an event page on Luma where you can see that, everything that's going on during this Crypto AI Week in Canada. And I just want to brag about two really cool things on that list, and that is day 1 and day 2 in the metaverse. That's us. And we're here being cool inside of the, the Canada Crypto and AI Week, and it should be the Canada Crypto Art and AI Week, but oh well, you can't have everything. A very big part of the Canada Crypto and AI Week is, of course, the Blockchain Futurist Conference in Toronto, Canada. So that's what we're also part of, and that's what we are creating here in our metaverse version of the Futurist Conference. Part of the Blockchain Futurist Conference in Toronto is also ETH Women of Toronto. That is pink. I just want to say, it's pink. Nice, huh? And we also have ETH Toronto, also a big part of the Futurist Conference. We have the AI Futurist Conference that is, all about experience, Web3 and AI. I would say that we are part of that, but we're not on their sticker anyway. We have our own sticker. So that is like the 4 main events that we see over there. Downstairs in this metaverse, if you take the elevator that is on the left of the stage, or you just jump, some people can do that. You'll come to the second level of the metaverse, and downstairs we had prepared for the live link from Toronto. Unfortunately, they had technical problems over there, so we can't project the live link downstairs anymore. So we're projecting it up here in main stage. But in that area, you also have the full schedule of the Toronto conference, so you can see what's going on when. And we will try to show you some of the things during the event, and we will also have the streaming going on after we're all finished here in the metaverse, dancing with Paladin or with the Poppy, Paladin Poppy. We will put it on again on the main stage for people that want to, enjoy the show going on on site in Canada for the Futurist Conference. The founder of all of this is called Tracy, and she even has the right hair color for this metaverse. I appreciate that very, very much. We should all do that, Paladin. You and Insketch, you should have that hair color just to, point out we're women in ETH, and that's what we're doing. So Tracy is the founder and the CEO of what's called the Untraceable Events. Untraceable Events, it's like the mother event of all these events. So that's one of the North America's leading event management, and all of these other engagements and event happenings are through untraceable events like the Futurist Conference and ETH Toronto Women. And Tracy has been going for a decade. This is the 9th conference that is set up in Toronto, Canada. It will be the 10th conference in North America later on this year. So a decade later, Tracy is still, going strong, and we're very proud to be part of this movement of Web3, taking over the world. Let's do that. But we're also working very closely together, of course, with the NFT gallery on site. So inside of the conference in Toronto, at the walkthrough, when you come in, you got your tickets right and everything, and you walk into the conference, you have a walkthrough there with screens with the NFT gallery art on it. Beside these screens are also a screen from the metaverse. Hello, Toronto. They are streaming us in here, so everybody walking by can also see us. They can get a sticker from William and Chris and jump into the metaverse if they like to say hello to us in here.
Johanna,
Yeah.
can I interrupt you for a second? Yeah, I'm
Nope.
just in conversation with Mark, and he said he can hear Paladin and Lord and me, but he can't hear you. And just maybe you can refresh if some of the people maybe kind of missing you, so maybe just refresh so everyone will see.
Yeah. You
I'm
refresh first.
refreshing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
The
while
beautiful thing here on the metaverse is actually it's like real life. If you don't stand close to each other, you can hear each other. And when you try speaking on X Spaces, you always get in rugs and someone can hear you. So yeah, we are kind of in the same.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean it's still tech, it's tech, but it will get better, and as long as people make themselves heard, like Mark just did, that's great, because we don't know, we're just talking. So Johanna is back, so let's see if Mark can hear her now. Yeah, go ahead, Johanna.
Can you hear me now? Is my voice with you?
I can hear you, but I don't know about Mark. Maybe.
Yeah, I can hear you, Mark. Maybe you can just say to us if you can hear or not on voice or in chat, if you can.
I'm talking from inside the metaverse of the Futurist Conference, and I'm saying hello to Mark. Good to see you. And I'm hoping you can hear my voice on the stream that is going from Paladin Punk's account on X, former Twitter, and also from Verseum account on YouTube.
So Mark is standing right
just trying
next
to babble here to see if my voice is working.
Can you hear me, Johanna?
Yes, very good.
So then Mark, we need to figure out, because he's standing right next to me, and you were also standing very, very close to me. So we just need to hear from Mark.
Oh, that's awesome. We're trying this. Hi, Shiroa. We're trying the sound a little bit. Hannah, so it seems like we're all good to go. So thank you very much, Mark. And I'll get back to the NFT gallery on site. Oh, you had to refresh too.
Yeah.
Happy to have you back,
Yes.
Paladin. So on site, we're working with VAS. VAS is one of the arrangers for or presenters for the curation of the NFT gallery on site in the Futurist Conference in Canada. So she's from Crisp Art that creates a lot of opportunities for artists in the space. Amazing things. So she is in charge of a lot of curations and events in the space. And for this that we're doing right now, she's also part of the curation and creation of the actual on-site NFT gallery in Toronto. Together with her, we have also Go Gallery that we're working with. Go Gallery is the first digital gallery ever in Canada. Has done a lot of things for the artists in here, created a lot of opportunities for people in Web3, and also and a lot of exhibitions in Canada in their own gallery, and like they're doing now, outsourcing the gallery to a conference. So we're very happy to work together with the Go Gallery. We also have Hedgie, super OG, that's been in, the Web3, the space since I think 1823 or something to that effect. So Hedgie's been here forever and helping us all out to make it all work. So the curation that we have up top in the metaverse is the 115 artworks that are featured and selected for the curation for the NFT gallery in Toronto. This NFT gallery is in two spots. One spot is when you enter the conference, you have a walkthrough where everybody passes through. And you have screens there that are showcasing the 115 artworks and us. Also, the metaverse is part of that exhibition. And hopefully, we have William and Chris over there too as we talk. And we also have the full exhibition, the 115 artworks exhibited in the VIP area, which is more like a coffee lounge where people hang out, make connections, and there are some also side events in there. So there you also have the full exhibition, but in like a little slower pace. So awesome, people, awesome. So that's a little bit about the Futurist. And I also wanted to say that again, if someone missed it, we have the full schedule in the lower level of the gallery, so you can check the schedule and see what's going on simultaneously as we're in here in Toronto. Is it time to say hi to Sharoa? Should we do that? Paladin, what do you say?
Yeah, if Shiroa's here to talk.
Are you here,
here.
Sharoa?
I'm here.
Welcome to Canada or wherever we are, Good to hear
Well,
your
I am in
voice.
Canada. I just couldn't make it down to Toronto, but I'm
But
at
you're in
home.
Toronto now. You're in Toronto Metaverse. That's good enough and great to hear your voice.
Yeah, Toronto was kind of home for me too. I spent a good chunk of my life living in Toronto, so it's too bad I couldn't go, but I would have loved to go back to my stomping grounds. So yeah, and it's in a cool spot. I don't know if you guys know where this is located, like real world. It's like right on the water. So this, like when I was a lot younger, this is where the raves were being held. So it's a very cool spot right down on the waterfront. So yeah, it's a nice area.
Nice.
I'm going to dance now when you say rave.
Hmm.
William filled us in a little bit and said that it's very central and kind of hard to get there in the mornings because it's so many cars coming in and people coming in and whatever it is, but it's
Boats. I saw people
cool.
coming in
And
with
boats.
boats. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. And buses and everything. People are just, falling in there. So very awesome that you have been there and seen the facilities we will have to rave in here just to honor the style of the place. So that's awesome. And we were trying to send Chiroa actually. We had some complications on that. So now we're having you in here, which is awesome. And we're really happy to have you in here instead. It's also super good. But it's fun that we have friends in Canada a day like this when we're representing Toronto and the Futurist Conference in here. So that's really awesome. So what you up to, Shiroa?
Painting, doing stuff, the usual, doing some webby stuff.
Yeah, that's how it is. That's what we all do. We're doing stuff. We're creating art. We're in our communities trying to support each other. So it's wonderful, and Chero is a true supporter of the whole artist community. So I'm super happy that you're in here. But I also want to thank you for everything you do for the collective art community inside of Web3 and on X with Webby and with your engagement for art for mental health and yeah, all the beautiful curations and all the stuff we've done together too, like more is more, and
Hmm.
you're an awesome partner. You and Webby are awesome partners. We love you.
Well, I've got a new season coming in just over a month for Mindful Meditations. Another 10 open calls are going to go through. So starting September, one a month with spaces. And I'm looking into doing some fun stuff, maybe even doing some work with Dixie to maybe showcase some stuff. We'll see. We have to talk. I'm still exploring. But yeah, it's going to be exciting. Oh, I just got teleported. Was I in the wrong space? I probably was. Um, but yeah, so it's going to be an exciting new year. Then we've got lots going on, of course, on Webby, and we're hoping to see you guys come in for the community open call. Um, I know if some of you have submitted your applications already, but that's going to be a really nice cross-pollination introducing different communities. And if there's anybody here who has a community and did not get an invitation to be in this super community open call that we're working on for August, reach out to me and I can send an application.
Oh, I think
Good morning, everybody.
we have
How's
William
everybody this
here.
morning? I guess good afternoon over there.
Breaking news.
Good
Am I?
morning, William. Good to hear your
How are you?
voice. Hello,
Yeah,
Toronto.
there we go. We're live, and it's a much better day over here today. We have beautiful sunshine, so we'll be able to send you some excellent shots a little later on of the Toronto skyline and everybody gravitating out to the sun after the torrential rains we had yesterday. It also seems that a lot of people must have been up late last night. The crowd is moving in a little slower today than yesterday, but we're starting to fill up. And I put the HODL avatar up. Actually, Liam did it, and with the Bitcoin hat, and we had that dancing around this morning. And the 20 to 35s gravitated more to the HODL avatar than they did to my human avatar. So, I'm feeling a little old this morning, but that's okay. But we're here, and amazing stuff. I was really impressed with the display of the speakers into the metaverse this morning. I don't know who rigged that up overnight, but that looked absolutely fantastic. And we're looking for an interesting day today again. We've got a whole litany of different speakers on different topics all over the place. I've got my eyes on one of the AWS executives is here and talking about integrating AI and different types of applications into the cloud and things like that. So that's one that I'm going to peek in on and have some things. And it seems that they've kind of designed the show that once we get to the afternoon, it switches from being more about individual speaking components to a more social environment, all sponsored by given people around the event. So I'm expecting that there'll be more of a party atmosphere later on this afternoon than the business atmosphere. But I'm sure that's part of how everybody meets and connects and gets to know new people and see new technologies. So we're definitely enjoying the experience. And it's also one of the things I've noticed is with the crowd being a little lighter this morning, is people are able to see the screens at the entry more so when it was just jammed with people. They're not looking over each other, and they're getting the chance to stop and actually look and see the work, and that's fantastic. So looking forward to another great day here.
Wonderful. Can you hear us, William?
Pardon me?
Oh, you can hear us, right? It's. I know it's loud, but you can hear us.
I've got my head right up to my laptop screen. I look like an idiot, but yeah, I can hear you.
You look pretty to us. You look pretty to us.
Well, thank you very much. I'll take that. You know, it's I'm killing myself locally, but I'm making strides internationally. So that sounds like a good trade-off to me.
We are so happy to hear from you and get the connection straight to Toronto. But we are also very curious if we could get some live footage now or later today, and what the plan is for that for the people in here.
Well, we can certainly do that. We did it yesterday. Paladin, I think, rigged me up through Google Docs to do that, and it streamed quite well.
Yep.
And I should be able to do a little bit better job with the camera today because there's a little bit more room to move around, so you're not climbing over people. And
Awesome.
I've also had the experience with the tech now, so hopefully we could do a little bit better of that. So if maybe Paladin can send me a fresh link in the Discord, and then I can connect through there, and we can do that whenever you'd like.
Let's do it.
What do you say, Paladin? Should
Yeah.
we try to set it up now?
Yeah, sure. Let's do it.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Okay. All right. So send it along to my phone. My help seems to have deserted me for the moment.
Oh, we're missing Liam or we're missing Chris? Who's missing?
We're missing everybody.
Everybody is missing. Well, we're so happy we have you. I'm gonna grab you so we don't lose you or anything.
You know what? It's an interesting. Oh, there's Chris. She's here behind me. Okay. Oh, she's handing out the
Hello,
stickers.
Chris.
Oh, she can't hear you. She's handing the Versium stickers out to the crowd as they come in.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Chris. Yeah, I want to
Yeah.
tell the public, the people, that we do have awesome Versium stickers on site with the QR code into the Versium app on your phone, where you can come into the metaverse and you can also scan the artworks and win your own metaverse gallery. So that's super awesome. I'm going to slowly walk towards the stage now, William, and give the word to you, and we'll try to set this up.
Yes.
Okay.
So the link is already in your Discord.
I'll mic off and let you. Sorry, say again.
The link is in the Discord for the Google Meets.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so I'm going to mic off here and switch over to that, and as soon as I've got somebody closer to me at the station, just be a few minutes.
Wonderful.
So good to hear from William. We're so happy.
And is everybody is everybody there enjoying the experience?
Yeah.
Yes, we are. And it was also so nice. I just want to say that we finally got the live link from the Futurist. I was talking to their consultant late last night, and we finally got a link to set up the real live stream also from the conference. I mean, I do love the stream from you, so that's even cooler. But it is super nice to be able to see, what's going on actually on the main stages and side events inside the Futurist Conference. So we're going to stream some from that during the day.
Well,
So that's
kudos
awesome.
to you, because I think it's. You can be in the metaverse and you can be here, and that is the message. It's amazing what can be done with these spaces.
Yeah, this is the point, and I do agree with you, because this makes it, what it should be. This space bomb that we created in here that is everywhere. It's in Toronto. It's in people's homes. It's everywhere,
Yeah, you
All
got
of
me
a
so
sudden
happy I'm dancing.
Yeah, me too. Look at me. I'm dancing.
That is me. That's my avatar right there.
We're both
Okay, well,
dancing.
hang on. We're filming for another group here, and let me spin around so you can see. But yes, there you go. So that's me, and that's my avatar in VR. And the beauty of virtual reality, of course, is you can lose weight. So this you look great. I carry a little more than my avatar does, but not much, and I'm working on it. So it's a wonderful show that we've got here, and we're getting a ton of attention to what the metaverse can be and do for people. This particular platform that we have here is fully decentralized, requires no app. It's browser-based. You're no software to download. And anybody that's got any kind of a tool that has at least 8 gigabytes of RAM and memory is going to find full functionality without drag and the ability to brand and represent whatever their agenda is in the metaverse for their customers and fans and so forth. So it's a great opportunity for us to display it here, and we're really happy to be at the show.
On Cyber, check it out on Cyber. We've been live streaming in on Cyber for years.
Yeah, that it is.
Thank you.
That was beautiful.
You're amazing.
We're waving to Toronto and to
Here we go.
William.
Now, we just had a double reporter thing going on here. They just rolled up to me with cameras, so that was
Oh my goodness.
filming. That was filming for me. That was filming for media here, and they were filming the metaverse screen at the very same time for whatever media publication group that was. I haven't got a clue.
Oh, that's awesome. Hello, media. We love you.
Yeah, they're waving back. So fantastic. Okay, so I'm gonna mic off now and see if I can get rigged up for the live stream, and we'll take it from there.
See you soon. We're looking forward to it.
We're waiting
Thank you.
for you. Yeah, so we have basically the live screen ready, which is a Google Meet. It's like it started to get quiet because he closed his mic. But anyway, we have a Google Meet waiting.
I can make really little sounds back here if we need it, like if we need it, no problem.
But I do get a little FOMO if I hear all the background noise and all the people, and I have a little bit of a deja vu with Tallinn. That was also so nice. So yeah,
I know, me too. And I said that to William because we were talking yesterday to try to set it up a little different today and get a little report on what worked and what didn't work and so on. And I said, I'm so jealous. And I said it again, I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous. Even though the metaverse is just so awesome, and this possibility to be here and meet him and see the streams and all my friends in here and all the artists, it's still, FOMO big time.
Yeah, Lord. I know we only see my screen. We're waiting for William to come in, and then I'll be gone. So, but there needs to be he needs to come in for me to be able to show him, of course. So we have
people know what we're waiting for. Inside of the Futurist Conference, we have a walkthrough in the beginning of the conference. In there, we have the NFT Go Gallery Crisp exhibition that's going on there. And together with that exhibition, there is a screen where William has his laptop and his phone connected so he can promote and stream us out to the world so they can see what we're doing in here. Hello, Toronto, if you're watching. But also for him to be able to connect to us through phone or computer. And right now he is, re-rigging everything to get into this live that we see is just a gray spot right now with Marika on it. But in not too long, we should also see the conference in there. So be patient, my friends. This will.
While we wait, I want to do a little test. I want to close my mic in the metaverse. I'm going to close my mic on the stream. And then I want to understand if you guys hear my voice through the Google Meet screen. So I'm just going to keep talking and start closing mics. And then I want to find out if you actually hear me through the Google Meet, through the screen. Do you hear my voice?
I hear nothing. How about you guys?
You hear nothing? No sounds? Okay, that's interesting. It's interesting that you don't hear my sound. Okay, I'm just
we
gonna.
lost you when you closed the sound.
Okay.
Now we hear you.
Yeah.
But when you closed the sound, you were gone. So
Okay.
it seems like when you're in the Google Meet, we don't hear you.
Okay, because I have to still figure out how to talk. Wait, there's William. How to talk to William? He's coming in.
But we can do the talking to William through the chat if that's necessary. Also.
I think I'm in.
There you are.
Can you do landscape with the phone?
Can you do landscape with the phone, William?
There we are. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you do landscape with the phone? Turn your phone.
Okay. I'm going to spin things around. We'll take it to the horizontal look.
Yes, that's better.
And there's Chris. Chris is now manning the helm.
Hey,
And,
Chris.
are we streaming?
Yes, we are. You are live.
We are streaming in the. Okay, if Liam, if you can get us back to that main room, then you'll be able to see what we're streaming on. So here, this is Chris's beautiful daughter, and you're now being streamed all over Europe. Which is kind of
very
cool.
slowly. Don't
And
try to go
mom's here and working hard and showing her around. It's we're having a lot of fun. Liam's just going to get us back to the main room so we can see what we're doing ourselves as well as you guys. There was an entranceway out of there that somewhere took me up a flight of stairs. Either that or you can try the teleport. Yeah, go up those stairs. There you go. You have to do a jump on that first step, and then you can climb. Yeah, there you go. Just climb up into that. There, you're up there. You can you rotate that, and there's a way out there somewhere.
We're beaming everyone up, so we should be able to.
There we are. How's that looking on your end?
Yeah, amazing.
Okay.
This is amazing.
There we go. Yep. It's
Are you lost?
yeah, Liam's it looks like oh, there we go. That's where we want to get to. Maybe somebody drew us back to that main stage where we can see it.
Yes, yes. Can someone do it so I don't have to do it?
Yeah.
Can someone?
Somebody
It's done.
Somebody
It's
help
done.
us. We're lost.
It's done.
It's done. Okay. Yeah, but for
There
some
we go. I
reason,
saw something good. Okay, while they're getting that organized, I'm going to just wander a little bit here, show you guys what's going on. Oh, it looks like we have another panel up on the main stage. This is an amazing facility.
Everyone can do, okay, to protect your privacy, protect your data. And from the, business level.
oh, I need to refresh. Sorry, William, I need to refresh. Oh, where am I? Jeez. Futurist.
Yay.
Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. This was
No,
crazy.
it's okay. We can do like yeah. Okay.
Let me pull the stream up again. I was
No
like,
problem, Paladin.
Take your time. Let us know when you're ready.
We're patient.
I'm ready.
No
Let's give
problem.
you a little preview of why many of us think Toronto is one of the prettiest cities in the world. Say hello to Europe.
Hi, Europe.
There we go.
Where's Europe?
That's it. The other side.
What part? The other side?
There we go. So this is the first cabana area. It's got a bit of a VIP side over here.
Very
And
cool.
we'll take you out. And let me show you.
Wow.
This is what you couldn't see for all that rain yesterday.
Wow, what a view. Oh my God. Beautiful.
But look at this.
Wow.
There you go. That is the Toronto skyline, and you see the CN Tower in the distance there. Look at the size of that high rise that they're building up. It looks almost as high as the CN Tower.
Are they trying to get over it? Are they trying to be higher?
Yeah, I don't know. I was shocked by it myself. I haven't been to the city in a while, and it's gone up a lot of floors since the last time I drove downtown.
Wow.
But you can see what an amazing facility this is. The inside is actually called the Rebel Nightclub. My son was joking yesterday that this was the first time he'd been here sober. So the kids have a lot of fun, a lot of raves and that kind of stuff. And And if we take it back this way, they actually have a big pool and cabanas all around the pool. And it's a great place for meat and a lot of sponsorship from the various product applications that are being represented here.
Very cool. Oh my gosh, you can hang out there. So nice. Oh.
Yeah, isn't this wild? Good afternoon, gentlemen. Say hello to Europe. There we go. You guys having fun?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Nice experience. There we go. There we go. And then over here, they don't let us out here with our dress shoes. This is where we're gated off, but there you go. Pool area. The cabanas around it. And the boats and will come and dock right along the edge here and come up right where that you'll walk up right where that gentleman's standing. So right across is Toronto Island, and where you see those masts in the distance, that's the RCYC, which is the yacht club here in the city. And so they'll set out from there, moor along the edge here, and come right on up and join the party. So of course, you know, when the place is raving, the best way to arrive is by boat, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So are most
Somehow I managed to walk myself right into the pool area. There we go. Must be instinct. There we go. There we are. And then I really like this spot up here as well. This is you kind of rent it out for private parties within the party, but upstairs, same thing. You have your own private bar and cabana area, and organizations will host up there, and this will give you a feeling for the vibe of the place.
Very, very cool. So are people staying like in hotels in the city and then taking boats across?
Yes, there's 2 different places. They actually did it up right. You could, the first 200 every morning get free water taxis, and from 2 different locations. One's was the Queen's Quay, which is basically Yonge Street and the waterfront, and then the other was from over by the downtown airport, which is a little bit west from here. And yeah, exactly that. They come in by water taxi in the morning, grab the water taxis on the way home, and even once you were past, they gave out 200 free each day. But even after that, it was only $15 to take the water taxi.
Nice.
So yeah, they've just all in all, it's been really well done. I've been really impressed with the presentation of the show, the organization, the efficiency. And here we go. We're back into the main gig.
Very cool.
There are, people. You have a bit of a taste. Let's see if I can make my way back to where we are and see what they have back up in the metaverse.
And have you seen anything in terms of tech that you were really impressed? Like something new that maybe we in the metaverse haven't even seen yet?
Can I say that again?
Did you see anything at the conference about tech that is like new that we don't even know about yet?
I haven't really. I've been really impressed with just the entire presentation of the show. Who's ever organizing these things is just doing an incredible job. But if I was being entirely honest, the kind of work that we're doing is way ahead of a lot of what people are talking about here.
Wow.
You know, I actually spoke with one of the MCs yesterday, and we were discussing one of the boards or the panels that was up there, and they were spending a lot of time, you know, talking about concerns instead of talking about the front edge of innovation and what's happening. And it surprised me because I really expected to hear more about, you know, the front edge of things that are being built and done. But, you know, nobody's talking about, they're all going, oh, you got to be worried about privacy with AI. but
Yeah.
nobody's talking about technologies like anonymization, where there's already innovation going on to create privacy between the end user's AI and the LLMs. And I really thought that the people that would be on stage would be more up on their information than they were. It was like, as I said, they were just talking about all the things you should be worried about instead of all the things that are being built to not only address concerns, but just take technology to that next level. So there's definitely room for, groups like what we're doing and talking about, why decentralization and protects privacy for users, as opposed to people just getting on stage and going, well, the problem with AI is nobody's going to have any privacy. It's like, well, that's not true. If you're operating on a centralized platform and you're functioning inside somebody else's app or software, yeah, you're going to have no privacy. But if you're functioning in a decentralized platform and you plug anonymization technologies in with your AI applications, so that stuff that's private information gets scrambled before it goes to the LLMs, that's and they're not there. And it was interesting. I had one of the top speakers by this morning. It's going to be on later this afternoon. And my first comments to him, he was looking at the metaverse, and I just said to him, decentralized, no app, no software download, and browser based. And he goes, now that's impressive.
Yeah.
And he was there. Oh, there we go. Stickers going up.
Look at that. That's cool.
Yeah. So there we are. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to jump off. The ladies, as you can see, are working hard and engaging.
This was wonderful, William. Really, really, really
I'm really
cool.
looking forward to the energy that's going to come out of this place later on this afternoon.
Yeah, really cool, really cool. Thank you. And
there I am walking around
stream
in
is
the metaverse
really,
at the same time.
there you
So
are.
let me, here, I'll do this. So there we go. Just so you get the, see if I can switch to that and switch the camera. There we go. Hi, guys.
Hi.
There I am. Beautiful. So now you can see me waving at myself in the metaverse. How good is that? You can't turn around. No, I switched the camera here. Yeah, but it's recording you this way. Other way. Well, there I am. I'm on the screen. Yeah. And I can, if you want to see me waving, that's what Liam's talking about.
Yeah, this is cool.
I got it. Turn around. Turn around. Look again. There we are.
I'm taking so
There I
many
am.
screenshots of this. This is really
Waving
cool.
in the metaverse.
Very
So
cool.
amazing. There we go.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank
guys,
you so
we'll sign
much.
off at that point. I hope we gave you a good taste of what's happening here.
Amazing.
And look forward to chatting with you a little later.
Wonderful. Thank you. See you, William. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome, and thank you. This is fantastic.
It is. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. See you later. That was cool. Oh, was everyone following?
I'm here.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
here. That was totally awesome.
Oh.
I'm just over here to corner crying, and I wanted to repeat what William said, that he's walking around in the biggest conference in the world that is talking about whatever's going to come in the future. That's the name, the Futurist, and when all comes down to it, that's us.
There we go. And now I'm live talking back inside the metaverse itself.
Hi, William.
Hi. So all we did for everybody that's watching this, all we did was switch from the feed on the camera that we were streaming in to I went back to my laptop and turned on my microphone, and I'm talking to you through the microphone on my laptop, and and dancing at the same time.
And do you have a camera on your laptop?
Yeah.
William.
Really amazing.
William, do you have
Okay, guys, it's I've got some equipment moving around me. I'm going to sign off and let them do whatever it is they're trying to do beside me at the moment.
Okay, I'm going to ask you in Discord.
We'll chat at you in a little while. Enjoy the afternoon in the metaverse.
Thank you. Bye.
Just so awesome, you know? It's so great just hearing from William and Chris and Vaz and everybody over there. Amazing. And thank you so much, Paladin, for getting the stream working so well. It was really awesome, awesome stream today. And I need to ask a question. Do you guys hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Yes. Yeah, so thank you so much. This you really got the tech to work now. Yesterday was awesome, but this was also good footage. You know, we could really see what was going on today a little better, and I'm super happy. And I just want to say that again, that I said before he jumped back in, that he's been walking around also. I mean, he's there talking about us, but he's also there, you know, checking out the key speakers and all the events, and all they do is talk about the future. And when all comes down to it, that's us. We're the most futurist thing in the world, people. Right here.
That is actually amazing. That's why I asked him the question, like, did you see anything there that will, like, you know, that will be new to us because we're not there? And we're actually the newest thing. So that's interesting.
And he also said that, and this is not a critique, but he said that yesterday when we were going through, you know, what was good, what was bad, and all that. He also said that this is a very business-oriented conference.
Yeah.
And it's also very tech-oriented. So it's a lot about making connections and talking about the future of tech, of AI, of blockchain, you know, stuff like that. And he said a lot, you could see that more people was interested in the tech of the metaverse in the art exhibition than the art, which is not awesome for artists, you know, because we're still in the corner of Web3 and we need to fight people to get up top.
Yeah.
Because the art is awesome. But it's still the truth. That's how the life is. But that means that everybody is coming to look at us and our art because our metaverse tech and this connection we're doing between the conferences here is so interesting to them because it is very, you know, futuristic.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I mean, the artists are usually, you know, throughout history been known to be the first ones to try shit, you know, try shit. And yeah, and that's what we're doing. We've been doing that for 5 years already. Imagine, like, people seeing this now on a conference about the future and future tech. And we've been doing this 5 years. I mean, we haven't been able to connect live in you know, for 5 years, but yeah, unbelievable. I'm very proud actually of what we're doing here. Very cool.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Me too. And of all the artists in here, because in the end, you know, all good exposure is good exposure. There's some saying about that.
All
You
exposure
know,
is good
it's
exposure. Yes.
exactly.
Yeah.
And even though people are mostly here in the conference to look at the tech and the Web3 and the crypto and whatever, they're going through the art of the motion too. You know, so it's we still get that exposure that we need as artists in this space. And I'm really happy about that, and that we could really push for the art side of the tech from you know, the experience that we have created in here, and the amazing connection in between the two places at the same time. I'm just I'm gonna cry now. Yeah, bye. I gotta cry.
So let's pull everyone towards us.
Paladin, if you can ask on your conversation with William, if
Yeah.
at any point, you know, I guess in there soon 2 hours, if Vez maybe will be available for 5 minutes, just ask him if it's possible. To go
Sure.
live, I mean.
Sure. So what would you like to do, a little interview with Vas or what?
Just let her come here, say some words, show us something, you know, whatever she, you know, just
Okay.
to see her a little bit. Because she curated everything that is going on, you know, in the upstairs floor, and it looks amazing. So just some words, and if she's available, I don't know what's going on there. You know?
Yeah. Let me, I will tell him we keep the same link.
We did get some footage of Chris, so we're happy to have her over there talking to artists on site, but also, pushing for the exhibition that we have here, the NFT gallery by Crispin Go Gallery in Hedgie, and all the 115 artworks that we have presented it here in the metaverse that is also presented at the conference. So we're so happy also to have Chris helping Vass and William to, push for the art and for the metaverse. So that's awesome. I did put up some visuals from the stream that's going on right now in the actually, in the conference in
You want to see a
Toronto.
little bit of what's going on now there?
Yeah, so I wanted to, Paladin, should we go back to the stream a little bit and see what's going on in the conference? Because I don't think we have Shum Wizard here right now. I
No, he
wanted to
said
get
it's not
him up.
available today. He's not
Oh,
going to
he
share.
did. Okay, I
Mhm.
didn't hear that message. So we're not hearing from him. So if Paladin is there, do you think
Yeah,
it's a
yeah,
good
I'm
time?
here. I'm looking
I think
for.
we should, watch a little bit what's going on there. It's actually very interesting to see it this way.
Yeah, let me
Okay,
get the
I
live
have the
stream up.
stream. I have the stream, Paladin, so I could just go.
Okay.
So this is live now, right, Johanna?
This
What's
is
going on there now?
You have
Yes,
to
this is
press
live right
Amazing.
now.
refresh.
And if this is live right now from the Futurist Conference, and I'm going to close off my mic and I'm going to go in and press play. And then you can just enjoy some of the activities going
But
on over there.
can you press refresh instead so it starts from the actual live moment?
Yeah, I think I can do that. I'll
Yeah?
try my best to do that, definitely.
Okay.
And then we'll be back in not too long to continue to talk a little bit about the art also
Yeah.
and everything in the metaverse.
Yeah.
But here we go. Let's fly to Toronto, people.
Thank you.
If they are available, but kind of what he's saying, like if the founder isn't available, the community's always there.
Yeah, Johanna's just
Over
pressing.
4,000 hours of content uploaded every hour to YouTube. And our attention span is about 8 seconds. And where this becomes really problematic for marketers is for every dollar that's spent on reaching humans through programmatic advertising, 43% of them actually reach a human. The rest is wasted on digital ad fraud. We have built some of the most targeted platforms in the history of our universe that's becoming the most avoided and the most skipped. And the question isn't how do we build better systems to target humans, but the question is, how are we thinking about attention? And I'm a big believer that attention is where you all are at today, in the physical world, where you spent your hard-earned money to be with each other. So what does that look like when physical AI can now start to interact with us in the human world? I'm gonna show you another video of what that could look like. So I'm going to say a term, out-of-home advertising. And if you're familiar with that, the thing that you can think most about, and probably if you are familiar with it, you're going to think about billboards. And there's not a lot of technology behind a billboard. However, this has been one of the most strongest performing and reliable ways of reaching consumers over the past 18 consecutive quarters, with over $11 billion that will be spent this year in North America alone. And I think it's actually one of the last mediums that has nothing to lose. There's no cookies. You can't skip it. It's almost like it was built for this time without it actually knowing. And there's another thing that's happening that makes me very excited for this period. there's three things. The first one is that physical AI is now deployable at scale. If you check your LinkedIn, there's probably been a new company deploying a robot system in the past 6 hours or since I've been on stage. The other piece is the programmatic media piece, where you can deploy ads as strategically as you were able to do in the digital world, now in the physical world. And last but not least, attention is becoming the most sought after commodity for any marketer or any brand trying to reach their consumer. This has only got more difficult as first-person data through privacy laws have become more scarce and more difficult to challenge. So this doesn't create a better billboard. This is a paradigm shift in a new industry. And imagine a conference, NVIDIA, GTC, where we deployed 10 robots for 50,000 people, where we had 10 robots that digital screens on the side that were able to strategically move around the area, serve ads specifically based off of the dwell time, who's in front of them. Then they could opt in to scan, put their first-person data, select consent, and then they would get something free out of it. That gave us 4,000 user-consented IDs of individuals that we could interact with, and it created, I believe, a pleasant experience with a 98% endorsement, as well as hundreds of miles that deployed and a 97% completion rate. So, is this easy, deploying robots at scale? No, that's the hardest thing, is earning the trust of the venues that we're here, proud to be partners with this amazing conference, the cities that we work with, and the people that we share the world with. However, what it has created is a unique way to reach consumers with first-person data that, again, is becoming harder to be sought after. So where is the industry going? I think the writing is on the walls. If you look at the historical timeline, it is not that historical. At first, it was Apple making tracking essentially not viable for the iPhone. That created an uprising. Google then started to cut the cookies. GDPR got implemented. And then what happened is brands and marketers had to react based off this. So a lot of the media dollars started to go to IRL and physical experiences. So attention is without a doubt the rarest thing in media right now. And my thesis is that over the last 20 years, we've over-optimized to bring the world online and to bring attention online. Ad fatigue is at an all-time high. I believe the next 20 years will be the opposite, bringing attention back to the real world, because the screen was never the destination, the human world was. There's 8 billion people out there. Go out and grab that attention. My name is Judah Longrier, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Judah. If you haven't yet, just practicing. All right. Once again, thank you, Judah. If you haven't yet, be sure to visit the podcast stage hosted by Chris.
I just wanted to jump in a little bit to say that that was really awesome and really scary. And the future, I'm thinking, will we have robots in the metaverse as avatars, or what's going to happen? Very interesting.
We
And
will have NPCs.
yeah, probably, and we'll be in the Web 65.
Yeah.
So it's going to be super interesting. This is now a little pause here before we get up, new speakers inside of a Futurist Conference. So I just wanted to take that opportunity to say ping, ping, ping. Hello, Toronto. We're in the metaverse. We love you guys. And also, Sketchlike and Paladin, should we keep going with the stream, or do we want to pause here?
I think we should keep going until we can probably get Vas on, or unless you want to do a little art walk.
No, it's fine. I think this is super interesting. It's just that it was a natural pause in their program, so I can't have my mic on while I'm streaming. So I just wanted to jump in to see if there were any, wishes for people in here or from you guys. So we're just on the same train to the same future together. But I'll push it on again, and we'll take a little break again in not too long, and see if we have William and Wes back, or if we should take a break for art walk. Is that good?
Yes, that's good.
Champion. VIP pass holders, don't forget.
Well, thank you for everybody. This is my 4th year here at the Futurist Conference in Toronto. You were supposed to get, for Safe Bets, a member of our advisory council, actually the heads, Scott Stornetta, who is one of the 2 architects of blockchain. Unfortunately, he got stuck in New York City, couldn't get on a plane to get here in time. So you guys get a bonus. I usually give this presentation in private to high net worth individuals, funds, VCs, anybody who's interested in getting in early on this investment opportunity. Yesterday, you had Gina Antonello, our chair of Safe Bets, describe the differences in the market and the predictive markets of what we do and what Kalshi and Polymarket and some of the other predictive platforms do. And my speech is going to be a little bit more geared to you guys. If you're like me, you come to these conventions and you want to get new information about different projects, but at the end of the day, we have one thing in common. We all want to make a little bit of money if we can. This is a great, great, great opportunity to consider to get in early. For most of you, you know that Kalshi is at $9 billion valuation, Polymarket's close to 22 billion, or vice versa, but combined, they're about 40 billion. Kalshi is thinking about going public. Publicly, they stated that their ICO valuation, they want to reach $40 billion. So if you wanted to invest in Kalshi or Polymarket right now, that train has left that station a while ago. You'd have to invest at a very high valuation. Now with Safe Bets, we're raising money right now. We're in round 2. We had 1 round already. We raised close to $2 billion. We were oversubscribed. We're going to have 6 rounds of funding. And the funding availability right now in round 2 is at 25 cents per share. That's a $250 million valuation as compared to what Kalshi and Polymarket are worth right now. So it's a great opportunity to get in early, extremely early. And if you're interested, our booth is right behind the stage, or behind when you walk into your left. You want to find out more, you want to read the PPM, you want to know the disclosures, you can go to our booth and ask as many questions as you want. And I'm going to go over why I think personally and why I think the market has viewed us favorably. Because when you compare what we're doing to Kalshi and Polymarket, you're going to be the judge and you're going to say, should I invest or not? And I think if you look at the market, Kalshi 22 billion, Polymarket 9 billion, as I said, this market's going to continue to grow. With the last World Cup, there was over $50 billion worth of bets almost in a single day amongst all the platforms. These platforms, Kalshi and Polymarket, are very good platforms. The problem is they're banned. I don't know how many of you are Canadian. Even in Canada, there's restrictions. You can't get on their site. You can't, because they're considered gambling. There's over 85 jurisdictions all over the world, many countries, including the United States. And even in the United States, there's 39 states suing Polymarket and Kalshi. There's criminal charges in 3 of those states. They have a lot of restrictions where they're not able to operate. And this is where Safe Bets' advantage comes in. As many of you know, many of you may not know, if you get on safebets.world on your phones, we don't ask for credit cards. You don't risk anything. You don't put any money. You don't risk any cash, crypto, nothing. You get paid if you're correct. If you make a prediction and you're correct, you get paid. If you make a prediction and you're incorrect, you don't lose anything. So you win without risk. And I know it sounds like too good to be true, but it's actually true. And you'll see a video of somebody who just got paid, who won our World Cup competition at the end. So basically, you go to safebets.world. You can sign up for free. They'll give you 100 free unicoins, and you use those unicoins to place your bets. So you have 100 unicoins to place over 100 bets, and you use those unicoins to accumulate, whether it's cash, whether it's unicoins. Once Unicoin goes public on September 28th, you can cash out your unicoins, or you can hold on to them if you'd like. But you're never, ever going to lose money. You're never going to risk any cash. You're never going to have to, they'll never ask you for a credit card. If you're a smart predictor and you have skills, you'll get paid for it. If you're not a good predictor, you won't make any money and you won't make any crypto, but you won't lose. You won't have that hard conversation with your significant other when you get home. You know, you don't have to worry about having a bad day because you lost $2,000 on Kalshi or on any other predictive platform. So these are all, if you look at it, it's a zero-sum wall. Every dollar won by one user must be lost by another on all those platforms. On our platform, it's not like that. You're smart, you're a great predictor, you have some skill, you're betting on Bitcoin, you're betting on Solana, gold, silver, what have you, whether it's the World Cup. If you have a predictive skill in you, you'll get paid for it, period. There is no catch. It's almost like going out to play a soccer game against another country and the other country can't show up because they're banned from even setting foot on the field. So we're going to go into all these countries, and instead of listing them on here, I'm just going to name them because it's so vast. And when I'm naming these countries, think about the size of these markets. These are not small countries. Just the other day, France banned Polymarket and Kalshi. You can't even get on there. They banned the IP addresses. They did the same thing recently in Argentina. And these are some of the countries, just so you know, for Polymarket that have been blocked or banned. And think of the sizes and the markets that Safe Bets can take advantage of, because we're not considered gambling, so we're not going to be banned in these countries. We can operate in every single country on earth, including the United States and here in Canada, because since you're not risking any money, we're not considered gambling. And that's the beauty of our business model. Now, these are the countries so far that have been blocked. Polymarket has been blocked in. I'll name some of them, but not all of them. But I want to name them because it just resonates more than just telling you guys there's 85 different countries. There's Australia, Belgium, Belarus, Burundi, Central African Republic, Republic of Congo, Cuba, Germany, Ethiopia, France, the United Kingdom, Iran, Iraq, Italy, Japan, North Korea, Lebanon, Libya, Netherlands, Poland.
Did I hear the Netherlands?
Yeah. Yes, you heard the Netherlands.
Where is that? And then you beat Sweden in the football? You know, we cannot be friends anymore. So I just want to say congrats, you know, to Argentina and Spain that beat both of us. So
Yeah.
that's awesome. Yeah. Oh my God, you know, if we can predict the future, people, we will get rich. And I'm just saying we're in the future right now. So I'm just waiting for this pigeon dove to fly in through my window with billions and billions. That's what I'm doing. What are you doing, Paladin?
I was having a little drink here.
Let's get for you. The small goals and pleasures of life are also important, you know. But I was thinking, that we'll break this chill here about how much money you can get if you can predict the future, and how you can lose nothing just by joining the wave. I think I've heard this before.
Yeah.
It's like that's where it all started. And once upon a time, people would buy pizza for 1 Bitcoin, and they're super sorry now. Uh,
Yeah, true,
yeah,
true.
they are. They are. Fortunately for me personally, I was a baby in this world back then. I'm not a baby, in any other world, but in that world. So I never bought a pizza for a Bitcoin, so I don't need to be sorry. But anyhow, I hope the pizza was tasty for the people that did.
Don't get me
Um,
started. Yeah.
So I was thinking, how about, returning to what matters in the world, which is art,
Yes, let's do that.
and let whoever wants to play with the crypto with themselves for a little while, and we'll get back to this amazing curation by NFT Gallery, Crisp, Goat Gallery, and Hedgie that we have exhibited here. And I also want to say, a big thank you to Sketchlight that has made this exhibition look totally awesome in here in the metaverse. So, Sketchy, you want to say
Yeah.
something?
I want to ask if everyone here put their message for the future inside our Versium app. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, you can write in the chat or come up with voice, because this is a cool feature. We'd love to see what you put now and, discover it, lock it in the time capsule and open it like next year. I don't know. Let's start with the easy people that has Mike. Lord, did you put something in the time capsule yet?
No, I have seen it and I've thought a lot, but then I felt it has to be clever. So I need more thinking.
Put it on your list. No, just put any fun post you made about the conference. There is a link
Yeah.
to put a post, and let's say, okay, I wrote in the time capsule, there is a message to the future. I just write something, I guess, inspiring for peace. Okay, and then there is a line that's saying predict your what will happen in 2027, like next year. So I wrote Bitcoin will be $200,000. Let's see.
Nice.
And then I just shared in the link one of the posts that highlighting the event kind of into to the one that I love the most, to document it for this time capsule. So if any of you guys didn't try the time capsule yet, just add those things to there, because I guess it's gonna be locked soon because the event is over. Paladin, when are you planning to close the time capsule?
Well, while you were talking, I was thinking, why don't we leave it open for another week? Because I know Lord, and he's not going to put something in that's just like something that came to his mind in a minute. So let's give people, some time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Give time to people to go back home, to see the
Yeah.
post, to share something nice.
Thank you,
Yeah,
thank you.
definitely.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Now it's a thunderstorm outside.
Oh,
and the heaven is
thunderstorm.
opening. So I just heard like boom.
Oh, okay. That's Sweden.
Yeah, exactly.
Here it's just raining today in Holland.
Someone put the link for the app in the chat? I just can't find
I
it. So
will.
yeah, if someone wants to check it out, so just go to the link and put your message to read the time capsule.
Here it is, Versium.app.
Amazing.
So the .app domain names I really like, because a lot of them are still available. So if you have an idea and a short name, it's very doable. So that's why I like the .app. And in the future, everything's going to be an app, Of course, you'll have websites, but most people will look on their phone. And then if you make it a PWA, which is like a website made for the phone, then it will be an app. And then from the PWA, you can get it into Apple Store and Google Android Store. What is it called? So, yeah, I like the apps.
Yeah, definitely cool.
Just a sidestep, but anyway, it's there. Yeah, well, we can talk, Rocky, and I need to see images of you anyway to create your punk. So we need to talk anyway. So let's do that after this marathon we're running here with Toronto.
Oh, I
Can I
see you
can
put
I
the
ask you
Versium
guys?
online. Great.
Can you see that the Versium app is
Yeah.
up on the?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
good,
Yes. Yes.
good.
Let's
So
do a
this is
tutorial.
Okay, let's do a
yeah, we can do a
tutorial.
tutorial. You talk and I click. How about
Yeah,
that?
okay. So if you click top left corner, which is just the Versium name, you will see it. Then this is how it starts. And this is basically the home page that you can scroll down. Right now we have July 21, July 22. Yeah, go ahead and scroll down. We had the 2 events. So from here, you were able to go into the metaverse. Johanna doesn't need to do that because she's already in here. But if you click that, basically it lands you in here, which is really nice to have one place where all these events are going to be accessible instead of having to search through Twitter posts. And yeah, this will be your gateway to On Cyber. And then if you scroll down a little bit more, this was the whole Toronto schedule. And then there we added both the link for the stream that we had on screen here and also a possibility to go in here again. Then the functions of the app. So basically, of course, the main function is visit the metaverse. But before you visit the metaverse, you can get a free avatar and figure out like, how do I move in here? That's for new people. So if you have a friend and you think, hey, I want to show her this or him or her this, then just give them the app and that will have some instructions on how to move in here. Of course, you can go in there and talk with them and explain as well, but it's nice to have a little bit of a head start with how this all works. Then the other feature we have in the app, oh yeah, we'll click through the thing. So that's basically saying what we have inside the app. So if you go to About, Johanna, the little About button, on the phone it will be a footer menu. So this is a little bit about Versium, about the group coming together. And of course, that's not just Johanna, Sketch, and me, but it's like everyone around us as well. And, you know, surely when we start doing some real paid jobs for this, we can, you know, we'll pull in people who are around us for sure, artists for sure. Prudence avatar dress is so poochy. You know that, well, we'll get to the avatars in a minute. I have something to say about that particular one. So here we're showing the what's going on, Futurist Toronto, and we are going to World Pride Amsterdam. We're going to be the official metaverse partner for them as well. And we're going to do this over a time span of 2 weeks. So starting on July 25th, we are going to have a kickoff with an open call again for art. And then because it's 2 weeks, World Pride is 2 weeks in Amsterdam this year. They fought very hard to get it to Amsterdam, and it's 25 years ago that the first gay marriage was done in Holland. We were the first country to allow that. So that's 25 years ago, which, you know, seems like yesterday, but yeah, so that's happening in the future. Then we have a couple of examples where you can click on and just click on one, Johanna, you can see a little bit. The only thing I need more screenshot of is more is more. So we need to, this is Moon Mars, so there's some screenshot just to show whoever is looking at the app that there's people inside and there's avatars inside. So that's the whole purpose of this. So let's move to the next chapter in this app, which is the start, the avatar, the little, yeah. So basically this is a page that explains how to move, either if you're on a desktop or on a phone. And you can get your free avatar by clicking on it. So Johanna can just click on one. And you can download it and upload it in on Cyber. So that's pretty cool that you can get your own avatars. But do this after the event and when you're on a desktop and you feel like doing it. So if you, I don't know if you can get to the right on the desktop. I'm not sure. For the avatars, I wanted to talk about Prudence for a second. It's not allowing me my then you need to, can you move down, Johanna, on this page? Because all the way at the bottom of this page, there's a toggle and you can either press iPhone or iPad or computer. So to be able to download the avatar, you need to be on a computer because we didn't want to get confusing people who, who would then say, oh, I can't download and I can't get in, because an avatar will definitely slow you down on the phone. So don't try to download an avatar on your phone, try to find it on your phone, try to upload it in on Cyber, just do that on a desktop. If you can click on Prudence, which is the one next to Doraemon on the right, yeah, that one. So that is actually very cool. It's an avatar that was made for World Pride. It was made for 750 years Amsterdam. And we did a little collaboration with someone who made an entire experience, actually AR experience in Amsterdam, called the Monsters of Amsterdam. And they have like eight different avatars. So for the Pride, we will upload more of them. Yeah, they're really cool. And the guy who created this is also very impressed by what we're all doing. So that's pretty cool. So let's move on to the next chapter, which is, of course, Verseum. So now we want people to enter the metaverse. They have an avatar if they're on a desktop. They know how to move, and then they can enter here. And what we did, if you scroll down, Johanna, what we did today, for today, is the YouTube stream. I wonder if it's going to echo if you press that, actually. That's interesting. If you press the little start button on Metaverse, they have an avatar if they're on a desktop. That's me, so stop it again. So basically, inside the app, you can also follow the YouTube stream. So for anyone that's not able to get into the Metaverse, they know how to move, and then they can, yeah. Oh, I don't like to hear myself. Anyway, so that's that page. So it's about going into the Metaverse, or if you cannot get in, to watch what we're doing. And then below that, we have all the partners and the team and everyone that helped out for this particular event, which can, of course, in the future. So we will save this event with screenshots and with links to YouTube. And then the next event is going to be on this page. Like there always will be something we're about to do. And if there's not something we're about to do, then we'll put something there that we just did. Yeah, so if you go back to, what did you want to show?
I just wanted to say that when you come into the app from the beginning, like you use the address, the Verseum.app address in your phone or on your computer, you come straight to the screen where what's ongoing.
Yeah.
So it's like very, very, in the time, very real time, so you can go straight into an event if it's ongoing.
Yeah.
And if it's not ongoing, you will have to scroll down and find, events not for the future or from back that is coming up or that was there before, and then you can click through again. So I just wanted to show that, since you were talking about, what we're changing the event every time something is
exactly
going on. So
because we've done so many amazing events. I'm thinking AI art, remember that, the history of AI, that is an amazing metaverse that is still up. So I want to put all the links in there so people can visit our old metaverses as well if they want to take a look at what we've done before. Yeah, then we go to, yeah,
show off the time capsule.
Yes,
this is my favorite thing, yeah, it's like looks like so obvious now, but yeah, 1 year from now when I'm gonna post everything, the messages that were in this event with the live stream, this is gonna be like
yes,
crazy good.
So let's first go to the art and the scanning, and then we'll go to the last bit with the capsule. So
Okay.
basically, what we did here is have scan and artwork as sort of a functionality. And the reason we're doing that is because if people are on a conference and they cannot get in the metaverse, but they do want to sort of save the art they like, they can scan an artwork and then it will be saved under your profile. So if you click on your profile, Johanna, your profile picture, we can't see that on the screen here, but there is a profile picture in the top right corner. You can get in with Google, and then on that Google profile, it will save the artworks you've scanned, the friends you made, the message to the future you've done. And we see that Johanna has not done her job yet. You're going to be, sorry that you didn't put it in there for next year. But anyway, so that's a little bit about the art and how to scan it, and that you sort of have a backpack. The purpose of this is not to replicate the entire gallery art that is in Toronto or gallery art that is in here, because you can go in here for that. It's more of sort of favorites, saving your favorites in here. And the app remembers what you've saved. So you will always be able to take a look. And if there's any artists that see, hey, there's no buy button to my art yet, then we can always add that for you. We got a lot
I
of...
think it's one of Paladin myself, because I think it's one of the incredible features, because someone going to an exhibition and you want he saw something he really likes. So okay, you take a picture with the phone, but you need the details, you need the info about the artist, you need the way to get to his profile, to his website, so this way to save it, and after the conference to go back home, oh, I want to go back to this artist I really loved and check what he's doing now. And this is like a safe connection you're saving.
Yeah.
So it's really great feature.
Yeah, and we can build on this. We can say, hey, what else is, like, maybe put a little AR piece of the art together with Beam. We could do something like that. But yeah, this will remain to be a work in progress. So you can either look at their Twitter, you can share the artwork. Can you press the share button, see what happens? It's probably like a Twitter thing, or you can share on different channels. We're not seeing it move. You can follow the artist, you can buy the artwork. Yeah, so this is great. And you can scan or have someone else scan the QR code if you want to show it to someone. So
I want just to say you can scan on the metaverse, and you can scan on real site, on the exhibition. It's the same.
Yes.
I just want to say that when you click these links that you see now on the screen, which is where you can find a buy link, or you can find more information, or you can also share this artwork directly to social, you come to a page that is preset, that will tag the artist and where to find the art and everything, and you can post it directly, for example, to Twitter. I can't show you this because it shows up in the second screen.
I get
so
it.
I just wanted to say that that's what happens.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. So that's the idea here, and of course we'll work on everything. But we wanted to have this app ready for this event, because people are in a conference and they're not going to spend hours inside a metaverse. That's just not how life happens. But the metaverse is more for us to follow what they are doing over there. But when these people come home and they want to sort of like look back at the conference, that's when they will have time to check out the art. So
and I also just want to say, if I can, that like Sketchy said before, you can scan the artworks in the metaverse. You don't have to be in Toronto.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, all the visitors in Toronto can use their phone and scan their artworks on the screens, but you can also scan the screen in the metaverse with your phone and get the same effect. And you will also get, some a really cool happening feature with the art. So you'll get a little experience that you don't get just by being in here. That is extra for the app. But you will also collect the things inside of the Versium app. And once you get into at least 22 artworks collected in there, you will be in the raffle for this amazing gallery over here. So I just wanted to push to, bring your phones out and let's do it.
Yeah. So yeah, so that's a little bit about scanning of the art and winning a beautiful gallery. So make sure if you're in here and you haven't scanned 22 artworks yet, go out and do it before the whole conference comes back and they all start doing it. So let's move on to the favorite page of Sketchlight, which is the future. So basically, when we talked to each other, Sketch was saying, hey, we need some kind of feature. So let's go to that message first, Johanna. So go to the tab of the future message. Yeah. So basically what the idea is here, oh, you just sealed it. Cool, very cool. So the idea is to leave a message to the future, and you can also make a prediction about the future. And you can also put a link to an X post that you really like. And that could be anything, really. It could be something you want to send to the future. So once you fill out these 3 forms, and then what we'll do after the capsule is closed, so you can seal my capsule, just maybe show it, right, test, and close, because you can reopen it until we close it forever. So we'll leave it open for about a week. So if you think, hey, I wanted to say something else, or I have another message to the future, you can still change it and close the capsule again. You don't have to put an X post there, but you can. It's nice. And we'll pull down those X posts when we seal the capsule for everyone. So if you seal it, then you will see a closed capsule. And if you scroll down below a little bit, you will see that we might send some of this to the moon. Johanna and I never know when our next mission is and how much room we have on the mission. Sometimes we have like 3 kilobytes and sometimes we have more. So that depends a little bit on what we're sending. So we might send it. We cannot promise anything, but it sort of ties this whole thing of the future into what we're doing with Moon Mars, because Moon Mars is a very long-term project and it's going very slow. We started in 2021 with that, and we're now in 2026. So that's 5 years ago. We had 1 mission successfully landing on the moon, 1 mission ending up in at the bottom of the ocean. What else did we do? And 1 mission is going this year in December. So in 5 years time, this is how slow space is. But anyway, enough about Moon Mars. So this is the app, and then let's go to the friend part. So the future friend. So basically we just wanted to do something fun where you pick an emoji and then that emoji is waiting for a friend. So, just pick any emoji. And then once you pick it, if you go back to, you can. So if someone is in the app and sees that emoji and clicks that emoji, then you actually become friends. You can have multiple emojis selected and waiting for multiple people. And what it does, it sort of exchanges the, how do you say it? Exchanges the X handles. And you're sort of connected and you know.
Paladin, can you choose the dolphin symbol? It's me.
Let Johanna do that. So Johanna, go to meet another future friend and then do the dolphin. And then let's see if it works. Because waiting for your future friend. Yeah, so you picked the dolphin and now you are connected. Or not? Are you connected? No, there could be a little bit.
Is it already selected the dolphin, or it shows like it's not selected?
Johanna selected it, but it doesn't show that. Oh, you both picked. Yes, she found one. Anyway, she has one that both people picked. So what you can do now is share your details with my friends. And if your Twitter handle is in your profile, this will fill in automatically. Share your future handle with your friends. And then, boom, you both shared your handle. So now you can share this on X. Can you try it out? Because I changed it this morning that it did actually say you and Beanie Blossom. Yeah. So it does say the person you're connected with. So.
And also you can meet in the metaverse if you like to chat live.
Yes, yes. So
I
those
just want
are.
to say, excuse me from
Yes.
the back of the app.
Yes.
I just want to say, woo-ha, love to be friends with you, Beanie. And I did send the message now out on X so everybody can see that Beanie and I are friends in the metaverse. So that's super cool.
Nice. Let me check X. So from which account? From your Johanna?
Yes, from me.
Okay, let me check. Because it's nice to see, because there little tweaks are needed for the future. I mean, this is not going to be the last time we do this. So we'll keep the friends thing. We might keep the future thing. We have to see. But it's nice to see what we can still improve. So I'm looking at that. Johanna. Did you push it?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, did you push it on X?
Yes, I pushed it out. I also put it on under the main post on Vortex. So it's in both places, on my profile and under Vortex. I should be out there on X, flying around. You can't see it?
No, not yet. I don't know if there's
I'm
a
putting
lag
it
there.
in the chat for you. So for easy finding, it's now in the chat.
I just want to say I just found a new friend on the Verseum app.
Nice.
Congrats, Lord.
Awesome. G.
Yeah, because with this metaverse, one of the most important things that happened to all of us is that we found friends here. So we need to figure out a way without becoming a social, media app. This is just find a friend, someone who was here, who's interested, who's in the app, who's in the metaverse, and then connect. And who knows?
Which is awesome because I mean, for a conference, I mean, in the metaverse or in IRL, that's half the reason you're there is to connect to people. So this is also a fun way to do that, to connect to strangers, quote unquote, that is actually inside the same app, which is really awesome. And I also wanted to say, like, when you've made the connection, like I did here with Beanie now, I get a button that says meet in the metaverse. And if we both click that, we'll get to the same point inside of the metaverse to say hi to each other. So it's also actually connecting us IRL if we click that thing. I'm not going to do that now, but it is possible if both are in on it.
Yeah.
I see Chris in the chat. Chris, I don't know if you're available with the speaker to say hi to everyone.
Hi, she's an anon in there.
Hi, Chris. Great to see you. We're checking out the Verseum app, the one you're, giving out stickers to everybody about so they can jump into the metaverse and scan artworks and win galleries and make friends and all that jazz, So good to see you here.
Yeah, so this is basically it for the app, and any suggestions are of course welcome, because it's a work in progress and it's just to connect the metaverse, like people with the metaverse, people with each other, because the biggest issue we've had is explaining to people, how does the metaverse work? How do you move? How do you get an avatar? So we said, okay, let's put this all in one place, and then whatever, I wish I could be there and out here all at the same time. Yeah, we wish so too, Chris. Yeah, so I think this is a cool thing to have, the app, to connect it to make it easy for people to get in and not be intimidated by the word metaverse. That's also why the word metaverse is not in our sort of group effort here. So it's Verseum, it's a metaverse and a museum. And yeah, so I think we're ready for the future actually after this conference. What do you say, Johanna?
Definitely. This was the best test run ever. All these 2 days.
Yeah.
This was awesome. We all got to see it, live. It's always that thing that everything is better live, words or just images is always, good, but this is awesome. So, and I love this app. It's really fun. Like you saw, I have only scanned 5 artworks because I did a test run just to see that the app was working. I will scan all of you people in here before I'm done, but I won't steal the gallery. I will give it to someone worthy.
Yeah. So scan
That's
at
awesome.
least 22 artworks. Where did the number 22 come from, Johanna?
Oh, it says inside of the app. Let me show you.
Oh, did I?
It says you did, you are not to be trusted. You do things in the sleep. But down here, it says scan and win. Win your own metaverse gallery. And in my case, I have scanned 9. So 9 scanned so far, 22 more to go, and I can't count. So it's got to be 31.
Yeah, it's got to be 21
I
because
just,
it's 30
yeah.
artworks.
Yeah,
Oh,
30
22 is my
artworks.
friend.
So I'm
It's
sorry,
30.
31
Yeah.
even. I'm sorry, but I just saw the 22. So
Okay.
I was wrong, but it was close.
No
So
worries.
30 artworks you need to scan, and it also says there in this text, like if I would have read it, I would have known it. So that's
Make
how it
sure
is.
you make a profile before you start scanning. So, profile in the app. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to keep track, of course. Oh, yeah. And this,
Johanna,
yeah,
can you? Oh, sorry. No, I just for the end, I want a screenshot. So I want the Version sign on the screen.
that's a photographer talking.
I'm just showing you the profile here, and it's very, uninvasive. You can use a PFP that is not, a picture of you, and you put in whatever information you like in here for people to find. So you can choose any display name. You can put in your socials, but you can also not put in your socials. This is, totally up to you. But it is good to do a connection with the email so you get this profile at all, because then you get all these things saved, the artworks, the friends, and the future message. So you can go in and edit it if you want, and you can make new friends and find them in here and all that jazz. And now we're going back to the awesome logo.
Yeah, that's it for the app. I think it's now 6:30 here. So what time is it in Canada? 12:30. So it's like lunchtime, I guess, over there. So what do we
We
want
can
to do?
stream them. I think we can continue streaming from the conference live. And if we get a chance to connect again with William or Chris or someone wants to go live from there, so we can do it.
Yeah, and if there's any artists in here that want to go to their artwork and talk about it, let us know. Speak up, because we're very happy to do that. To get it on the live stream on Twitter and YouTube. So if your artwork is in here, you want to say something about it, let us know. So we'll start streaming a little bit, and we're gonna get Poppy for the music later. And hopefully we can get one more connection to Toronto. I think that would be cool to get Chris on the screen and maybe on the phone, see her, and to say hi. Oh, your laptop is fried again. What you could do, Rocken, is not put it on the highest quality. So you could put it on best performance or even low quality, because then it will take a little bit less effort from your laptop. So keep that in mind. I mean, it won't look as nice because you won't see all the other avatars, but at least you'll be able to move and talk. And, yeah.
Sorry,
No,
I
it's
was just
okay.
pulling it up. Uh, they have like a closing point for the stream, so it goes in and out of their programs, and it seems like we just kind of miss them. So now, right now, we're actually just seeing them in a break.
Yeah, it's lunchtime. Yeah.
Lunchtime.
Yeah.
one for them. So I just pulled it up here so you can see that it's breaking right now, and that the Rebel and Cabana Rum Club will start in not too long, and that was the clubbing that William was going to try to have us join a little bit later. So we'll see, if that's going to be possible, if we're still alive in here in the future, and still want some rum. But that means that we have time if we want to look at some artworks or do something else. We also have time to bring Poppy in because we also have that today with our live music. So I just want to throw out the question here. Do we have speakers in the audience that want to come up and say hi? And do we want to keep going looking at art, or are we like totally ready for dancing for the minute? I don't know. What do you think?
I don't know either. I'm getting my brain is getting a little bit fried actually at the moment. Everyone's phones are dying and computers, but I don't know. You tell me.
You are my phone. You are my phone, Paladin, on fire.
When is the next speakers come up live from Canada? What time?
The schedule is downstairs, sketchy. So if
Oh,
you
I
could do
thought
me
you
a
maybe
favor.
knew like yourself, so you know when they come up. Okay.
Wait, let me
No,
pull
no,
up
I don't have the
let me
schedule in
pull
my
up
head,
the
unfortunately.
website.
Yeah, thank you. We could do that. Um,
If you can stop sharing, I'll share the.
I'll kill it 1 minute. There we go. Now I'm off.
Where is the schedule here?
There is like a little screen now again that I see, an extra screen.
Oh, I'm not. Wait, because I was too fast.
Yeah,
I want to
screen
stop sharing.
So to take it to the main screen there.
Yep.
But William was also talking about that the live streams from Toronto are going to move around a little bit because the people about now, they're going to stop going to the stage events, and all the VIP people are going to go to the Rumble, and it's going to be, a little, a lot of people are going to go up there.
It's still 1 p.m., so it's still it's 30 more minutes that it's that the main stage, which is where I think that's where they're broadcasting.
Right.
Let's see what's coming up actually.
And what's the next coming up in 30 minutes on the main stage?
Panel, the global pulse, navigating regulation. Okay.
So semi-fun, right?
Yeah. It's nice when you're there. No, but that's a nice thing when you're there, or you're like, but not for what we're doing today. But
So maybe we want to bring Pappy on for a little while, and people can listen to him, and we can look at the artworks and walk around a little bit, and then we'll bring William on if we have the opportunity to get him and Chris on again a little later. Is that a plan?
Yeah, that's a plan. Definitely. Yeah, I'm looking at all the talks. Regulation. There's a lot of like DeFi. That's my thing, but not today. 3:30 could be something. I think. Yeah, let's do music. Let me first reach Paladin Puppy because I needed to give him a little heads up. So.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And we still do have a lot of awesome people in here. So if you want to grab a mic and we, can have a little chat in here if you like, just do it. Just press the M. Oh, okay. We got music anyways. I'm dancing.
Oh, it's in there. Okay, cool. Hi, Poppy.
I feel like someone. On a day like this, I feel like someone. She feel like someone. This feel like someone. I feel like someone. 7 million souls that move around the sun. Rolling fast, fast. would you please slow down? Slow down. I know. I know you know. I'm not good at this world of change, but it just seems the same. Can't be left in the street on a day like this. That keep like summer. I feel like summer. I feel like summer. Every day it's harder than no other before. Running out of water, it's so far to go down. Go down.
You have bad intention, applying that pressure. When they asking me questions, I tell them it's a Coca-Cola party. Your direction, when I follow your waistline, call me back on the west side. Tryna see a Coca-Cola party. One million, I've been one in a million. Baby, got my eyes on you. All around the way I'm on that time, girl, I'm on you. You're the only one I choose. And I've been all in my baby. All my life, you can never let go. Ain't gotta say what we already know now. Oh, no, yeah. I've been active overseas. Truth been overpaid.
I'm not hearing the music. Am I the only one?
No, it just disappeared.
Okay. Ja, hij gaat even. He's gonna reset.
Got me back on the west side. Tryna see a Coca-Cola party.
Oh my sexy man, keep you obsessing you, steadily buzzing my phone. Don't take it personal, your body medicinal. You making me light in my boo. You be top shot up on your black boo, better than baby girl. I'm all I want, no waste time. Eyes on you, baby you could start a fire with the way you back it up. Cause it's only you on my mind every day. Make we do what I want, what I say. Cause we can't get enough every day. Spend my time on bands any day. Oh,
Applying the pressure. When they asking me questions, I feel like it's a Coca-Cola party. Your direction, when I follow your waistline, call me back on the west side. Tryna see a Coca-Cola party.
I know you want me. Every day not only when you're lonely. Yeah. You see you thinking on me, but you don't even know nothing about me. Yeah. It's in my thick eyes. Lost when you look into my brown eyes. See my lips always gonna make you switch sides. You never know the devil in a disguise. So why don't you stand up, baby? And tell me, do you want me on top? So let me show you. I don't need to back it up. Don't wanna hold you more, just slow, just split you in half with my heart. I just wanna love on you, trust in you, honor you, please do the same on your part. Be honest, you want it, but I can be heartless, regardless of my conscience. Be honest, you want it, but I can be heartless, regardless of my conscience. Take time, you know, stare around whenever I see bad vibes. Before you come my way, make sure you think twice. Look into my eyes, but I can never see eyes. I can point it out, but you know I could never lie. Come through, I can show you something you can run to. When I'm finished, you'll be feeling brand new. Will never be somebody you can run through. And I can put that in my life one time, don't care, big five, so that She make you breath and you can lie. Just take so much my time. You want it. You want it. But I can be heartless regardless of my conscience. Be on it. You want it. But I can be heartless regardless of my conscience.
People they talk them majesty, but the way your body twisting, me lose control in this thing, oh. And it's happy as I'm thinking of us. Don't go through me under the bus. Under a spell, I'm under your love. I don't know why nobody want me. Me say my baby could take me back, but your heart inside my deep back. If I do you bad, I beg girl I never lie. You already know I be honest.
You want it. But I can be heartless regardless of my conscience. Be honest. You want it. But I can be heartless regardless of my conscience. Be honest. You want it. But I can be heartless regardless of my conscience. Be honest. You want it. But I can be heartless regardless of my conscience.
Say your body from which part? Tell her pussy in a gun dip tag. Like Chinese wall, so the clip tag. Show it up and make you fall from your disc tag. You know one on a discharge, man a big tag. I saw you disappear as if you never did ban. Me no walk up a kilo, me no just a sing song. With the people your mother tell you keep fam. See that full of bam like this like. If you make I come, you know the enemy. Then I play, I mean no then I sorry for me. People are ball and a skin, cause we bad than we mean. Bloody crime scene, calamity. I saw we shoot out, we and figure Canada G. Make them have a experience, no gravity, no gravity. Tell a pussy life, you don't take that. All your little people are dead that. No should I keep in on your bed card. The Taliban's them a make quack. You don't laugh, you don't take that. Badness is how we end up. You know shoot people feeling up in a red grass. No Taliban's like them near sure guns. Make you not sleep at your yard in a 4 months. And so we make people a more now. Like girl I get fucked down a whole house. Laugh pass full of kid that me sure about. And if you see me travel with a 9X, and no politician with me I go vote out. 4 kilo, 4 seat and 4 rounds. And I'm me back Kingston. The love party forget love drink from. AK shit like a Jada Kingdom. Everything I get fucked like strip club. So me stay sharp. When I play that, could we get it one time in the same spot? Like iPhone, when your ear dropped, I'm in a give a fuck if I not be a bad. If you make I come in on the enemy, then I play. I mean, no, then sorry for me. People are ball and the skin, cause we bad than we mean. Bloody crime scene, calamity. And so we shoot out, we and figure Canada G. Make them have a experience, no gravity, no gravity. Tell a pussy laugh, you know take that. All your little people are dead dog. You should have keep in on your bed card. The Taliban's them a make quack. We no laugh, we no take that. Badness is how we end up. We no shoot people feeling up in a red grass. Tell a boy we laugh, we no take that. All your little people are dead dog. You know red grass. You should have keep in on your bed card.
it. This new Snoop shit, come on baby boo, you got to get into it. Going forward to play with the cool wit. Yeah, you know I'm always on that cool shit. Walk to it, do it how you do it. Have a glass, let me put you in the mood. Look cute, looking like a student. Long hair with your big fat booty. Back in the days, you was a girl I went to school with. Had to take your mom and sister to cool it. The girl wanna do it, I just might do it. Hit her off with some pimp fluid. Mommy, don't worry, I won't abuse it. Hurry up and finish so you can watch Clueless. I laugh at these niggas when they ask who do this, but everybody knows who girl that you is.
Beautiful, I just want you to know that you're my favorite girl. I just want you to know that you're my favorite girl.
When I see my baby boo shit, I get foolish. Smack a nigga that tries to pursue it. Homeboy, she taking, just move it. I asked you nicely, don't make the dog lose it. We just blow dro and keep the flow moving. In a 6'4", me and baby boo cruising. Body rag interior gluing. Had him hydraulic squeaking when we screwing. Now she's yelling, hollering out, snooping, hooting, hollering, hooting. Black and beautiful, you the one I'm choosing. Hair long and black and curly like a Cuban. Keep grooving, that's what we doing, and we gon' be together until your mom's moving.
Oh yeah, there's something. I just want you to know that you're my favorite girl. Oh yeah, there's something. I just want you to know that you're my favorite girl.
Doesn't make sense now. Shit just got real, things are getting intense now. I hear you talking about we a lot, oh you speak French now. Giving me the sign, so I gotta take a hint now. I hit you up like, do you wanna hang right now? On the east side, and you know I'm with the gang right now. You say, do I wanna watch, do I know what time it is right now? It's after 2 a.m. and that's asking a lot of you right now. All she talking about is come and see me for once. Come and see me for once. You don't ever come to me. You don't ever come to me. All she ever says is come and see me for once. Come and see me for once. You don't ever come to me. You don't ever come to me. I've been up for 2 whole days thinking what I did to keep you going. Thumbing through the voicemails that you left me telling me what I went wrong. I'll admit I'm sorry when I've been, I'm truly sorry. Things change, people change, feelings change too. Never thought the circumstances would have changed you. You said you never traded no. And I believed you when they told me don't. But either way, you're still invited and I can't even let you. Swear these days, all you say is come and see me for once. Come and see me for once. You don't ever come to me. You don't ever come to me. All she hit me with is come and see me for once. Come and see me for once. Oh. Y'all never come to me. Y'all never come to me. Why you gotta start, girl? Why you gotta start? I know we make time for the things that we want. I know you got another nigga trying to play the part. Just cause he got a heart don't mean he got a heart. Could be standing in the field and he still ain't in the field. If anything should change, then I thought we had a deal. Lately you keep questioning what you get out the deal. Doing things that make me feel the way I make you feel. How hard is it to let you know when I'm coming home? That way you could be prepared, maybe take a couple sick days and not miss pay. I don't even know what things are looking like inside of your place. How it's decorated. This thing is getting one-sided. I can't even lie to you right now. Yeah. All she talking about is come and see me for once. Come and see me for once. Y'all never come to me. Y'all never come to me. Yeah. All she hit me with is come and see me for once. Come and see me for once. You don't ever come to me. Y'all never come to me.
Vanilla, say make a come. She give me vanilla, make a chop. Then I party Jamila, we carry bum. When they make a medulla, they malfunction. Vanilla, say make a come. She give me vanilla, make a chop, chop, chop. Then I party Jamila, we carry bum bum. When they make my medulla, they malfunction. I want ya, baby want ya. Say as you fine like a mommy want ya. Just because you fine like a mother, oh. Team back, they say a lot of yeah, my soul. She don't they call me daddy, oh. Love me when they calling me a laddie, oh. Gila, gila, all over the world, one wild, and I know they carry last, even though they are the carry last. Girl, you know your friend, the carry ash. It's you they do me, I know like I'm. And I know they carry last, even though they are the carry last. Girl, you know your friend, the carry ash. It's you they do me, I know like I'm. Vanilla say make a come. She give me vanilla, make a chop. Then I party Jamila, we carry bum. When they make my medulla, they malfunction. Vanilla say make a come. She give me vanilla, make a chop. Then I party Jamila, we carry bum. When they make my medulla, they malfunction. I'm ready for your body. I'm spending all my money. Oh, go and carry body. You're my sweetie, baby, carry body. I'm ready for your body. I'm spending all my money. Oh, go and carry body. You're my sweetie, baby, carry body. Vanilla say make a come. She give me vanilla, make a chop. Then I party Jamila, we carry bum. When they make my medulla, they malfunction. Vanilla say make a come. She give me vanilla, make a chop. Then I party Jamila, we carry bum. When they make my medulla, they malfunction. And I know they got that.
You're so far from my job, you and I am in London. You're so shy, I wonder why you wonder why. I really wonder why. It runs me dry. I could let it slide. 'Cause you were so fly. Oh, things don't change when I'm with you. It don't feel brand new. On my body, don't hesitate when I kiss you. You know I'm with you. On my body, you like it, I love it. You love you, I love it. We kiss it, it bothers me. Get it, discussion. You like it, I love it. You love you, I love it. We kiss it, it bothers me. Get it, discussion. Don't call me later. Kissing and blowing, kissing and blowing, kissing and forgetting, kissing and blowing. Things don't change when I'm with you. It don't feel brand new. On my body, don't hesitate when
kissing, smiling, hitting it up, discussion. You like it, I like it, too early, baby, about it. We kissing, smiling, hitting it up, discussion. Right now, probably 10 toes down. Back, back, and shawty, don't look down. Let's hope you can go to sleep, though. Yeah, pretty critical, I see you. I see you. Could be in love, I ain't looking for you. Could be a Rex, on a neck, feel stupid. Coming through the crowd, trying to figure out where you open. All I need to know is that you're on the side. Got some real time, I ain't taking life. Please, will you just tell you I'm live? So if you let loose, you tight, tight. One place to unknown friends. You don't need a man down your own friends. Don't keep me these grown friends. And we come up, they sleep. She's so good, gotta sleep. Watch your back at knees. The man. I never get enough, never get enough. I never get enough, never get enough. All in all direction, choices like destiny. Just selected. Yeah, there's too slow and I'm trying to grab that. If you get too close, telling me go back there. Keep it calling your phone, leave me call back. Gotta move his heart and he make me fall back.
You talk too much, man, you're ruining my heart. I wanna lose the feeling, cause the roof is feeling is on fire. You looking good for the getting, I'm a rider. Whether in a hoodie or a linen, a provider. You can see the jury of my woman, and I'm living it up. The squad stay filling the truck with chicks that's willing to tryst with us. You say you got a man and you're in love, but what's love gotta do with a little menage? After the party, me and you could just slide for a few, and she can come through. What's love? Got to do with it, baby.
What's love? It's about us, it's about trust. What's love?
Got to do with it, baby.
What's love? It should be about us, it should be about trust.
Yo, I stroll in the club with my hat down, Michael Jackson down, high stepping, who the Mac now? Not my fault that they love the kid. Might be the chain or the whip. I don't know what it is. We just party and bullshit. Come on, mommy, put your body in motion. You got a nigga open. You came here with the heart to cheat. So you need to sing the song with me. All my ladies, come on.
Look in your eyes, it's not stopping me. I want the thunder, we crack, come rock with me. Don't want your stacks, I got your back. Don't cut them no slack, cause we rollin' like that. Come on, and put it on me.
Put it on you, girl.
On me.
I'ma put it on you, girl. Got to do with it, baby.
What's love? It's about us, it's about trust. What's love?
Got to do with it, baby.
What's love? It should be about us, it should be about trust. Hey, what's love?
Got to do with it, baby.
What's love? It should be about us, it should be about trust.
Yeah, ball in a life, man.
Got to do with it, baby.
Go on with it, go on with it. Do us. Yeah. So we are coming here with a force. Yeah. Blessings we are reap and we coursing on full. Oh, in a rise and boast. Yeah, we give thanks like we need it the most. We have to give thanks like we really supposed to be thankful. Blessings all from my life and my thank God for the journey, the earnings are just for the plus. Yeah, and gratitude is a must. Yeah, me see blessings fall by my right hand. But I toast for the friends that take off the bill road. One time did sit down in a class on my board, then only set the road and be one with the road. Yeah.
sorry. That's what blessings upon me. And that's how I'm gonna give him the cup. Breathe, I'm in the light, is it? Jah knows I'm a passion in the night, is it? But the music get me excited. I'm coming like a boss. Are you kidding me? Blessings all for my life and my thank God for the journey, the earnings, and thanks for the plugs. Yeah, gratitude is a must. Yeah, me say blessings fall by my right hand. Us a toast for the friends that take off every load. One time did sit down in a class and we bored then only said the road and we go on with the road. Go on with it, go on with it.
Hey, everyone. How is everyone doing? Still here, still rocking. Thank you, Paladin Puppy, for this wonderful set. And I just want to say hello, and I don't know if they can hear me, to two beautiful ladies. Oops. That is someone with, or is it me? With echo?
Dus
Ah.
aan doen.
Hey, hallo.
Plaatsen Engels.
Hallo, Gianna.
Hey.
Hey. Ja, we waren Engels aan het praten. We were speaking English.
Ik hoor haar niet.
Hoor je me niet? Oh, wacht. Hoor je mij niet?
Ik hoor je.
Goed zo, hallo.
Ben jij dat gele poppen?
Ik ben het paarse poppetje.
Oh, lief. Zullen we even stoppetje spelen?
Ja, we can play hide and seek, definitely. Ik ga ook een beetje in het Engels praten, maar dat begrijp je wel een beetje, toch?
Ja.
Ja, hè? So this is the daughters of our Paladin Puppy DJ in here, and I met them in real life too. And we went to the horses, and we did all fun stuff together. So they wanted to come say hi. And I want to see if Johanna is here. Ah, hello, Puppy and Puppy Fam. Yeah, I don't want to speak too much Dutch, but we always play
But
hide.
awesome to hear them. I just want to say, like, totally awesome to hear you guys. Hi, Poppy. Hi, beautiful girls. You know, lovely to have you in the metaverse. We have talked so many times that we should actually create a metaverse for kids because it would be awesome. Let's do it in Dutch.
Exactly. So, ja, we gaan verstoppertje spelen. Zijn jullie er nog? Horen jullie me nog?
Ja, ik hoor je nog.
Je hoort me nog. Want als je te ver weg loopt, dan hoor je het niet meer. Als je te ver weg gaat, dan hoor je de ander niet meer.
Je moet in het Engels praten.
Oké.
Lord-Ip, är du kvar här så kan vi prata lite svenska också bara för att göra det förvirrande.
Ja, visst.
What are the languages
Eller
we have?
hur är läget i södra Stockholm? Är det bra där nere? Är allt okej?
Ja, då, det är bra.
Ja, det låter bra det.
What other
It
languages?
is funny how global we are, though. We have many languages in here, so that's really awesome.
Yeah, I wonder how many.
Yeah.
Actually.
So we need to show off a little bit that we do, you know, other languages too.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
So
the stream. So for Futurist Conference, the stream is just getting going there. In Toronto, it's now 1 p.m. and they will have their afternoon speeches and events going on site. So that's what we see in the background. We don't have any sound now, but we will in a little while put the sound on, and we're also going to keep the stream going in here so people can, you know, be in Toronto and in here at the same time.
Yes. So Puppy needs to go anyway, so that's fine. He needs to leave. So yeah, let's put the stream on, and then I think we should actually say goodbye to everyone and leave the stream on. I do want to give people the opportunity, if they're here and they have a mic, to just say something, you know, even though we will keep it going for Toronto and that people can come in, but the event, so to speak, is yeah, we're finishing that. Other than the leaving the stream on. So who wants to still say something? Yes, thank you,
Yes,
Puppy.
thank you, Paladin Puppy, for your great music. We're kindred souls, Paladin. But that's what we have in the chat here. Thank you so much, Paladin Puppy. We'd love to have your set here and dancing. And I have to say for myself that talk a lot and stream a lot and do all this stuff in the metaverse, it's so nice to just listen to your music and dance a little bit, and get that break. So it was awesome. Thank you. Thank you.
You will have to look at the stream to hear this because he's already out, I think. But it's okay.
So thank you in the stream, Paladin Papi, and your lovely girls and your beautiful music. If you look at the stream later, you know we love you. The stream will be there forever, so we will love you forever. Over and out. Right?
Yep, definitely.
So we
Thank
have a
you.
little minute here. If someone wants to say something, we have a thank you to Paladin here. Thank you to all the artists that has been participating in this event yesterday and today that joined the open call for the Back to the Futurist for the metaverse, for all the artists that joined and got selected by Crisp and Goat Gallery and Hedgie in the NFT gallery on site in Toronto. I happen to know that has sent out links now with photos from the exhibition in Toronto. So everybody that is an artist in that exhibition can find a link in their email to some photos and things from the screens over there. So that's something to look forward to. And I want to say, huge thank you to Paladin for hosting and streaming and always being, an angel, and for the app and for, all the party in here. And thank you, Sketchy, for helping me organize the metaverse and make it awesome. Because, to be humble and not self-conscious, we rock, girls. This has been so much fun. And also a big thank you to Lord and Rockin for helping us out backstage and in the chat and with some streaming and beams and all the things that makes life happy. And also, thank you big time to Tweak Sign Magazine. Please zoom into them on Twitter or inside the Versium app and see the amazing, amazing magazine they have done that featured all the artists in here. Not all, but some of the artists, both from the Metaverse exhibition and from the Futurist exhibition. You can buy the magazine if you want to support them, but you can also just read through it. There's no strings attached. It's just beautiful. But do share it on Twitter if you do look at it, because they are certainly worth our love for supporting the event in this way. So this is also awesome. And thank you, everyone, speakers in here, visitors, people that have been sharing, helping, the whole big fam, and of course on Cyber. Thank you, everybody on Cyber, for making the platform work so awesomely this time. So that's my whole list, I think. Did I forget someone?
Yes, you forgot one most important person, and that's you. I want to thank you, because without you, none of us would be here today, because Johanna really, together with Sketchlight, they were really the force behind this whole event and behind setting this up. And I sort of tagged along later. They sort of pulled me in, but I am not sorry for being pulled in. But yeah, Johanna is unbelievable. So you're such a good speaker, but also such a great artist and curator, and everything you've done in here. And Sketch is such a great pusher. She pushes us in the background. She's always saying, we need this, we need that, and we make it happen. And of course, Sketch is really great on all the socials, all over the place. Amazing. So I just wanted to add that to your lineup. So thank you, everyone. And yeah, and especially Johanna and Sketch. Without those two power ladies, this would not have happened. And this was really amazing. This whole event is really the first time that we connected live with people on the other side of the world, and it all worked. And yeah, very awesome. So Thank you. Handing it over
Totally
to you,
awesome.
Johanna.
And thank you, thank you, thank you. And also, I want to say, hyper thank you to the people over there in Toronto.
Yes.
Let's not forget them because that was the whole connection here that's been so awesome. So, double thank you to our ambassadors, Chris and William's son Liam at site, doing our bidding and working and being our eyes and hearts over there in Toronto. Uh, Amazing, really amazing. It's been so much fun to hear everything from there. I also want to say thank you to Vas. Vas from CRISP has been the bridge, for the exhibitions and to create this, amazing metaverse. So Vas and Sketch has worked very closely to create, to make the art looks really nice in here, to get all the files. There's so much work behind the scenes, and Vas has been amazing also to get, us there at site on a screen, actually working. She was screaming 3 o'clock in the middle of the night for me, it's working, so it's so many awesome things behind the scenes. And I also want to say super thank you, since we're on an official stream, to Laura and the whole Futuristic team, because they have also been absolutely awesome. We've had a direct link the whole time to talk and to plan and to sync the events. And we're just so proud and honored that you picked us to be the official metaverse for the Futurist Conference event in Toronto, Canada 2026. Wah!
Amazing, Johanna. You are the best speaker, really. Anyone wants to say something?
Yeah, just thank you to everyone. And of course to Rockin and Lord and Chris and William out there. And did they start already? To go live there?
Yeah. They're live there.
Yeah,
But
the live is
Oh, okay.
on. So as
yeah.
as soon as we're done with our, wonderful thank yous, we'll find out what they're doing in Toronto.
Go to eat something. Go to rest. Let's the live stream go.
Yeah. But I want to just give people the opportunity to speak. You don't have to speak, but if you want to, this is the time. And otherwise, we close the mics and open the stream. And I think I'm going to keep it going on Twitter and YouTube, because it is interesting to show that live feed of the conference. So yeah. So
I just want to say thank you for this amazing experience. It was absolutely stunning. So
wow.
I enjoyed it a lot. Wonderful experience.
Thank you, Lord. I mean, really nice to hear from you and from you being part of it. Really, you really helped out, and thank you. Now I hear all the mics closed. Now it's just me. So, or Johanna is probably getting.
I'm typing.
Yeah.
I'm typing. I just wanted to get it on the screen since you are streaming. Thank you, Futurist team, and everybody in Toronto. Thank you, everybody in here. We all love you guys, and get ready for World Pride. It's just 2 minutes away, and we'll
Oh
see each
yeah.
other again.
Yeah.
So this has been amazing. I would say, from my experience, and I'm just a little Vavabot, but still I'm someone, and I'm on the moon, that this has been the best metaverse experience for art connected to a conference ever in history. So thank you, everybody, for being part of this, for being part of the future, and for being part of the fam, in here, in Web3, and in the metaverse. Just sending you all tons of love, and let's see what they're doing in Toronto. And don't forget, put some posts out there on the amazing time we had in here. Thank you, everybody. Bye bye,
Thank you.
Toronto. Bye bye, Metaverse. And
Bye.
hello, live.
Of legislation. So, for example, a stable coin that might be legally offered in one particular jurisdiction might be restricted in another jurisdiction and then subjected to different disclosure legislations or liquidity provisions in a third jurisdiction. And for us, the concern always resonates with regulatory fragmentation. So having those pieces of legislation that do not necessarily speak to or complement each other. And then, of course, the outcome of that usually allows a space for regulatory arbitrage. And so the management of the differences and the nuances between the major legislative requirements is something that we try to manage in BVI. Collaboration with other regulatory bodies and jurisdictions, sharing of information is a key lesson that we took away from the outcome of the nuances that exist between different countries. In addition to that, I will say that one of the biggest lessons that we've learned is that collaboration is key. And so when you're developing legislation and when you're issuing laws, you must talk with your industry, you must engage with your market participants and other relevant stakeholders to ensure that the laws and the frameworks that you're issuing continue to be relevant, manages the risk that you're trying to mitigate, whilst remaining balanced so that innovation can thrive and businesses can continue to succeed.
Look, I'll share my perspective of how we tend to do things here in Canada, and then how these laws would impact the design, and then I'll leave some space for my colleagues to add in a little more color, as I did last time. So I've been a legislator. I've written laws in Canada. I did it 25 years ago. I was a trade negotiator as well. Why do those two things matter? They matter because Canada exists in a bigger environment. We exist globally. So if our laws don't facilitate trade with other countries, if our companies can't actually do business globally, they're stuck in a very small market. They're stuck in Canada. And Canada, by contrast to the US, is effectively like California. So if you set out to build a business like Ali's doing, or anybody else here that's running a company here, and it's digital, by nature, I think you want it global. I think you want to make money in all parts of the world, wherever you can, as easy as you can. So when you're writing law in a country like this one, where rarely do we lead with law, we rarely are the first to make the first law in the world on something. We look at our relationships with other countries. So everybody knows about Donald Trump, yes? I'm just making sure you're awake. Like, hands up, yes, you do. Put your hands up, yes. A little stretch, it's an excuse. Thank you. Anyway, so that's our neighbor, and it matters because whatever business we're doing, it's easiest to get on a bus, get on a plane, get in your car, drive to the US, go find your business partners, expand your market after you've tapped out the tiny country of Canada. So if our laws don't match, if they're not harmonized, if they don't work well together, it's going to cost you. It's going to cost you a lot more. You're not going to be able to make money for your businesses and bring that money back to Canada, which the government definitely wants you to do. So in this particular space, there's been a hesitation because we're disrupting finance, right? That's the point. We're disrupting finance. It started a little while ago. And because of that, you've got incumbents and you've got the new businesses, and it doesn't feel so new anymore. In 2008, it definitely felt new, but it doesn't really now. But here we are, law moves slow, regulation moves slow. So when we're trying to position ourselves in this case, you could argue almost 20 years after the fact, we're a little late. And we have to look at MICA and we have to say, what is Europe doing? Because that's one of our most important trading partners is Europe. We have to look at what Singapore is doing. Why? Because they're one of the more innovative markets in the world. So what are they doing? We look at Switzerland and we say, has anybody gotten in some serious trouble over there? What are they doing? What is China doing? What is India doing? What is Brazil doing? All of the key markets for our businesses to make money, we have to look at what they're doing. So anytime someone like me goes to the government and says, I have law, I want you to move forward. Or I go to a regulator and I say, we have to be competitive with our competitors in the market next door. We look at it and we call it benchmarking. So this is a little bit of a 101 for those that don't know, but I think it's good to make this more valuable to you. So we're benchmarking to the rest of the world. And in Canada at this moment, we are benchmarking. So we benchmarked our Stablecoins Act to Genius. We were looking. We benchmarked some of it to MICA. We benchmarked some of it to Singapore. We're trying to figure out what's the Canadian version of all of this that's going to help us be competitive in a global environment, but also work easily, a little more seamlessly with our partners and our friends, so that companies don't have to scratch their head for 100 years wondering, how am I going to ever do that when I built my system to do this in my home market? So these laws are very, very important. When I look at it, I go a level further and I say, okay, I want my company to win. How's my company going to win? If I can influence the design to work with my current system, my company wins. The rest of you can figure it out yourselves. But I need to make it work for my company. So someone like me, my job is to make sure the design of everything works for our company, for our customers. then for our community and our competitors here, because we love competition, then for our country to stay competitive. And then we've also got to figure out, okay, our competitors coming in from the US, our competitors coming in from the rest of the world, how are they going to view what we have here? Will they come? Sometimes I don't want them to come, sometimes I do. Just depends on my mood of the day, really. But really, it's about what the company needs. So I just wanted to give that context, because rarely is it explained and spoken about. But when we're talking about these global points, and when you're working on what you're working on with the consortium, it's critical that groups like yours exist, because you can pull us all together in a room and say, okay, let's map out where we stand as Canada, in line with what's happening around the world, which our companies, all of you, are seeing, and you're saying, well, they can do it there, why can't I do it here? They have that toy, I want that toy. Why can't I have that toy? Right? It's like,
I like toys.
Basic stuff. I love toys. Anyway, so I'll stop now for the 101, but and team, down to you. You can add what you want.
Yeah, I think I'll go quick, and then Ali, if you have any thoughts to round us out. I think 3 very quick things. If we look at what the US is doing, it's hard to give them credit right now, especially with the tariff wars and everything that's happening, but they've done a good job with Genius, and it applies to both banks and non-banks. The Stablecoin Act right now only applies to non-banks, and there's some ambiguity on what banks have to do to launch their own stablecoins. I mean, we have some guidance from OSFI around capital and liquidity requirements and other things, but more is needed, and that's what our clients are telling us. The second thing is the US is already thinking through market structure legislation, so the Clarity Act, right? We need something like that in Canada as well. Look, we're not the same jurisdiction, we don't have the same type of regulators, we're not set up the same way, but we need to have coordination. I think a little bit more coordination is important, because there's trillions of dollars, right, that are parked on the sidelines in the US waiting for market structure to be passed, and when that does, all of that capital will be deployed and we'll be further behind in a global race, which is not a good thing, especially given where we're at from an economic standpoint in this country too, compared to the rest of the G7. And I think the last thing that I would add is prediction markets are also taking off in the US. Polymarket Calsh have been very successful. The way that we're approaching it is good. I mean, we're being conservative from the standpoint of we don't want market manipulation and we want appropriate controls in place, right, to manage risk, but offering economic contracts and weather forecasts, right, are not the most lucrative things. And like, to be honest, I don't see a lot of Canadians wanting to invest in and trade in prediction markets if that's the only thing that's offered, right? So there needs to be an implementation timeline on how do we have a balanced approach and be competitive and offer Canadians things that other citizens of the world have, right, that we don't have access to.
Lots of valuable points, and when lawyers talk about laws and regulations, I'm a business owner, operator, so I come at these things from a different angle. What regulations do is, in my mind, 2 things. One, there's a protection aspect, and then there's the enablement aspect. We are amazing in Canada at the protection aspect. We are amazing at the reliability. We are amazing at the dependency of our banking and financial sector. What we're learning, and I think the first signal was the pace with which we produced the first act, we're learning the enablement side. What BVI, the Caymans, Bermuda are admirable for doing is they try to stake their claim early. They're putting laws and regulations up front early, and they're trying to be harmonized and interoperate and show that, listen, come start a company here, and then you can transact with the world. And that's phenomenal and admirable. The US, with the Genius Act, the US had a very well-stated purpose. It's the global dominance of the US dollar. And it's also very admirable how the US is acting on this. So the Genius Act came out, I want to dominate the world with the US dollar. Clarity Act, we're redefining the virtual assets and how we transact with them in a way that we also enable the global dominance of our currency. The FinTech Governance Act that came afterwards, exact same thing. And then OpenUSD came out, which is a consortium of so many companies that are playing for this world where they are very well enabled and they want dominance of the US dollar. What we have to do in Canada is, and to Tanya's point, is we have a vision. We need a vision for what we want to do, which is a significant share of the global market. Right now, we sit at roughly 5% of all international transactions. Why not aspire for 10 and 12%? Because blockchain enables you to do more. And then second, our laws and regulations need to follow from that thesis. Back to you, Kalia.
Okay, technical difficulties. Well, I see we have 3 minutes left on the timer, and I don't think that's enough time to get into my last and kind of more saucy question. How about we just do like a key takeaway? If there's anything you'd like our audience to, really know or understand about each one of your companies and organizations, I think each of you have about 50 seconds.
So I'm going to quadruple that because I can. Look, I think right now for Canada, if you're wondering if you're a Canadian business, what you should be thinking about, what you should be doing, I don't need to promote Questrade. We're amazing. Look us up if you don't know us. Talk to me after. I'm happy to share. But right now, what I'm most concerned about is how we're handling financial crime in this country. And I do not want to see crypto be the cause of crime. It doesn't help us as we're just starting to finally take off. I think a commitment to working with government to solidify strategies, technologies, solutions to stop financial crime and protect Canadian consumers is going to be the #1 priority going forward for the next few years. And if this industry can show itself as a leader in that space and show that it is not a hub for crime, I think that's going to make sure that this industry will also be solidified in this country for the next, foreseeable future. So that's my very firm point that I want to leave everybody thinking about.
So for me, I want to leave with whether it be real world assets, tokenized assets, or virtual assets, the requirements are the same. Persons need to know that their assets are protected, that there is enforceable rights that are attached to these assets, and that there is oversight in relation to the supervision of the issued assets. And so collectively, globally, whether it be Canada or BVI, we need to direct our efforts towards ensuring that legal clarity exists, and that we provide environments where innovation can thrive, regulation is proportionate, and that universally we collaborate, because oversight cannot exist for this cross-jurisdictional industry in a vacuum.
I'll keep mine quite short. So, key takeaway in the statement here is, in Canada, we've built one of the most solid and robust legal and regulatory financial infrastructures in the world. We have some of the most capable technical resources in the world. It's okay for us ambitious. It's okay for us to be ambitious and to go after a big prize out there in the world as well.
Ali, I think that's a great point. And just to follow off of yours, I think Canada isn't necessarily behind, right? We have a wealth of global firms where we know their strategy, how they've executed, and we've worked with those types of institutions. And I think Canada has an opportunity to take advantage of what were the successes, what were the failures, how do we apply them in our jurisdiction, and how do we eventually, and hopefully, leapfrog, right, and get back to first place. So yeah, thank you.
Amazing. Could I get a big round of applause for our panel?
Thank you to our amazing panel. And now, please join me in welcoming to the main stage, Michelle Bayo, CEO of Finnovator, and our next panelists. Thank you. Once again, please give it up. Put your hands together for our next panel. Thank you.
Good afternoon, guys. I'm so excited to be here. As she mentioned, Michelle Bayo, CEO and founder of Finnovator, also the author of Mastering the Future of Finance, which is coming out in September. And I'm really excited to be here. I still remember when I came my first time in 2018, and just the energy and focus on driving innovation. And I'm really excited to be here to moderate this panel because we're talking about which rail will win. And when we're talking about the Canadian landscape, I have to mention, speaking on panels around the world, we're behind. I think we all realize we're behind. There is literally 80 countries that have real-time rails and almost the same that have open banking. And as we're looking at this ecosystem, I am happy that as we sit here today, we're actually starting to make some momentum movement towards getting a real-time rail, though it has been a 7-year start and stop. Same on the open banking front, as we're seeing consumer-driven banking finally kick off with some opportunity and some dates. And stablecoin have renewed basic urgent need for us to move down and add these rails. So really happy to be here today to have 3 expert panelists come at this innovation of the multi-rail system as we get new rails finally online in Canada and what that's going to unlock for consumers and SMEs. And I'd love for each of you to just share a little bit about yourself, your role, and why you're so passionate about driving innovation in this space. So I'm going to start with you, Rachel.
Hi, everyone. My name is Rachel Ann Denisov. I'm product compliance at Wealthsimple. What that means is I work with our product teams on interesting products with regulatory complexity. And right now, that is stablecoins with our crypto team. This is the 8th year of Futurist, I believe, right? 8 years. So shout out to Tracy Laperullo and her amazing team for taking us this far.
I love that.
It's like looking back, it's pretty crazy because 2018, as you said, Michelle, like where were we then? It was Ethereum had everyone really hyped about programmable money. You know, we were talking about financial revolution and Bitcoin taking over the world.
Yep.
And I think like many of us are here today as we were then. I'm certainly here for the same reason. And that is to make crypto something we can use more than just trade. So super happy to be here today.
I love that take back, and thank you. I think your passion is felt. Excited to have you here. Over to you, Francis.
Yeah, Francis Guttridge here. I support TD's broader payments remit, and I'm actually the AVP and head of digital assets, product and strategy for the organization. One thing that really excites me about being here and seeing all of the momentum in the industry is really the fact that I've been doing this for the better part of 10 years. And I have to say, I haven't seen the regulators really lean in like they are now. And so the momentum and progress I'm seeing in the industry is much faster and much broader than ever before. And I think it's really starting to come to a point where we're seeing a lot more commercialization and real world client value within that ecosystem. And I think that's a big step forward in the right direction.
I love that. I really enjoy that there's so many more banks in today's discussion. So thank you for that, Francis. Over to you, Didier.
Yeah, hi, I'm Didier. I'm the CEO of Tetra. So Tetra is many things. It's primarily an infrastructure company in digital assets. We're the first to create a regulated trust company around safeguarding crypto for Canadians. So we provide institutional custody. We also provide software. And as of earlier this year, we also issued the first prudentially regulated stablecoin in Canada. So we really took a different view on the stablecoin problem in Canada. CAD is available now on many platforms, and we're really excited about bringing stablecoins in the country. What excites me is the opportunity to just modernize financial infrastructure. For those that know me, know that I worked at big 5 banks for many years. I used to manage a lot of their technology stack and their infrastructure. It was a frustrating time in terms of delivering change and innovation, and I decided to jump right into the blockchain space. So very excited to be here. Kudos to you for being here so late on the second day. So thank you so much for listening to our panel.
I love that, and thank you for your passion to try and bring stablecoin successfully and at mass in the Canadian market as we watch you grow globally. I really want to talk about the fact that everyone's talking about the future of multi-rail systems. What makes now the time? And I'm going to go backwards. So Didier.
I think users are just demanding more, and there's more available products in market. There's also been some really steep changes coming south of the border where, I think it's forcing the ecosystem to move. at a different space, at least in Canada. But ultimately, I think the one thing that I know does the most is you are seeing more and more application launch globally at scale day one. So the concept of barriers, the concept of being landlocked in your payments infrastructure, the concept of being restricted as to who you can send money how, that's changing very rapidly with technology. I think it's accelerated in the last 18 to 24 months. Non-custodial apps, custodial apps, applications like Phantom that anybody can get and essentially deploy Morse or the old Sling money coming out of the UK as well. And I think the technology is driving different types of adoption and consumer behavior, and the consumer is asking different or for better products. So it's definitely a change that we're seeing. That change is accelerating.
I love that. It's like jealousy, but with demand to have access. Because I think Canadians have been jealous of a lot of different offerings that have been in different countries for a long time. Coming from the bank, Francis, and doing so much innovation and working on Jasper back in the day, what excites you now in the sense of this being the time?
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of things that are exciting in the space. Coming from more of a bank perspective, multi-rail isn't necessarily something new to us, right? It's something that we've always offered and we've had to navigate with clients. I think what's starting to change is the focus. For many years, the rails themselves were the product. And so there's a lot of effort to sell those rails, like wires as a product, ACH as a product, et cetera, et cetera. And I think that's largely confusing and complex for clients. To Didier's point, I think clients are starting to get a little bit more sophisticated in terms of articulating what they're looking for. And they're starting to ask us for better ways to move money as opposed to coming to us and trying to figure out like what a wire means to them. And so there's a lot going on in that regard that I think is driving a tremendous amount of value. And then maybe the other piece that's worth pointing out, there's two ways to interpret this question. There's the way that I just described where there's many rails and you're trying to connect and navigate across them. I think the other side is when you look at some of the innovations in blockchain and distributed ledger technology, it in of itself is almost a multi-rail, right? Where you have all of these different assets and suddenly they're all coming together on a single platform. And I think that's also a really unique modernization opportunity.
Yeah, there's so much happening all at once, everywhere. Coming from a Wealthsimple perspective, and obviously being a sponsor, you guys are driving innovation for consumers and driving Wealthsimple to open doors that maybe haven't been opened before. Why is now the time for real-time rails and all these multi-rail systems to all converge and innovate?
So this is such a very interesting question because I think Canada, you guys have all spoken to this, has always been a little bit behind. And we always look outside, you know, it's an internet, it's a global world now. We know what's out there. We know other countries have faster payment services, cheaper payment services, things that work. And you can't really blame it on technology anymore. And so at Wealthsimple, these are problems we've been thinking about for a long time. And we want to be able to chase the best solutions, come up with the best solutions and give them to our consumers first. So the problem of multi-rail, it's not really a problem to us. It's more of an option. We'll choose the best one or we'll let the consumer choose the best one to do the thing that they want to do.
It's an unlock of choice. And I think choice has always been a consumer want and making it easy to choose which rail.
Right, about the solution that's solving the problem as opposed to which rail is
selling a rail. Yeah, I love that. So with all these new rails emerging, what is the role of each of your companies within this ecosystem? I'm going to start with you, Rachel.
So the role of the company, I think we've always seen as access. Wealthsimple, of course, is in a great spot in many ways. We have millions of customers who already use our product, and we're in a place that already has both sides. If any of you caught Vic's talk from yesterday, you'll know, or even followed our product launches, you'll know that we recently launched DEX wallets. So decentralized exchanges integrated with all of our crypto investment products. That's something that I think hasn't really been done before, connecting both sides, both the crypto and the traditional finance. And so Wealthsimple will continue to play that role of bridging those two things. And wherever we go with stable coins or otherwise, that will always be heart
Yeah,
of our focus.
I love that. Simplifying the future of finance is really how you step people into the future of finance. How is
Right. Both
TD
and not one or the other.
Yeah, fully agree. How's TD coming at this? Like, what was your role of stepping into the future? For your
I mean,
consumers?
I'd start by echoing that last point that the both of you made, right? It's simplify, simplify, simplify. There's a tremendous amount of complexity in payments. I think a lot of it is already abstracted away, but as you start to introduce some of these newer systems, like you're adding more and more complexity, and it becomes harder and harder for clients to engage. And so it's how do you overlay that sleek client experience that makes it much easier and more straightforward to use. So maybe that's the first piece. And then the second big piece that I'd be remiss if I didn't say, it's really building some of the trust and connectivity across these systems, right? And so again, it shouldn't be about picking into any individual rail. It should be about knowing that you're working with a trusted financial partner who can help you navigate, make the right choice. Again, in sort of a regulatory compliant way as well, where I think there is still a lot of gray area, and so that can be another hard to navigate piece that we're really focused on supporting. And then maybe the last piece that I will say is just supporting the ecosystem, right? There is a lot of new and moving parts, particularly in the digital assets world, and so the more we can play a role in helping that mature and grow again in sort of a resilient, regulatory safe, compliant way, the more we want to be out in sort of conferences like this, talking to people and helping mature that conversation.
Yeah, I think trust is the new currency, right? So as we step into this complex future of different rails, ensuring that they feel that, have that trust, because they might not understand stable coins or changing fiat to stable coins. So how does Tetra kind of come in this space to help people understand what they're doing?
Yeah, I would say our mandate is obviously a little bit more narrow than some of the participants like TD and Wealthsimple. I mean, our role is to continue to offer safe, secure, compliant, and trusted digital asset infrastructure for Canadian firms and Canadians. You know, we've been at this for over 5 years. We have 5 years audited track record, both operationally, financially, which might not seem a lot for financial institutions, but in this space, we are in a category of our own in Canada, and it's to continue to build on that trust, that security for infrastructure specifically related to anything blockchain related. We talk a lot about the tokenization of money and how value is moving on chain, but ultimately there will be more products that will come on chain over time, and it's continued to be that trusted partner that helps Canadian institutions and Canadians access the environment.
Yeah, and then I think of the environment, and I realize that we're 7 or 10 years behind countries. We're 15 years behind. I think Asia has been ahead of us for a very long time. I actually helped with the WeChat first ever top-up QR payment in 2017 and went, oh my goodness, the future of finance is living in Asia, and we're acting like Kodak. Like it exists, there is a digital camera, but we're making new film. Now that we've finally woken up and see that we need to be part of the future of finance, and we're coming at this with eyes open and wanting to unlock this for our customers, what is the biggest barrier to success of getting this facilitated for consumers with ease? And I was going to start with you, Francis.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of hurdles that stand out to me. Maybe the biggest one being that simplicity component. Like I think it's easy to take a lot of this for granted when you work in the industry and you spend all day around it. It just kind of makes sense to you. But for the general consumer trying to map out how to execute on some of these transactions, to make a cross-border payment the most efficient way possible, like that could be challenging. Even for more sophisticated treasury clients, it's not always the most straightforward process to optimize how they want to move that money. And so that simplicity piece is big. And then more in the digital assets world, like I think the biggest hurdle right now to overcome is just ubiquity and acceptance. There's a lot of different systems today, and they're all kind of building what was similar to the card networks many, many years ago. At some point, it's all got to start to come together and acquiesce in a more central ecosystem. Otherwise, you're going to end up with a lot of fragmented experiences that are really hard to use.
Yeah, I don't disagree. We have some movement, but we don't have exact clarity. Like, Rachel, what's another barrier you're seeing?
I think there's like a simple way to answer the question and a complex way. The simple way, we'll start with that, is, in my opinion, utility. The simple answer. The complex answer is it depends who for. So the barrier for B2Bs is different from the barrier for consumers. And if you take B2Bs as an example, financial institutions are using stablecoins, right? It is happening. And it's happening at a limited scale for certain reasons. But one of them is just the question of like, okay, it moves like money and we can make it move. That's a matter of engineering, of technology, of operational intent. But does it count as money when we do our accounting? Can we treat it as money when we do our reporting? And these are the kind of harder questions, I think, that can't be solved by technology alone. And these are the kinds of questions that our reg team at Wealthsimple thinks about a lot. And then on the consumer side, it's an entirely different question because most consumers don't ask, you know, is this cash on an accounting basis? But they look at the plethora of products out there, and you're talking, we have e-transfer, right? We have bank accounts. We have a very healthy selection of credit cards to choose from. All of these are free or better in some cases. And the barrier to adoption on this front is beating that bar. And that's also something we're working on, but on the product side.
I love that multi-tier answer. I think it really helps to realize that this is like a different complexity for businesses than it is for consumers. And I think tax is like a whole other complexity infrastructure we could get into. But what would you share, Didier, that is like a complex barrier for us to move forward? Or what would be this magic thing we could get that would move us forward with more clarity?
I'd probably say two other things on top of Francis and Rachel. So the first is regulatory clarity, specifically as it relates to digital assets. I think in Canada, we're getting in the way of each other in terms of, if you just look at stable coins as an example, securities and not securities, is the federal government going to take ownership of this? Is it going to be the provinces? Maybe you're looking at a dual track framework. I mean, that complexity alone is very hard for innovators to come into market and to launch products. So regulatory clarity is one, and I would say if there's something that the US have done right is to provide that regulatory clarity to the industry. And it's really accelerated the deployment of technology and the use cases that are being developed. The second piece is, I think, as you know, somebody that's been in crypto for a little while now, we do ourselves a disfavor by like trying to make it so crypto. Ultimately, the users and the clients don't actually care that it's crypto. They just want it to work, and they want it to work well. And some of the best, I think, or more, the better tools out there are starting to completely abstract the crypto component to it, which the user or the company doesn't really know they're interacting with a stablecoin chain. They're just doing a transfer, like they're familiar to do any kind of other transfer. They're seeing all the benefits of what the blockchain technology can bring to that transfer, but ultimately they don't have to deal with the wallets, the co-signing, and all the other aspects of it. So, you know, maybe sometimes just simplify, to reuse Rachel's word, like the actual process and the tooling would help drive adoption. Like my mom's not going to make a stablecoin payment or transfer anytime soon. Just too complex.
Yeah, when you simplify like APIs of APIs, like this consumer just, you know, money is moving and there's a record of it and they can trust it. I don't think they need to understand having their own digital wallet infrastructure.
And maybe just to piggyback on that, right? Like I think there is an element here of just making some of the basics work in that crypto ecosystem. Like the number of times I get asked the question, where's the remittance information on a stable coin, right? Like I'd probably be rich if somebody paid me $1 every single time I heard that. But it's a good question, right? And it sort of challenges some of the simple framings around the industry. Like the stable coin isn't necessarily a payment, it's just money. And so what does that surrounding ecosystem then look like that still meets those consumer expectations?
Yeah, and ISO 20022, you have more data in this rich payment of stable coins. It can have the invoice, it can have what I purchased, it can have this record. It's like payments with intelligence embedded in the infrastructure. And as a payments geek, like that's the thing that gets me excited because it's insights and it's auditable. So I think there's just so much it can unlock. And back to your point of clarity, the US is getting funding because they have clarity. When you have regulatory ambiguity, you can't get people to invest in Canada on open finance. You can't get them to invest in stable coins. Clarity in regulation is an open door to innovation and funding. And I think that's where we've fallen down multiple times over and over again on the innovation dance. It becomes an innovation theater because we don't have the regulation to dance with it. So I'm hoping that's where we'll go next. But then I want to get the room excited about what are your favorite use cases that this is unlocking, because you're coming from all different angles and you also have personal views. Rachel, what's this one use case, if you had to pick one, that you're most excited about?
24/7 instant cross-border payments is a personal favorite, something that domestic rails just can't do. And I mean, Canada is a country with a lot of immigrants in it, so remittance is always top of mind for us as a use case.
That's really important because I think it's remittance with trust and audit, right? Because I think a lot of people send money and they have to do these complex things like go into somewhere and pay so much extra to make sure the money gets there. And I think it's unlocking this for them. That's huge.
It's also just the instant nature, right? Like, let's say you have the money and it's not a problem to you to send $150 in fees, but your mother's on the other side of the world and you want to make sure she gets that money tonight, or it's Saturday evening, or Sunday morning. And sometimes that time can be the difference between like a really good day and a really stressful one. So I think that's why, more than anything else.
I love that use case, especially with 2 kids, right? Like they need money, you got to get it to them. They're here, but I'm just saying in general, I can imagine how that's unlocking the world for Canadians with families all over the world. Francis.
Yeah, maybe there's a few that are worth highlighting. The one that stands out to me most is probably the collateral use case. And the only reason I say that is because I think it underpins a lot of what's to come. And so when you think about a stable coin, it really is a reserve of short-dated treasuries that's then tokenized on a blockchain. That looks and feels a lot like collateral. And so how's that unique from traditional payments? Well, it's the funding and the money movement vehicle all in one versus a traditional deposit system where we would then have to pre-fund at different venues to actually move the money between organizations. The reason I say that's sort of an underpinning use case is because once you get that fully functional collateral or money on chain, you can start to layer in all of these additional financial services use cases, right? So we're talking things like delivery versus payment, or another one that I'm really passionate about that I think is very early days is the lending piece, right? So once you've got collateral on chain, you can start to talk about lending, and then you eventually start to get toward that full banking flywheel on a more modern and robust infrastructure than the way that we operate today.
And it could actually potentially reduce the risk, which could reduce the interest rate, which could unlock like potential GDP for the country. So that should be a top use case. I love that you brought it up. Didier?
Trying to think of something else to add. Remittance is a big one. So, I would agree with Rachel on that 100%. And in line with Francis, but maybe a little bit different. And again, as somebody that provides infrastructure, so that has conversations with a lot of organization around their aspirations of bringing a variety of tools or opportunities on chain. It's really building that foundation layer to be able to activate additional activity, right? So the lending, the collateral management, but also the settlement layer. So stablecoins is a great utility for settlement of anything else that's going to be coming on chain. And you're really activating those use cases by having something that can act as a payment instrument, and that's available for settlement. So that kind of use cases is more prevalent. Canadians are going to see more products come into market within the next 6 to 9 months on that front. It would not happen if you didn't have a valid stablecoin in market that can be utilized as a settlement layer. So we're very excited at Tetra about all these use cases.
Yeah, and I think that really speaks to B2B, because a lot of our B2B businesses have 80% of their invoices coming from the US. And when they go to settle those payments, there's no detail. It's just the amount and the date. There's no identifier of who paid them. So if it was a stable coin, there would be an identifier, and that could clean up their books faster, and they could actually spend more time on innovating instead of accounting. That gets me excited too. Well, this is our last question because this flew by. We have 5 minutes left. I would love for each of you to just think of what's one piece of advice you can give to the professionals in the room when they're thinking of these multi-rails. What should they be focusing on so that they could take the most advantage of orchestrating themselves for their businesses? Rachel.
Distracted by the camera. One piece of advice. I would say try to see where this market is going and have a little conviction in your prediction. And I mean this, like the last 10 years, crypto was very dominated by the trading story, right? People bought crypto, they held or they flipped. And that was most of the activity that, you know, counted for numbers in the last 10 years. And there's always going to be uncertainty in different places, whether it's regulatory uncertainty or like a bit of product or operational technology uncertainty. But all of these things will just hold you back if we don't act. And we already know from the last 10 years that like innovation doesn't wait. Crypto never really waited for permission either. So that one piece of advice is have a little conviction in your prediction. I think the future of crypto is money, right? Crypto as money, crypto as finance. And that's where we'll be pushing. But wherever that is for you, I think you should put 100% behind it.
I love that. Stay passionate and stay focused. There's a lot of noise. You can't help. Francis.
Yeah, maybe I would say steep yourself in the fundamentals, right? Like if you want to solve a problem, you really have to understand what that problem is. A lot of these things are almost like iterations on things that have happened in the past. And so it's not a slight against any of the new innovations within the digital assets world as an example, but understanding what makes them novel, I think, is important. And so if you think of stable coins as just a form of tokenized money, you're probably missing the point. And people have done that for years and years, whether it was shells or stones or gold or whatever else they tried to trade. But if you really start to understand how money works today, you can really see the value of something like having a shared ledger that everybody can see and have that transparency into. And so I think we've spoken a little bit about some of the merit there, but really that stems from having a depth in how this really works today, and then trying to really pinpoint how you're making an impact on innovating and modernizing around that.
Yeah, so definitely dig deeper on what the infrastructure does and how it does it so that you could innovate by utilizing it. So, yeah.
Yeah, I would say two things. I know you asked for one. I'm going to do two, if that's okay. The first one is, and I say this more and more now, it's the underlying technology that underpins all of this is blockchain. So for the people in the room or the industry participants, is you need to get deeper into blockchain technology, what it can do, understand the kind of value it can bring to your business, because ultimately there's more and more innovation happening in the area, and it's the same concept that underpins all of it. So that's important. The second one, this is a payments panel, so just generally speaking, there's a lot of really passionate people in our industry that are like, oh, tokenized deposits are going to win, stable coins are going to win, real-time rails are here, why do we care about stable coins? Ultimately, it's about providing the tool and optionality to the clients, right? Don't care or don't be so passionate about who do you think is going to win. Try to optimize your portfolio to have all the different features and tooling kit that clients might want, because the perfect world is a combination of all these things together. Stable coins, as an example, could be paired very well with other types of tokens that could be used as collateral, as an example. Real-time rail stops eventually where stable coins can pick up and do that last mile. So it's a combination of these tools that are going to really help the client out, and don't be so ingrained into your specific view, because ultimately you need all of them.
No, I appreciate that. It's really an orchestration of having the right rail for the right use case to ensure that it's the fastest, cleanest, data-driven infrastructure, so that you can fulfill that use case at your best possible timing and situation. And I think it's understanding them and not blocking any of them and trying to figure out which one helps your business best. So I appreciate that, guys. This has been such a fun panel. I do want to go back to Didier's point. There's so many podcasts, there's so many free courses, accessible insights on blockchain, the future of finance. Dig deeper, because becoming a payments geek or going deeper into stablecoins, the future of finance is here, and it's how do you want to implement it to take advantage for your customers and yourselves. So thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Francis. Thank you, Didier, for being here, and thank you, Futurist. I hope you guys have a good rest of afternoon.
Thank you to our very informative panel. ETH Toronto, presented by Theo, is happening upstairs right now. Join in on the technical talks and builder sessions. Enjoy a drink while you're upstairs. Grab a beer or a cocktail because the bars are now open. Up next, we turn our attention to compliance. Our next panel is Digital Assets and Compliance and the New Competitive Advantage. Please join me in welcoming our moderator, Stephen Sargent from Airdropped, to the stage.
All right, everyone. How's everyone doing so far? We're going to be talking digital assets and compliance. And as everyone's getting ready to sit down, I'm not going to go through long intros. We're going to introduce our panel, and they're going to give us one sentence about what they do and what they're bringing to this panel. We'll start with Reagan.
Hi, I'm Reagan McGrath. I'm the CEO at Metrics Chartered Professional Accounting. We specialize in digital assets, do a lot of work with the CRA, help companies get through audits. And I'm interested generally in stablecoins, and that's what I'll be talking about today, I believe. And then if we get to tax, I would love that.
Naveen.
Naveen Marr, I'm the CCO for Robinhood Canada. I really think of compliance as the plumbing for digital assets and for the business to work operationally. My focus has always been how to bridge traditional finance and digital asset compliance.
Hi, my name is Joseph Yuso. I'm the Global Regulatory Affairs at KYC 2020, amongst other things, Executive Director of CMSBA, and I love everything and anything to do with payments, compliance, AI, crypto, you name it. I'm in everything.
Hi, my name is Amanda Wick. I'm the head of Americas at VerifyBass. We are the crypto native FATF compliant travel rule solution, which might out nerd tax. So if you want to know anything about travel rule, I also got into crypto a little differently in that I was a federal prosecutor for DOJ for nearly a decade. So my background tends to be fin crime and coming from the AML CFT area of compliance.
And if Amanda looks familiar, she had her book signing yesterday, so she's a best-selling author at that. We're going to start off this conversation with stablecoins. Obviously, Canada has stablecoin regulations coming into fruition. We're trying to move away from securities being labeled for stablecoins. Reagan, tell us what we can borrow maybe internationally for some of the stablecoin regulation that you've seen.
Thank you. Yeah, so it's an interesting time for stablecoin compliance. So it's been talked about all week here. The Stablecoin Act is including a part that says there can have no yield. There can be no yield on the stablecoin. Then we need to differentiate yield versus rewards. We heard yesterday from Kraken that they're pushing the envelope there, going to offer rewards to incentivize people to stay in our capital markets in Canada. Originally, MICA in the EU had a similar take, and that is under review now. So I think governments around the world are starting to understand that to get people to invest in your currency, you do need some incentive. Interestingly, the UK just did their kind of version of the Stablecoin Act, and they are allowing yield. In the States, the Genius Act and then the Clarity Act coming in on top of it. It'll be interesting to see if the Clarity Act gets through the House and what they'll do with yield or rewards. But I think it would be wonderful if we could not make the mistake of moving backward. And what we're learning from MICA, from the UK, and probably what will happen in the States is that we need to have incentives for people to own CAD so that we keep money and capital in Canada so that we write our own rules. It will be incredibly dangerous, I believe, if that doesn't happen, because already we see huge stablecoin adoption in USD. I was just chatting outside, and you can't even get QCAD without investing in USD to buy QCAD. So we need to really think about the sovereignty issue of writing our own rules, and we can learn from the progress and learn from the areas under review and leap ahead and be strong and keep money in Canada.
We have some really good Canadian stablecoins coming up. We need to create the regulatory framework to make them competitive around the world. Naveen, this topic and this conversation is really about showing that compliance is a competitive edge. You've built a robust compliance program. Why is it so important for compliance departments to make sure that they get this right, to have a competitive edge, especially at the global markets?
Well, it's no longer about the hype. I think we're past that. I think it's about trust. And if you have a strong, hopefully seamless compliance system helping you in the back, run things like KYC, KYP action, I think that's going to attract more innovation. That's going to make the regulators much more comfortable with the things that we're proposing forward. I mean, compliance all the way, right?
Amanda, I heard you earlier today in the regulation and compliance breakfast that you had with some of your partners talking about, this thought process around the case study of a large exchange. You didn't name any names that got market share, chose not to do compliance the right way. And now companies are starting to think like, can we handle a $4 billion penalty if that's one day's worth of revenue? How can we create regulation to deter this kind of mindset of we can put compliance on the back burner, let's get market share first?
I think the really interesting thing is I don't know that I agree that on the digital asset side that the compliance is mature and there yet. I feel like a lot of us, particularly those of us that work a lot with traditional financial institutions that are looking at these opportunities, particularly after Genius, and they're super interested and they're like, should we build a stable coin? Should we do this? I think they're looking at where digital asset companies are, and they're not seeing the institutional grade culture of compliance that TradFi basically had imposed on them by regulators. And so I think they're looking for where are the safe spaces, where are the mature actors, not who says they're mature, who spends a lot of money on marketing, but who's actually under the hood, has the programs in place that are like meeting FATF guidelines, meeting regulator guidelines, not just doing checkbox compliance. And I do think what's interesting is that I think, for years we've been talking about where's the institutional adoption, and the reality was it needed regulatory clarity. Well, now we have that, and you see the institutional adoption saying, well, I want to get in the pool, but that looks like somebody peed in it, right? And until you drain that, I'm not getting in there. And so I really think that when we see some of these companies up their game on the compliance side, then you will see a competitive edge, and you'll see, frankly, I think some of the exchanges probably struggle to survive. And it won't just be regulatory burdens like Mika, it'll be who's gonna make it if banks actually do their due diligence and see what you're running for a compliance program. And they will not want the reputational risk, I don't think.
Can your next book just be a bunch of your analogies, like in one big, thick book? Joseph, I want to ask you about this because you are the executive director of the Canadian MSB Association. These are strong, a lot of mom and pops and small VASP. How are they handling this, and how are they trying to keep up with the regulatory and compliance burdens that they're seeing every day?
Wow, that's a pretty interesting topic because it depends on the entities themselves. Some of them are really strict on what they do and how they do it and doing all the proper things. And then there's others out there that are trying to push the envelope and make margins and make profit. I think it all depends on who you're talking to and what markets they're serving. And so we have the challenge of there's a lot of good actors, but there's also a lot of, not a lot, but a few bad actors that are spoiling the bunch. And that's why you see these write-ups. Even this week, there was a write-up on OTCs, abusing the system and not doing all the KYC and stuff like that. And then you got other ones like BitBuy that went to WonderFi that's now at Robinhood, and they started off day one 8 years ago and said, we're going to do the right thing. We're going to put in a program that verifies clients at $0 instead of $1,000. We're going to put in transaction monitoring. We're going to put in chain analytics. We're going to put in all those things. And so I think Wonderfy with Robinhood and BitBuy is a great example of people doing the right thing.
Sorry, I just need to add, Joseph was the CAMLO for BitBuy, so thanks, Joseph.
No, there are people out there that are trying to do the right things. That's what I'm trying to say.
Feels like one of those TikToks where like, your CAMLO was good, and the other person's like, you were our CAMLO. I want to talk to you, Naveen. You know, we have a lot of great compliance professionals in this audience. Talk to me a little bit. It feels like Taylor Swift, we're in our scamdemic era here in Canada, where I think 90% of these people do not pick up a phone call that they recognize or don't recognize. How do you balance like the strict regulatory requirements to try and mitigate fraud, but also have, you know, this seamless integration and seamless user experience that the younger generation that are using your products can have?
I think one thing that's very important with seamless is you have to set very clear expectations, where, you know, the same expectations apply to your corporate clients, your institutional clients, your retail clients, so people know exactly, you know, what sort of questions they're going to expect, what sort of documentation that's going to be required. And I think that helps with creating a process that's expected. At the same time, I think, you know, we have to make things high friction for criminals and low friction for you know, the good intentioned investor. Not sure if I answered your question,
No,
but
I think you did. And I want to ask actually, Joseph, you know, you've created your own AI products and solutions for sanction screening and pet monitoring, but we're seeing a lot of AI solutions, you know, magically along with Claude Code come out of the woodworks and say they're going to solve, you know, AML, they're going to solve transaction monitoring, they're going to stop scams using the AI solution. What do you think compliance officers can actually trust when it comes to AI?
So you have to make sure whatever AI you're going to use is auditable, meaning that you have to know what it's actually doing. So when I look at a lot of solutions out there, the AI has cleared the false positives or cleared this, but it doesn't tell you why it cleared it. It doesn't show you why it did what it did. And that's one of the things when we started off in our AI journey in 2018 at KYC 2020, we actually looked at probabilistic, deterministic, Bayesian algorithms. And we realized that probabilistic is really good at, and Bayesian is really good at trying to find everything and cluster it, but you needed human in the loop, the deterministic aspect, to ensure that you had results that could be justifiable to the regulator. So I don't think it's a matter of AI is going to take over the world and take over all our jobs. It's going to make our jobs more efficient, because the more we have data, the more we have information, the more humanly we cannot deal with it anymore. So AI couldn't come any sooner. And I agreed with Dan Tapscott the other day, or yesterday, he was talking about AI is not a tool. It's a human level change. It's something that's going to change our species. And I agree with that. I think it's something that if we fight it, we're going to lose.
Yeah, if I could add to that, just because like when I left the government, I went into blockchain analytics, and there was this really interesting dynamic that was a little scary at the time, which was some of the tool companies saying, the tool does this for you. You just put it in and it's automatic, and this tool is so great, and you barely have to understand how blockchain analytics works. The tool is so great at doing it for you. And they kept pushing this message, which I will tell you is really problematic as a prosecutor, because at the end of the day, some human's gonna have to come into court and say, how did you get from that address to the person whose liberty you wanna take away and put in prison? And the problem with that narrative was, you can't put a tool on the stand and say, so how did you determine this? Well, so then what happened was you had a lot of law enforcement who weren't actually learning blockchain analytics, they were learning how to use a tool. And that's like teaching somebody how to use a TI-82 calculator without teaching them trigonometry. And I'm aging myself with that example, and this guy gets me, right? That is a horrifically irresponsible thing to do. So then what happens is, you spent all this time making them think it's automatic. Well, now the AI companies come in and say, oh, that's great. because we've got AI that's going to do it automatically for you. And now what you're seeing is the analytics companies coming up and go, whoa, 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 whoa. You need a person to analyze that and understand that, and you need a human. So you got to be careful with all that AI stuff and that kind of marketing hodgepodge of garbage that they've now made into this melange of I don't know who to trust or what's real is causing a real problem. Because do you buy the analytics tool that automatically does it for you and is super easy and is AI? I hope not, because if you can't box and open it up and show a court or explain to somebody or a regulator and audit it, that is a massive problem. But we spend too much time conditioning people to make them think that blockchain analytics is easy, and it is not. It is an art. It is a science. It is a very difficult skill that we need way more people to learn. And the tool just helps you do it faster. It does not replace human analytics, conclusions that are drawn, and then the need to explain it later. And that, I think, is a terrifying thing that I've seen where we're moving into these products. Like, you should not be saying that the tool does anything for you that you cannot explain and justify. And if you don't know what the tool's doing and you don't know how it works, you really shouldn't be using it.
I'm actually curious because you touched on a couple of different points, but one thing we're seeing in Canada, Reagan, is around Bill C-12, where these MSPs could be hit with 20 times penalties. We're talking up to, I think, $40 million worth of penalties and we're seeing one violation could cost them $500,000 right now. So we can only imagine under Bill C-12. Can you kind of give us a lens of how are some of these MSPs going to cope with this burdensome regulatory framework?
Yeah, well, I think big picture, Canada needs to wrap its head around right-size regulation. And yes, the fees are in place, but what we're seeing and what we just talked about in the room was that, what should I say? The penalty should matter to these companies. It shouldn't be an idea that, okay, we're actually having a conversation in the boardroom on whether or not we're going to be compliant or hit first market share and just pay the penalties. So when I think of data and pictures all the time, and when I look at the fines for the smaller companies trying to be good, trying to do the right thing, trying to be a compliant MSP, the fines for them are proportionately gigantic compared to someone like Binance, who can maybe afford to just take the risk and go get the market share and not be compliant. So I think it's both sides. I think we have to have maybe proportional fees that actually help or hinder companies. But then I do think we need to be talking about right-sized regulation to make sure there aren't 60 different regulatory bodies that everybody has to report to.
I'm curious, I was at the Cayman Canada Summit yesterday night. There's a lot of talk about tokenized assets. Naveen, you just released Robinhood Chain that everyone's talking about online that's allowing for 24/7 trading of tokenized assets. Can you tell me a little bit about how do you scale a compliance program to match these financial products that are going to be on chain and online 24/7?
Compliance never sleeps. Well, I mean, you use AI, you build monitoring tools to help you with the supervision. I think the key there is that understanding where the accountability sits to help you make your processes more efficient, where, you can't outsource accountability. You can build tools to help processes become more efficient and monitor activity 24/7. I mean, crypto trades 24/7. So the 24/7 thing isn't new for us. It's just ensuring that you have the right support for the monitoring and understanding where the accountability sits. To Amanda and Joseph's point, not just with AML, but even with regulatory, we don't have anything from the regulators that says explicitly that you can't use AI. But what it does say is, regardless of the tools that you use, you are the one who's accountable to ensure that, investor protection is there. And same thing with fines and rate sizing regulations. The forefront of everything that we do is investor protection. And yeah.
Naveen was talking about you being the CAMLO earlier on, Joseph. What would you say, and I know you do some probably fractional work now, what would you say to a new VAS coming to Canada looking to set up shop? What are a couple of things or things that they should consider before, getting licenses, working on banking relationships?
I have this question almost every day. You need to make sure you have the tools, have the training for your staff to know how to use the tools. Stop using Excel spreadsheets. Stop using paper-based compliance. You need to automate. You need to get whatever tools you can to make it simpler, faster, smarter for your team, and to make sure they're accountable to those, like Naveen said, make sure they're accountable to those processes so that you know you're running a program that can find problems, scams, frauds, all those things. They're not going to catch everything, but if you're going to hamstring them and you're going to put paper in front of them, Excel spreadsheets, you're not going to find anything, and you're probably not going to keep your bank account.
I'm curious, Amanda, when I was talking to Naveen about 24/7 tokenized assets, I was thinking, like, how, if you're a regulator, you're supposed to create this regulation to cover every new technology, but it's also supposed to be timeless at the same time. How do you help regulators craft some of this regulation to make sure it's covering DeFi and tokenized assets and soul-bound tokens, but also lasts long enough that, 3 years from now, we don't need to redo it?
I think the problem is in the question, in that we were so used to the Bank Secrecy Act from the 70s being for cash, and we just had that boy sit for 50 years on the shelf. We didn't really change it, and then 9/11 happened, and we weren't really ready for that, and then all of a sudden we got the Patriot Act, which nobody wanted, but that's what we cobbled together in the response to that, and then that's what we had for 20 years. And we actually don't do iteration very well. And that's really a problem when you look at what crypto and digital assets is doing, which is evolving at a speed that nobody was ready for. And so you're basically telling a bunch of people who have lived on an aircraft carrier, we need to move like a frigate. And they're like, that's not really how we roll in financial services. And that's a huge problem because these regulators are doing their best with less resources, right? Less education, less time. They're being asked to do more with less. I remember when I was in the government and our boss said, we need to do more with less. She did not do more with what she had. And it's very frustrating. But it's one of those things where you're seeing, and in fact, I think there was a regulator from Bermuda at our breakfast who gave this really inspiring talk. But I was like, but that's Bermuda. If you're Bermuda, if you're UAE, if you're a nimble jurisdiction where you can get I was at BVI for FinTech on the Seas. We had the premier, we had the minister of finance, we had the head of the FSC in the room. We could make decisions. We could change the world in BVI in a day. That is not how Canada, America, Australia, and democracies are working. And unfortunately, they are at a massive disadvantage that they are not able to move and they're not able to iterate. A lot of them don't have principles-based regulation. In the United States, we have way too many agencies, so we do not have one FSA that plays well together. We have the SEC and the CFTC who compete for jurisdiction, which is what's creating this clarity need, right? Which is so ridiculous. So when you think about that, and this idea of we actually need, unfortunately, way more innovation and regulation than we've needed innovation in the industry. The industry's been doing fine on innovation. Where we've struggled is having regulatory innovation and having regulators catch up to say, what would the Bank Secrecy Act look like today if we rewrote it for digital assets? If we took the whole house down to the foundation and just started with the principles, we don't want money laundering, we don't want terrorist financing, we want safety and soundness and prudential. What would that look like for digital assets? That's incredibly hard to do. And we're just now seeing discussions of that, how to build in programmatic compliance, how to integrate compliance into DeFi where you can stop transactions before they even, right? And the irony of all of this is that for a lot of us in AML CFT, we are so excited about crypto. It does it better than TradFi, right? Which is not something that OG crypto really kind of likes. So you have this culture struggle, right? Where a lot of us are like, hooray, we get to fight financial crime using crypto and digital assets. And they're kind of like, but we wanted the anonymous free flow of money forever. And you're like, but that wasn't ever going to be a thing. So this is the tough thing. And I look at some really amazing regulators that are doing cool things, but unfortunately, what they're doing isn't really attacking giant pools of liquidity, and it's not attacking some of the largest exchanges in the world that matter. And so, and I don't want to say they don't matter, everybody matters, but some of them matter more than others. But I think that's a real problem, right? Yes, it's great that there's deterrence in Canada and you're afraid of the fines. every day there's an American company right now that's asking itself, how much would the fine be? And then how much Trump coin would we have to pay to get out of it to DOJ? And that's a very real question right now that's being asked because they're seeing in the paper every day. And we just had an article that you could actually buy Truth Social posts time before they get posted. So if you want to do insider trading, get that Trump coin ready, right? Like that's just the world we're in, like it or not. So how do you deal with all of that in like the biggest market in the world? And Canada's sitting here, we're doing it right. I'm hoping that something happens on the US FATF mutual evaluation that says maybe we don't do these things. But even then, the risk isn't that the US we don't have a FATF that's taken seriously because they let that go and they gray list a UAE or a BVI that's trying to do it right. And the UK and the United States keep laundering money in the trillions in comparison to these jurisdictions. That puts the entire AML CFT system at risk. And my fear is in a year, 2 years, 3 years, are we even talking about compliance, right? Like, is it even a thing if you're no longer afraid if jurisdictions are just competing for the dirtiest money and all of the money because that's where we get to? I think that's where some of us are terrified of.
Reagan, we're going to go lightning round here. What should Canada's regulators be focused on for digital asset regulation? You have 45 seconds.
Codifying the Income Tax Act for digital assets instead of trying to make us rely on interpretations that are not legally sound or coded. And in general, codifying the rules and regulations around crypto. We see regulators really struggling with it. The CRA really struggles with it. If we could just get some laws in place, we would love, if there's any regulators out there, we'd love to help you. We have a lot of information on the panel in the room. Please, please get it coded and so we can all be on the same page.
Is this your first time at Futurist? Your regulators don't come in the stage. Naveed?
I think the focus should be on global enforcement and real-time enforcement. So until we get there with our privacy regulations and with all of our partners, like, other exchanges, we have a lot of work ahead of us.
Joseph?
What's the question again? I missed it after the two.
Like, what should Canadian regulators be focused on? Like, what part of digital assets? Whether it's stablecoins, scams, what's the focus should be?
I think we need to get to this financial crimes agency sooner rather than later. We need to coordinate our efforts. We need to be able to make sure that we're not all operating in a silo. And I think this financial crime agency might be the thing.
Okay, I'm making the producers sweat a little bit, but we're going to play a round of this or that. Joseph, we'll start off with you. AI AML agents or
Hey, you
human
forgot
AML
one.
agents?
I don't get it. Forgot Amanda. You
I
forgot
was going to
Amanda?
come back to you as the last hit.
Okay. All right. Go ahead. Sorry.
AI agents or human agents? Which one would you rather on your compliance team?
Human agents with AI.
Naveen, who would you rather report to, FinTrack or FinCEN?
FinTrack.
Sanctions, too much or too little, do you think, Reagan?
Too little.
And Amanda, final thoughts, and we're going to ask you a question, but final thoughts on that. On what should Canadian regulators be focused on?
Oh, gosh.
45 seconds. I'm making them sweat up there. I can see the...
No, look, I want to say something other than travel rule, but as nerdy as it is, it's travel rule, right? Because I don't think people realize that in jurisdictions that actually enforce travel rule, they take impersonation scams to near zero. They fight crime in a way because if you're a law enforcement agent and you go to an exchange and you subpoena the records and that exchange allowed somebody to send money to Mickey Mouse because their travel rule, Mickey Mouse as an entry for who a counterparty was, that's insanely ineffective at fighting crime. So it's like the geekiest thing that we don't talk about, but robust, accurate travel rule data actually would help fight so much of the scams and fraud, and we just don't spend enough time talking about it.
Love it. And for all our compliance friends in the audience, let's thank these people for joining us on the stage. And for our compliance professionals and our friends that all shared the love, I got free hats for you backstage if you come get. Thanks so much, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to our awesome panel. We'd now like to recognize StableCorp and QCAD, the official stablecoin partners of Canada Crypto, and then bridge the gap from traditional finance and digital assets right here in Canada. Our next talk is going to be a fireside chat with Jeffrey and Ryan from OVH Cloud. Please welcome them to our Futurist stage.
All right, so we've heard a lot about many aspects of blockchain and Web 3.0, everything from tokenomics to regulations and even on to market timing. And all of those things can certainly help a company succeed or fail in this space. But there's an area that's not really talked about, and that's what we're going to talk about today, and that's the underlying infrastructure upon which these blockchain and Web 3.0 workloads run. So specifically cloud infrastructure, because at the end of the day, it's servers all the way down. And so something to be considered that makes or breaks the success or failure of these blockchain and Web 3.0 companies and workloads, or at least maybe not make them as profitable as possible, are things like hidden fees for bandwidth or per API call charges. It also could be that the underlying infrastructure isn't optimized to handle these types of workloads, or that the workloads are running in a cloud that the end user doesn't have complete control over from a sovereignty or a data residency perspective. So Ryan, you're an expert in this blockchain area and you're working with customers every day to help them solve these problems. So what are you seeing in these areas as far as the problems I've just described? And maybe you have an example of a customer who was able to overcome one of those.
Yeah, sure thing. Most of the time, infrastructure becomes a business problem before people realize it. It always comes with three main things all the time. It started with performance first. Syncing or backfilling a node might take too much time. Latency as well. And the cost in terms of storage. Most of the time, builders think about their infrastructure at early stages of their company. By doing so, they focus most of the time on the pricing of the compute without thinking about the metered consumption like bandwidth and egress fees. It can be quite a challenge when you're scaling up. And the other thing is about the flexibility. Have you created any technical dependencies on any with any providers? And we saw that, and many of our customers work around this. Let's take the example of one of ours, Canadian one, Streaming Fast. They decided to run their Redo nodes on OVH Cloud Bare Metals. By doing so, they have been able to reduce the perceived latency by 2 to 3 times, which is amazing because everything is about the performance in the end. And on top of that, the catch-up times on heavy demanding blockchains such as Solana really increased. And on top of that, and that's the thing, they have been able to save up to $20,000 a month only on those Redo nodes. And that's what I want to have, having a better latency to provide a better products, and in the end, better pricing to get more room for them to scale.
Well, that's amazing that they were able to gain all those efficiencies and savings. But how complicated was that? How long did it take them to switch over to the correct underlying infrastructure that delivers those results?
Yep, it was pretty smooth. Really, for Streaming Fast, it was a really smooth rollout. Very low pressure on their DevOps team, so really easy to do. And the most important part, no disruption for their customers. And that's the most important thing. Because when we think about moving or migration, most of the time we think about the whole replatforming thing, like all or nothing. We can move it workload by workload, and that's how it works the best. If we take another example, let's take ETHStaker, the sole staking community of Ethereum. Most of the stakers run nodes all across the world, and by doing so, they have some home labs, some nukes that might create some discrepancy sometimes in terms of performance, because based on the location, not the same power stability or internet caps. So the community decided to run 400 testnet nodes across multiple continents, and they have been able to do so in a matter of days. And that's where it matters. It should be smooth.
Yeah, and I think it's also important to meet customers where they are and give them the choice of the infrastructure. So you mentioned bare metal, which we'll dive into here in a moment, because some people might think that that's an old or a legacy technology and that everything is being built on Kubernetes and cloud native. But as we've seen, that's not the case. So for a hybrid cloud provider like OVH Cloud, where we deliver both private cloud, especially bare metal cloud, but also public cloud and Kubernetes and platform as a service offerings, it's important to meet customers where they're ready in their cloud journey. And like you said, sometimes just that lift and shift of a workload so that they can start getting the benefits of the cloud can get them started and really unlock things. So all that said, what can you tell us about why bare metal seems to be such a great solution for blockchain and Web 3.0 workloads?
Yeah, bare metal, most of the time, it's going to depend on the workload for sure. And that's why out of OVH Cloud, we do propose many products, including instances, but bare metal as well. Bare metal is great for raw compute. Raw compute because it brings you isolation. You're no longer fighting for CPU cycle, memory, or storage performance. On top of that, it brings you more control on your server because you can manage the operating system running on it and the networking configuration that you're going to apply on it. And that can make sense on RPC and validators, for example, where it matters a lot. And the other thing that is very interesting is it brings you customization because you can customize as its dedicated machine. These machines are yours. NVMe performance on storage for archive nodes, for example, or GPU for ZK or OAI. And that's the most interesting part. If we take an example of one of our customers, one comes to my mind directly. Let's take the example of Everstake, the staking company. By moving to OVH Cloud, they used to work with many different providers across the world, and sometimes it can create some discrepancy when you're working with multiple providers, not always the same level of services, or some things might differ from one to the other. And they decided to have fewer providers, work on us, work on our bare metals. They have been able to deploy globally, and by doing so, they have been able to provide a 99.98% uptime to their customers. And on top of that, being able to be run on over 80 plus proof of stake networks. And that's the most important part, I would say. It would bring to customers the consistency of the performance, a predictable pricing, that's really interesting, and operational simplicity.
Great. And then, like I mentioned earlier, so it's not just about performance, but it's also about cost and being able to estimate your costs. And with a lot of cloud providers, especially public cloud, there are a lot of hidden charges. So per API call costs, bandwidth costs, et cetera. So not only do you need to line up the infrastructure to support the right workloads, but you need to be able to predict your costs and know what you're going to spend. So how does OVH Cloud address that? Or when you're looking for a cloud provider, like what are blockchain customers looking for?
Most of the time, and that's one of the huge differentiator, I would say, of OVH Cloud, providing no egress fees. And on top of that, the storage of the VM is included in our pricing. So you can have that predictability when you be reselling your services, knowing how much you're going to be spending. We're not going to be in that mode where the more you use it, the more it's going to be expensive for you. You're going to have that I would say that transparency, that predictability on the pricing, and that matters the most, even more today.
Yeah, and I think we're probably seeing also with some of these new technologies that are coming on, zero knowledge proofs, AI adjacent workloads. It's really difficult or impossible to predict the traffic patterns. So having that unmetered bandwidth is really important so you can focus on your business and not get hit with those surprise bills. But with AI and some of these other emerging technologies, what are you seeing on the ground in those areas?
What we can see is that today, blockchain infrastructure has become critical middleware. Thousands of applications rely on it for availability, performance, access to on-chain data. And we see that every day, that RPC providers' infrastructure resemble more and more to all of the major enterprise platforms. If you take the example of a great customer of ours, Alchemy, they handle over 20 billion requests per day on over 2,000 bare metal servers on OVH Cloud. And by doing so, they are deployed globally, and their needs are more and more important because RPC needs are more and more demanding. And it's the same thing about the AI and ZK, where GPU density matters a lot. And yes, that's we see it more and more thing. And same thing for the institutional adoption as well, where they are asking about stricter requirements, service level, presence globally, compliance, data allocations for customers, and that's where we see the blockchain is going there.
Yeah, so that's the third of the topics that I brought up at the beginning is the data residency and data sovereignty, which is very important, and we've heard a lot about it here at this conference. And at OVH Cloud, we've structured ourselves to support that. So I run OVH Cloud US, and we have a completely separate back-end customer database. We keep everything separate. So we address US residential customers, but any global customers who want services in the US, whereas OVH Cloud in the rest of the world, they don't do business in the US, and we put in all these protections to make sure that their European and Canadian and other customers aren't subject to the Cloud Act and the Patriot Act. But what more can you tell us on that area of how important sovereignty and data residency and control is important to blockchain and Web 3.0 customers?
Today, it's more and more important for sure, because with all this institutional adoption, we need to make sure, and most of the customers we work with want to make sure that in terms of data residency, the data stays in the country, and it should fit the needs and requirements of all the distant company. So yeah, it's more and more important, and having it separated bring to our customers the choice on how they want to work around it. And I think that's the most important thing, because infrastructure as a whole should support your business and not the other way around. So yeah, that's why our CO rates matter the most, and that's why we decided to take that decision and make the move for the separation.
Excellent. Well, thanks for all of your insight. I see that we're coming up on the end of our time, so let me wrap up, and then I'll give you the final word so you can pull this together for everyone on what they should take away. But for me, it's that when you're operating in this space, it's really a strategic decision that you should take to evaluate where you're going to run these blockchain and Web 3.0 workloads, and make sure that it meets all these requirements for performance, cost, and sovereignty. How do you want to conclude?
If we do think about the infrastructure, I think a very good thing, and that's what the type of conversation we have, is to think about your infrastructure at early stages. And when you do so, when you think about the geography, where are your customers, so where your infrastructure should be, you should think about your infrastructure at 10 times that scale. How is it going to be like in terms of storage, in terms of flexibility as well? Do you have any dependencies on any technology, for example? And I think that's where that's the type of advice I would give. Even more, we are currently attending a great event, so it would be great to just ask for some advice, talk to peers, ask for some feedbacks, ask for some use cases just to see if it would be a fit for you or not to go, and test the workloads. That's the most important thing. You should try it before making those type of moves.
Wonderful. Thanks so much for your insight, Ryan. And for everyone, you can find us at ovhcloud.com, and we're very happy to be recently named a leader in this blockchain and Web 3.0 space as a cloud provider. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Bye.
Thank you, Jeffrey and Ryan, for a great fireside chat. Please welcome to the stage the CEO of Coinbase Canada, Eric Richmond, and Amber Kanwar.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for being with us today. I'm Amber Kanwar. This is Eric Richmond, the CEO of Coinbase Canada. And we're going to have a great discussion about the regulatory landscape in this country when it comes to crypto. Eric, though, you just started in this job in June, the beginning of June. So we're like a month and a half in. And I think it'd be interesting, just as we kick things off, to just understand where's your head at? How do you think about the future of Coinbase Canada as you step into this role?
Yeah. And first off, this is my 8th Futurist. So I just wanted to shout out to the Futurist team. It's always a fun conference, and being here in Toronto is great to see. Back to the question. So Coinbase. So Coinbase is on a mission to increase economic freedom. And in practice, that really means we want to use the blockchain technology to upgrade the financial system. There's some great businesses in here that's doing just that. And really, it's because there's a lot of friction in our current financial system in terms of the time it takes things to send funds overseas, the days it takes to settle things, the cost of those transactions. Things can be done a lot better. And so, Coinbase, my focus is to really bring what we call the Everything Exchange to Canadians. So the Everything Exchange is products that Coinbase has globally that make things seamless, 24/7. That leverage and is underpinned by this technology and has all your financial accounts in one place. And really looking to bring that here to Canadians. So Coinbase goes beyond than just your standard spot crypto exchange that we have here today.
And I kind of joked with you, but I'm going to ask you on stage too. Are you diversifying beyond just crypto, becoming this everything exchange? Because we're in a little bit of a malaise of the market, maybe not with the big assets, but certainly with the smaller stuff. It's certainly not 2021 anymore.
No, I mean, I don't think that's really the case. We actually launched recently DEX trading on Coinbase. So at Coinbase, you can trade hundreds of assets on any Solana or Base or Ethereum chain. And I'm really excited about that product. We're all about making things seamless and easy to use for our customers. And that was the reason why we launched that product. People were sometimes sending funds, from their self-hosted wallet. They'll accidentally fat finger it and send it to the wrong wallet address. So that's why we built a product like that. But then beyond that, there's a lot more that can be done than just, call it with this technology beyond just crypto. Coinbase's mission, like I said earlier, is to increase economic freedom, and we're using this technology to do that. And there's a lot of areas of our financial system that can be improved. And so things like tokenized equities is an example, or stable coins. These are areas where you can have a lot more value being provided and a lot more choice for consumers with at a lot lesser fees that are being charged to these customers for these products.
Now let's bring that to the regulatory landscape. If I summarize at a high level, Canada was pretty early on regulating crypto, certainly well ahead of the United States. And then they got a new president and everything sort of changed. And would it be fair to say that they zoomed ahead of us? And Canada, are we moving slowly? Have we stalled? How would you characterize our positioning?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think there's catching up to do. And I think we can continue we're starting to see this happen. So at the federal level, I think it was great to see the Stablecoin Act come together so quickly, because industry had not heard about that until pretty recently, before it was launched back in I guess July of last year. And that was really sprung on because everything going on in the U.S. with the Genius Act. And so I think Canada definitely has some catching up to do. I think we were a leader. We did have the first crypto ETFs here. We did have some of the first regulatory frameworks for crypto trading platforms. But at Coinbase, we're really focused on working with our regulators here to ensure we have the right policies in place to push for this for positive crypto policies. We also have we're also a partner with Stand With Crypto. So Stand With Crypto has 20 partners. There was an event here yesterday. We have 127,000 members that, again, are advocating for positive policy, and it's great to see people in government come to this event as well. So I think we're on the right path. We're doing a lot of great things, both at the federal and provincial levels, and I think there's more to be done to continue to keep up with this fast-moving technology in space.
Yeah, let's flesh that out a little bit. What did the Stablecoin Act clarify for your industry, and what is left outstanding?
Yeah, so the Stablecoin Act. So Stablecoin Act basically it regulated stablecoins that meet a specific definition and clearly defines them as payments. And I think this was something that industry was clearly asking for, because previously it was being regulated as an investment contract, which is essentially a security. And for stablecoins to be used, the benefit of a stablecoin is you can send it across borders. or to someone else instantaneously, and it's cheap and settlement is immediate. It clearly needs to be a payment, for a merchant to accept it. A merchant can't be a dealer to accept these coins. So clearly defining what that was critical. I think there's a little bit of work now that still needs to be done in terms of once the Stablecoin Act comes into force, clarity from the securities regulators to ensure that the interim approach that they took on stablecoins, the ones that meet the definition of stablecoins within the Act, are clearly not investment contracts. In terms of things at Coinbase that we hope to see in the regulations, which are still being drafted on the Stablecoin Act, is around rewards. At Coinbase, we really believe that rewards should be provided to the end users. I believe a lot of the issuers as well believe that rewards should be provided to the end users. And at the end of the day, if the issuers themselves are generating yield or interest on the cash that's held by them, they're just asking to be able to provide some of that benefit to end customers. So to me, it makes sense to be able to provide those rewards to customers, and that's something that industry is asking for.
Well, I want to underline how kind of absurd that sounds that these companies or these issuers are asking the regulator, please let me give some of this money back to the people who are buying the stable coins. Is that kind of the situation?
That's right. Essentially, yeah.
I mean, does that really say it all about the state of regulation in Canada, that we're missing the forest for the trees?
Yeah, I think there's reasons why I think we haven't come to this conclusion yet, but essentially, yeah, that is a big one.
Is it settled in the U.S.?
So the issue's it hasn't been officially settled, but I think we're on the path to settlement in the U.S. where it'll be rewards, but rewards can be paid off of transactions. So if the stablecoin's actually been in use, that's sort of the settlement that's been made there. But I think we could do better here in Canada than that.
And so as we push for that, or as you push for that, it's easy to kind of get lost in the regulations and the weeds of it. And it's work. It's a lot of effort. I was listening to you backstage. You've been doing this for years. And it's a lot of work, and you have to go through some archaic systems sometimes. And you might just ask, well, why bother, right? It's a lot of effort for a relatively new industry. And I think another way of asking is, what's at stake if we don't get this right?
Yeah, well, Canada, I think already is behind our G7 partners in regulating the space. And I think, a lot of those builders are going elsewhere to build. We have some of the best engineers, blockchain engineers, and just engineers in general that are, Waterloo, UFT trained. We have some of the best projects in crypto that were created here, Ethereum, Cosmos, some great companies in this room as well. And a lot of them, unfortunately, have left the country or don't want to invest in this country right now because of the lack of clarity on rules for them in this space. And so I think that's what's at stake for the business side and the investment side. But even then beyond that, for the Canadians and everyday people sitting in this room, if we're not using this new technology to transfer value instantaneously, we're ultimately going to have an experience that's much more filled with friction that is not needed in our everyday lives. Let's take the landline, right? Landlines used to think landlines were great. You'd call, your friend's house, his mom would pick up, you'd ask to talk to his mom, it would be great. But cell phones are obviously way better than landlines. It's similar here. Blockchain technology is clearly better than what we have. That's based on this decade-old technology stack, and I think we can do better.
I wonder if some of it is that as a country, we're very protective of this one industry called banking, right? And stablecoins is very disruptive to that.
Yeah, I think that's right. But then all the banks are here now. So I think it's great to see that the banks are starting to look at this technology, how they can make things more efficient for themselves, both internally and for their customers, how they can start offering crypto products to their customers, how they can start offering crypto ETFs to their customers. So the institutional adoption is coming. And it's actually great to see the banks here being so supportive of our space now.
I want to talk about how Coinbase in the US views the Canadian market. Is it, a a very fruitful area of expansion. We know Robinhood is coming here. There are a lot of competitors in the space, but how does the mothership think about expansion in Canada? What's possible here? What's not? Because in a larger sense, we are as a country asking, how can we get more international investment? How can we be more favorable? This is kind of a microcosm of that conversation.
Yeah, and Coinbase has some very deep roots in Canada. So Coinbase made a decision in 2020 to go deep in Canada. And we have 300 employees across the country. We have offices in Toronto. Our entire executive team for Coinbase Canada is based in Canada. Our Coinbase Ventures team has made 10 investments in Ontario in particular, I think, across different businesses in this space. So Coinbase is very committed to Canada. It's one of our top jurisdictions globally, and continuing to build here. And that's because of the great builders and entrepreneurs and tech talent that we have here. Coinbase just, continues to want to invest in that because we're inspired by what we see and from our great entrepreneurs here.
As I mentioned, there's a lot of competition. How do you think about the Coinbase Canada edge relative to others?
Yeah, I mean, our focus is really bringing the world on chain. That's where our focus is, how we can, use this new technology to upgrade the financial stack that we have here today. And ultimately, rising tide lifts all boats. Right? I think once Canadians have more product choice and, the ease of use of using this technology and the speed and the fact that it's much cheaper than their average rails, I think Canadians will go to the product that they feel is the most efficient for them in their daily lives.
Back to how this filters into the regulatory process. Like, how is the timeline progressing? Like, would you say that this is something that regulators are moving fast on, or kind of dragging their feet? And I don't know if it can be that simple because maybe there's a lot of complexities.
Yeah, so I've worked with the regulators for a long time. I remember back in 2018 having them at my offices back then, my old company, and it took a long time to educate them. They're definitely in a space now where they understand our space at a good level where they can properly regulate at least crypto trading platforms in our space, and they've become a lot more efficient. So Ciro in particular, I sit on the Ciro Crypto Asset Working Group. And they've gotten a lot more efficient in terms of filing these applications. At Coinbase, we're excited to, we've filed for our Ciro application. We are excited to hopefully be approved in very early 2027 for that. And so, yeah, they've gotten a lot more efficient. And we've started to be able to have some new innovative things being launched here. Coinbase, we recently announced that we're launching crypto derivatives through our Coinbase Financial Markets CFTC regulated entity. So if you are permitted clients, that will be offered to Canadians in a few weeks here, which is exciting, and hoping we can broaden that to more retail clients and offer that through our Coinbase Canada entity in the future.
We don't have a lot of time left. So, there's a lot of stakeholders in the room, probably a lot of people with influence as well, or who would like to see certain things happen. I know you're working with an organization that does work for that groundswell of support, but if you have a call to action for industry, I think I know what your call to action for regulators is, but if you have a call to action for industry, what are some things, some self-help things the industry can do to move this along?
Yeah, I think what I've seen over the years is we have matured as an industry. I think it used to be a big push on the libertarian side, and that side. I think we've landed in a good place. But at the end of the day, what can we do? Like, I think we have the Stand with Crypto organization. Like, please sign up if you haven't signed up already. I think it's important as an industry that we continue to have conversations like these and important sessions like these where we can talk through these policies and have discussions with members of government on important policy initiatives in our space. And so, yeah, that's really my call to action is continue to be vocal, continue to, support the industry. I think what's great about crypto is, like, particularly myself, I don't necessarily see the people in this room that might operate different businesses as competitors. We're all sort of friends in this space. We're all, like, going back to my earlier comment, rising tide lifts all boats. And I think ultimately, if we continue to advocate for the right policies, we'll continue to see positive movement from our regulators in the space.
Eric, it has been such a pleasure. Thank you so much for sharing your insights.
Great.
And
Thank you for having me, everyone.
Thank you, Eric and Amber. Tickets for the Blockchain Futurist Florida are on sale now. Join us this November as we bring the Futurist experience to Florida. We'd like to recognize APX Lending, the official crypto-backed lending partner of Canada Crypto Week. Up next is one of our most anticipated panels of the day, the future of DeFi. Please join me in welcoming our moderator, Hamel from Luna PR, to the stage, and our panelists. Thank you.
Hello. Awesome. And music fades out. I have a hair tie on my chair, so I'm going to use that later. It is an honor and a pleasure to be speaking on stage in Toronto. I was raised here. I was raised in Whitby, actually, which is not Toronto, but that's what I tell my friends in Dubai. My name is Hamid Fakirzai. I am the Vice President of Global Development at Luna PR. Luna PR is a PR and marketing agency focused on emerging tech. We have an office in Dubai, our headquarters. That's where I'm based out of. We have an office in London and New York as well. And I want to get right into the panel, but before I do that, I want to give my amazing panelists an opportunity to introduce themselves. So I'll start with Charles, and then we'll go down the line.
Yeah, hey everyone. I'm Charles St. Louis. I currently run DeFi at the Ethereum Foundation, and my background has been in DeFi for the past 9 years. Actually starting out at a project here in Toronto called Polymath, and getting deeper and deeper into DeFi over the years with my experience at MakerDAO and starting my own DeFi project called Element Finance, which was a fixed rate protocol. And yeah, now I'm at the EF helping support and build the DeFi ecosystem. And yeah, happy to be here to talk about where that's going.
Okay, I'm Dina Mainville, and I'm the founder of Orca, which is an intelligence platform that connects disparate crypto investigative files so we can surface operational intelligence. And we work on distributing that intelligence across the network in a very safe way. I've been in crypto for about just over a decade now. Spent a lot of time in the analytics space, frequently work with global governments on regulatory policy, regulatory framework development, and then work with industry as well on compliance initiatives. So very happy to be here.
Hi, thank you everyone, and thanks for calling me here. I am Sujoy. I am the head of operations and compliance for Eratree. I have worked in the payments industry since 2005. I've seen the payments going from centralized to decentralized, so it's a really good panel to be in and discuss how we can take it in the future. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. So I think as an introduction to everyone here, we want to talk about what DeFi is first, right? And I know sort of Ethereum sort of godfathered the idea of DeFi. They sort of took that over from Bitcoin. And we talk about Finance 1.0, which was the World Bank, central banks, and governments into sort of decentralized finance, what Ethereum pioneered. And then what Finance 3.0, which is today, and we're talking about sort of the agentic layer on top of that. So Charles, I don't know if you want to give an introduction on what DeFi actually means, and then we can take the conversation forward from there.
Yeah, I mean, I think the simplest form of what DeFi is financial applications that instead of having a backend that relies on cloud and databases and financial rails like Swift, by blockchains, in this case, Ethereum. And I mean, it can be anything from N+1 applications of what we see in today's financial stack, like tokenized stocks or lending and borrowing. But it can also be things that are net new, like things that can only be built on the blockchain itself. For example, back in the day, we had MakerDAO, which essentially allows you to borrow against a smart contract, which obviously is not possible in traditional finance. So it's the exploration of what is possible in terms of financial applications that do help you get financial freedom over time. And that's how I would frame it to someone who wants to just start learning about it.
Great. And I think that's sort of like the basis of how we're going to start this conversation, right? It started as financial infrastructure, right? That was the basic of it. I think the panel topic is what's the next for DeFi. What is the future of DeFi? And I think I want to sort of ask you guys all what that actually means. What does the future of DeFi actually mean? And Dina, I don't know if you want to kick this one off.
Yeah, so certainly I think it's an extension of the principles that we started with, where the ecosystem started back in the cypherpunk days. Maybe a good place for us to start this conversation is actually some of the principles that EF is espousing around crops, because I think that leads us into some broader considerations around sovereignty, what that means for institutions, but also what that means for the nation state. So I think it's a really broad problem, and maybe if we start from the foundational principles, we can kind of take everybody up.
You want to introduce crops for us, Charles?
Yeah. So over the past couple of months, the Ethereum Foundation published a mandate on how we were going to operate going forward and what we're going to be opinionated about. And that is the mention of the word crops, which stands for censorship resistant, open source, privacy first, and secure. Not just from the point of security where we think of generally like audits, but also safety. So user safety. So the idea is that we want to support applications that prioritize all of these principles, and a lot of applications in the space definitely make trade-offs as they go. And we want to really understand why these trade-offs are made. Is it a lack of technical solutions made available, or is it a business model that they have to make sacrifices for? Either way, we think these applications need to exist in the world, especially as things like AI accelerate. And like we saw with Anthropic blocking access to Fable, we want to live in a world where there is an option to not get censored and have open access to things and have privacy choices. And also, we need to trust that they're secure. So the general idea is that we want to help teams offer these types of solutions or create net new ones in the ecosystem.
So I think that's the sovereignty lens from the angle of the user, which is, and in a lot of these principles, I think they're, if we look at like privacy and openness and security, all of these things are there to protect the concept of sovereignty. When we're talking about what's next in DeFi, I think we're all pretty much on side with the fact that we're going to see an agentic powered financial future. It's already happening. I think one of the important considerations is when you start to outsource decision making to a robotic layer, that then has important considerations for sovereignty. So for example, if we have a financial institution that's using an agentic layer, questions of sovereignty are related to whether that institution is themselves making decisions. So for example, if you're trying to accept a credit application, do you have a human exercising judgment over that decision, or have you outsourced that entire thing to a robotic layer? I think that's where the institutional judgment becomes a question. Then I also said that there's this other notion of sovereignty, which is the nation state layer. So the way that I sort of understand the problem is we have 4 levels of sovereignty that we can talk about. There's data sovereignty, which is who has access to that particular component of data, or whose data is that. I think we largely understand that, especially in the previous discussions we've been having around cloud. We're pretty comfortable with data sovereignty at this point. The next piece of the layer is infrastructure sovereignty. And when I talk to governments and we talk about the concept of sovereignty, usually what they're talking to me about is data residency. So where does that data physically sit? I'm using Microsoft. Microsoft has a server in Canada. Thus, I understand sovereignty to be Canadian when they're actually talking about data residency. The third concept is model sovereignty. And this is, if I sit down in my ChatGPT and I'm trying to make a decision about someone that I'm banking or someone that I want to do business with, a counterparty, a regulatory decision, that's an entirely different layer of cognitive function. And that's what leads us into the last bit, which is the cognitive sovereignty. So if we're looking to these models to make decisions on behalf of humans, we're actually outsourcing a very critical component of what a government is meant to do, which is interpret, use cultural reflection in that interpretation, and then make decisions and exercise good governance. So I think it's a pretty broad concept, but there's a lot to unpack here.
Yeah, and I think Sujoy, sort of touching on your background of compliance, I want to understand, what policy or regulatory conditions need to exist before sovereign stablecoins, DeFi, and AI can scale responsibly. What are your thoughts?
My thoughts about the compliance layer being in the DeFi arena or realm is quite natural. DeFi is compliance is also, let's not take compliance as a different animal than the infrastructure. It's all part of the ecosystem. So DeFi should embrace compliance in a way that it's part of the moving forward of the momentum of this whole idea. AI, as Dina said very rightly, AI is one of the things which is now defining how things are moving forward. But I have always seen AI is basically the difference between wisdom and knowledge. AI has the knowledge, but does it have the wisdom? So that differentiation should be made by the human level overview. And I believe compliance is not separate. It's part of the whole deal. We need to basically think about it on a holistic level rather than put compliance in one section and think about the whole infrastructure as differently. It won't happen. It won't take it forward. So we have to take it in totality. And yes, compliance is a very important role. Compliance has to play a very important role in this whole movement or future of DeFi. But we need to basically take it in a way that it all goes in such a way that it's mass. The usage is for everyone. It's not for only the institutions or the government. Unless the people, the user takes the initiative to take it forward, DeFi will go nowhere. So it has to be a comprehensive kind of a movement where everyone is giving their own input and getting their own advantages.
Amazing. And I think I guess as a consensus, the three of us agree, or the four of us agree, that agentic finance answers the question of what's next for DeFi, right? So what does that look like at an application layer? How does that affect everyone here in the audience? What does that mean for the future of finance in general, not just DeFi? And I can let any one of you sort of handle that.
Yeah, I mean, I think the way DeFi is integrating in like every day is like threefold. There's one, what we just talked about, there's crops backed applications that need to exist for the people who really care about them. Of course, a lot of people today don't necessarily care about being censored, like in their day-to-day lives. They don't really realize it enough to actually make a difference or choose a path for that, or even privacy. I mean, a lot of us use Signal, but a lot of us don't use every other application that's privacy preserving. But in a world where people start to care about that more, there needs to exist options that preserve that path, especially with your finances. The other route is institutional. And we're seeing that it can overlap with the crop stuff, but not necessarily, because there's a certain amount of opaqueness and control that these institutions have to have when rolling out tokenized stocks, commodities, you name it. And the last layer is on the agentic side. Agents will become a huge user of DeFi over time. And I think there needs to be a certain amount of epistemic doubt for them to understand when to make decisions or not, or else you just have something that brings your P&L into the red. But the future of agents, as you asked, is I think we're not really going to be dealing with the website as much. We're going to be going directly to our LLM. And that could be OpenAI or Anthropic or any other type of model. It could be a local model that preserves your sovereignty, or it could be a big conglomerate. But for most of our day-to-day stuff, we're not just going to go to a website. We're just going to go through our LLM. It's going to give us options. It's going to reduce the amount of decision fatigue that we previously had. And we're just going to say yes or no and proceed. So it's going to make our lives a lot more efficient. But we're not necessarily going to know what's going on in the background.
And maybe to build on that and to bring together two concepts that you're both talking about, when we're designing the future of DeFi and we're designing these agentic ecosystems, And we're trying to think through how agents will interact with one another. Constraint systems are very important. And you've talked about it through the lens of compliance. Generally, compliance is like a constraint function. It's like, we're going to have these checks and balances so we don't break the law, we don't hurt users. We need broad checks and balances in place when we have a system that uses agentic finance or is powered by agentic finance. And so to bring that, or to illustrate that, imagine we have a couple of agents in our ecosystem. We have, and this is specifically this design, this is like one proposition to how to solve this governance challenge, which is really what it is. It's a lexicographic constraint hierarchy. So it's basically a rule set. So let's say we have 3 rules. You can never break the law. You have to protect customer assets, and you need to make money for the business. You can't ever do one rule if you break the other 2 rules, right? So that's your codified rule set. Now, let's say in a hypothetical situation, we have one agent that's a treasury agent, we have a compliance agent, we have an execution agent, and a liquidity agent. Now, the treasury agent finds a DeFi protocol that is offering 25% APY and it wants to interact. Compliance flags it, but there's no sanctions violation. So the treasury agent wants to go ahead. So execution agent approves it, liquidity agent releases the funding, and then later you find out that that protocol is actually a cover for North Korean money laundering operation. None of these agents themselves had a malicious intent. They were all working against their own unique goal that they had. But because we didn't design the proper constraint system, we have this adverse outcome. And I think that's one of the biggest things that we need to think about. So when people in this room are thinking, what's next for DeFi, understanding if you're building towards this ecosystem, if you're building agentic, you need to be thinking about how to codify that rule set and how to create constraints.
Yeah, I think the question becomes then, like, if you're investing in an agent like you would like a stock or portfolio manager, do they have to go through certain checks and balances to be certified, and like how these things, like how do we actually prescribe these things to an agent instead of a human?
I believe it's a very nice example which Dina has given about 4 or 5 agents or maybe more agents working on a single transaction and one giving one like outcome. What I understand with this, or what I basically conclude with this, is that there has to be some kind of a overview agent which will monitor these, and at the end, it has to be logical. It can't be that, okay, I will pass it, they will not pass it, but everything should be connected. So DeFi is going in a way that is where it's all connected in a decentralized model. But I think more has to be done on that. I think the user uptake is one of the key aspects where more people, more institutions, more money has to come into it. And yeah, the future is good, but we need to be careful on what we choose. The options are in our hands.
And I guess the question that sort of comes to me when I hear this, right, is where does liability fall, right? If we are building out this agent network that's supposedly, evaluating, discovering, negotiating, and making transactions on our behalf, is the LLM provider liable for any mistakes or I guess misconduct, or is it, the agent owner, or where does that fall?
I think that's a big open regulatory question, right? And again, if you look at those 4 layers of sovereignty, I think we're really good at understanding layer 1, layer 2. We're discussing layer 3, which is the model component. But then the cognitive piece, or like maybe something more tactical that you can understand this through, is like decision-making. The decision-making piece, we haven't quite spent enough time sort of working through. And I think that is a big regulatory question. I was just recently at a policy conference in Switzerland a few weeks ago, and this is not something that policymakers are talking about. They're talking about the model stuff. They're talking about 88% of whatever it is, institutional decision-making is happening on a US model. Yes, that's important, but then what about that other piece, which is if we offboard all the decision-making to something else, who is liable when we take a decision or a recommendation from that model?
It's a similar line to the autonomous car, like hitting someone kind of question, which regulation still hasn't really like ruled on yet. But I mean, one other way to put off the decision of who has liability is to have agent like insurance, because if they make a mistake, they basically get covered and then it pays out. It at least kicks the can down the road until regulation can make the decision there. But
And I guess to build on that, right? We've barely regulated DeFi, right? Clarity's still not been passed. Are we moving too fast? We're adding an extra layer to this. We haven't fully seen adoption on the DeFi side. Can we sort of consolidate these two different layers into one? How do we sort of see adoption through a retail lens and institutional lens? Which one matters more? And sort of, I guess, how does, adding this extra layer bring on the next sort of wave of users or the next wave of institutions?
So I have a point here. We are all referring to these outcomes as decision-making layers. It should be option-giving layers. They're giving us options to decide. So, and then the decision can be made on a very, like in business, you have straight through decisions. Some decisions you have to go through deviations, A, B, C. So if it is a straight through process, you decide and you go through and take the, like, do the transaction. Simple in a lending or in a normal financial transaction. But if it requires deviation, that deviation requires the approver to give you options. What options do we have? So we are referring to it as a decision-making model, but it's an option-giving model. So that, I think that differentiation needs to be done. And we are not moving very fast. We are not moving very slow. I think the pace is good, but there has to be some momentum from, or rather I would say tailwinds for us to move in the correct direction, because this is kind of the same paradigm which people had when in my very initial days, where things were moving from manual to digital. Now we are moving from digital to AI, now AI, agentic AI. So we are moving forward. We need to basically see, no one knows how it is, because no one is sitting on the top and giving a direction. So it's a trial and error method. We will have to find out our way, and we will find our way. Like, we means every one of us. It's a collective human endeavor as such. So I think that's the way we should go, and think that, yes, it's the correct way we are going. If there are corrections to be made, we just think about it and then move right or left and then move forward.
I think we are going to see the continuance of regulatory pressure. So, I mean, specifically, I'll give you an example. I ran into a former regulator here just before the panel, and I didn't even know about this, but the FATF just released guidelines yesterday, basically saying the thing that they've been saying for years, but haven't really been pressing on, which is they care a lot about DeFi. And there's a concept of DeFi, which is like, oh, this whole thing is distributed, thus no one party is accountable. Conceptually, I think that holds water, but in practice, it's often not like that. Someone has control over governance, or has more governance tokens to be able to exercise decision-making power, or they have control over upgrades, or there's all these little tiny points of control that the FATF is looking at, saying, well, this really isn't distributed if you have this concentration. So with respect to the question of, are we moving fast enough? What's next? I think we are going to be forced to slow down in some capacity, because the powers that be, which are the same sort of people that told us to comply with the Bank Secrecy Act in 2017, and then we got all of these providers onboarded to blockchain analytics, and they had to know their customer, and they had to submit suspicious activity reports, et cetera, et cetera. We're going to see that same treatment applied to DeFi now, and that's one of the things that the industry is going to need to be prepared for. We're going to have to break, because we will not have a choice.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you might have an interesting opinion on that, Charles, given Vitalik's personal stance on, regulation versus, permissionless, and where we lose that sort of the core ethos of DeFi, right? So I want to know from the Ethereum lens and from your lens personally, right? When we run into the same issue we ran into in 2017 on this next level of DeFi, what does that actually mean for, you know, what this industry was built on, right? What the core premise was?
Yeah, I mean, personally speaking, I think DeFi will always exist for the people who really want it. And I mean, what we're seeing today is a version of DeFi that institutions can handle from the compliance and regulatory standpoint. And I think what they really want to do at the end of the day is to have control over and grow the pie of their offering. Because like if you're just integrating a DeFi protocol that lives in the Wild West and is governed by token holders or even just immutable, you can't really have the value there. And I think a lot of the institutions at the banking level want to grow the pie, not shrink it. They're already leaking enough revenue and money. They want to own more of it. And so that would mean like building the layer of the blockchain and also the applications on top of it and the on-ramps so that they can own it all. So integrating it doesn't make as much sense. But yeah, I mean, I think both streams will continue to grow and they'll both remain available. I don't think the overlap will be as gray area or murky as it used to be though.
Awesome. And I know we have just a few seconds left. I want to go back to like the main question of this panel, which is what is the, you know, the future of DeFi? If you guys could have, you know, one key takeaway for anyone in the audience today, what would you say? How would you answer that question in one sentence? What is the future of DeFi? I'll start at the end there with Sujoy.
The future of DeFi is brilliant because there is a need and we will get there. But the way we do it is it all depends on us. So the future is bright, it's brilliant, we will go there.
Dina, do you want to take a different angle?
Funnily enough, I wasn't expecting this question. I guess the future of DeFi is a question of sovereignty. I would just leave it as that.
Yeah, mine's similar. I mean, I think the future of DeFi is open accessibility to financial freedom. I mean, we work a lot on
passive DeFi, dude.
It's the future. It's what's going to be needed as AI accelerates, quantum computing arrives, and like we're all going to depend on these things, which is why crops matter so much. It's just a matter of time before more people care about it.
Awesome. So I want everyone to give a big round of applause for our amazing panelists. Thank you so much for listening, and you can catch them off stage and around the conference.
Thank you to our panel for another great talk.
The prediction industry grew 127 times over in 3 years to $63 billion in volume, becoming the fastest growing segment in the financial industry. But many legislators say that the entire sector has been built on the wrong model. Traditional prediction markets are banned in many countries and opposed by most states as a form of gambling. SafeBets is immune to such restrictions as it pays its users without asking them to risk a single dollar. Hard to believe anyone could pull that off. Well, SafeBets found a way. SafeBets is a platform where its users can win without risk. No deposits, no credit cards, no losses, ever.
She's a professor at NYU and the chair of the board of the platform that aims to disrupt and dominate the prediction industry. This is Gina Antoniello with SafeBets.
Up next is one of our most exciting panels of today. What's in a brand, media, marketing, and communication in a faceless industry? Please welcome our moderator, Sam Amsterdam of Amsterdam PR, to the stage.
Well, thank you very much, Blockchain Futurist team, for having me and having our wonderful panelists here. This is, and I've been to a lot of them, a fantastic conference. It's been very cool to see all of the different companies, the greater blockchain, crypto, and DeFi community coming together, surveying the competition, figuring out ways to network and collaborate. And honestly, I look forward to the next Blockchain Futurist event to come. So this was truly a wonderful gathering. And gatherings like this are very important in the arena of blockchain, in the arena of decentralized finance, in the arena of cryptocurrency, because it's all about identifying and distinguishing one's brand. We live in an arena of artificial intelligence reshaping whole industries, cryptocurrency, not exactly instilling trust in 2026 to this day, since really the inception with broad audiences. There's still a huge education gap. And so it's a pleasure to bring together thought leaders from really distinct walks of life to talk about how to brand identify, how to distinguish one's brand in an arena that's rather still the Wild West, uber competitive, and reaching audiences that are still largely uneducated. So before we start this discussion, if we could each go around and introduce ourselves and our respective companies, that would be wonderful. I'll start with Mitchell DeRamondo.
Yeah, my name's Mitch DiRamondo. I'm the founder of Steelwave Digital. Really what we do is we bring institutional grade real estate to institutional grade capital in the space. Our goal is kind of bridge the gap between what is, retail level investment versus, institutional grade underwriting through real estate. And we've been doing it since 2020. So we've seen the good, the bad, the ugly in it, and we're kind of excited to be on the front lines of it.
Hey everybody, my name's Dylan Dudney. I'm CEO and co-founder of Kuvi.ai. We pioneered and popularized agentic finance, which is now, we're very happy to say, becoming quite a thing. Really, that just means the convergence between agentic AI and financial instrumentation, like wealth management, et cetera. That's where our specialization is. And our mandate is just to democratize people's access to strategy. So we just think that the BlackRocks of the world and the Charles Schwabs of the world shouldn't be the only ones who should be able to do strategy. Everybody should be able to. And how we do that is we use natural language. Our users can use natural language to just describe a strategy that's simple to sophisticated. And it could be something like, hey, when Elon Musk tweets about Dogecoin, buy X amount of Dogecoin, or it could be like a more sophisticated stop loss order with multiple dependencies, et cetera, et cetera. Thanks for having me.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jay Rogers. I am the CEO and co-founder of Infinio, and we are the leaders in tokenizing life insurance. Our background is as a traditional financial institution. We created a first of its kind securitized pool of institutional life insurance assets as a fund. We sit at about 700 million currently. And we knew that the next phase of this world that we were building was to move these assets on chain and really enable life insurance to live on chain, specifically for the purpose of improving blue chip digital collateral, right? As RWA, as real world assets move on chain, what I see coming is not just the ability to drive yield, but a need for different asset classes to be able to leverage different collateral, right? And so life insurance truly is one of the best use cases for a stablecoin, in our opinion, because it is an asset on the permanent insurance side that's guaranteed to go up in value when you're dealing with the largest mutual carriers across the United States. Canada is another great country for life insurance companies. And as we evolve, we know where this world is going. There's going to be issuers on chain. There's going to be reinsurance on chain. And we have a very large block of institutional assets that we are moving on chain and enabling not just the institutional players to better and more seamlessly leverage that collateral, but also enabling retail users to pool life insurance assets to take advantage of the same maneuvers that institutional players have been for decades. So excited to talk more with you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Gina Antoniello. I'm an NYU professor of sports business, and I'm here as the chair of the board of Safe Bets. My work really sits at the intersection of ethics and enterprise. So I spent almost 2 decades working on sports businesses, everything from go-to-market launches, franchise rebrands in the NBA, from the Golden State Warriors to the Brooklyn Nets. And really the through line is building things that don't quite exist yet. And that's what brought me to the project of Safe Bets, which is a risk-free prediction platform. We are building a market intelligence infrastructure which gives people the opportunity to bet without putting their own capital at risk. So we are in our launch phase. We're brand new kids on the block, having launched a couple of months ago, and we're building towards scale, and we hope to have tens of millions of users to really see those oracles and to identify those predictors that are consistently out predicting the market. So right now you can go on, you can forecast the direction of markets, everything from crypto to commodities to even sport, and we identified those predictors that are actually consistently right through this World Cup experience. So we're reaching these little milestones, and we're really happy with where we're at so far, and we hope to continue to scale.
Well, thank you very much, everyone. To kick off, I've jotted down some crib notes here. AI and cryptocurrency have quickly become two of the most crowded and fast-moving sectors in business, making it increasingly difficult for brands to stand out. Beyond simply claiming to be AI-powered or blockchain-enabled, what does it take to distinguish a brand in your view? And where can leaders like yourselves build lasting trust?
I would say in quality of product, right? Like for us, our real estate and what we bring to market, it's kind of the best of the best. And when we put a Steel Wave logo on something, we know that, and our investors know that there isn't a better product in market than that. And that's what I really thought like you could bring into a very up and coming industry back when I started bridging it in. But again, I think there's a lot of hype in the space. People talk a lot about, okay, I'm building this, I've tokenized this. It's like, okay, well, where's your cash flows? Where's your revenues? What is this what does the asset itself look like? And then you can bake the story around that.
I think the story of tech hype is like a story as old as markets themselves. Like I'm sure that 50 years ago or 100 years ago or whatever, I'm not sure exactly, but we're having conversations about this newfangled technology and this newfangled machine, et cetera. But I think you're absolutely right, because you can definitely anchor the conversation to whether or not it's creating value for customers or for shareholders or for society at large. When it comes specifically to our world, and our world meaning like crypto, we, to some extent, because it was new for a while, we survived a lot on the newness of the technology. We see that kind of happening a little bit as well in AI. But really, at this point in the evolution of crypto as a category, we really need to pay the piper. So I think there's definitely a new focus, a renewed focus on revenue and traditional business standards and measures about how successful your company is, and way less hype orientation. And that's a good thing.
Sam, can you ask the question again?
Yeah. As AI and cryptocurrency have become two of the fastest and most crowded sectors in business, how do you establish brand trust? How do you establish, how do you leverage these technologies, these next-gen technologies, while maintaining brand affiliation and trust?
Yeah, so I think the big thing is first pinpointing who is your customer, right? Who are you targeting? For us, that's still institutions. Right, we as a company interacting with life insurance and building both on blockchain and AI technologies for the improvement of the life insurance space. We're focused on institutions, and so I think the big thing here. I talked with somebody earlier today about how not seeing it as an us versus them with traditional financial institutions anymore is going to be a big component of blockchain and crypto expanding rapidly, right? If we don't necessarily need to adopt all of the historic trends of financial institutions, but we certainly no longer need to be operating as though they're the boogeyman and the bad guy. The reason I say this is rapid adoption by those institutions is going to require understanding their compliance as we try to encourage these groups to not just build on chain, but move existing asset classes on chain, right? So for us, we're working with banks and credit unions and universities who are moving blocks of 10, 50, $100 million in life insurance assets into our securitized pool, and then we're moving those assets on chain, right? So we believe this will help to expand in this next bull run and phase of blockchain. It'll, you know, the hyper growth will happen because of that adoption. The other piece here is, I don't think we've ever seen, people talk about the .com boom and collapse, right? I don't think we've ever seen an era where you have two coexisting technological advancements such as blockchain and AI coming to the forefront at the same time. And so there's so much growth opportunity, and understanding that and being able to not just, you know, name drop and put AI on your, you know, booth or on your website, but have a real actual use case for how you're using that technology for the betterment of your end user. That's going to be crucial as well.
In our business, to your point, we're looking at blockchain and prediction markets and AI as curves that are converging to create this once in a generation opening. But AI is not a brand position, and blockchain is not a value proposition. They are capabilities, right? So when we look at it like that, and we're talking about branding, right? And we're talking about trust, the brand still fundamentally has to answer the question, what problem are you solving? And how are you communicating that experience to the users, right? That to me is fundamental to trust. So the next question is, why should anyone trust you to solve it? So what problem are you solving, and why are we trusting you to solve that problem?
That's very interesting. I mean, I want to talk a little bit about credibility and balancing credibility while at the same time showcasing to your stakeholder authenticity and the leveraging of cutting edge technology. You see so many commercials out there, so many physical activations that are interactive, AI-backed, AI-powered. There's still an education gap. There's still a trust gap. Gina, just to call on you again on you know, how do you advertise, market, leverage earned media, highlighting your capability, your ability to wield these next-gen AI-backed technologies, while at the same time remaining authentic as educators?
That is a really great question. I think it's about really owning a specific problem, not an entire category. A credible brand is really going to identify a clear audience, right? A clear tension, and then beginning to unburden those users with a solution. So in my classroom, it is not about my expertise and how smart I think I am, but it's about distilling what the purpose of them sitting in this classroom and how they can use those applied skills, right? With Safe Bets, we think about how do we still give our users that excitement, the desire to want to forecast, while not building another business on the back of social harm, right? So we see this opening, we see this excitement, and sometimes enterprise and ethics are completely in line to unlock a ceiling and a regulatory wall that prediction markets are up against. So I see those as translatable skills, and I see building that trust as something that you do consistently every single day. I show up into my classroom every single day, and for 14 weeks, you're gonna get me 100% locked in. And then beyond that, our relationship grows. I think when you're doing that with business as well, it is doing those things consistently, standing on those values, standing on your business.
Yeah, I think Gina hit the nail on the head, and you know, especially in this arena, consistency in what you bring to your clients, right? So for us, in our dealings with our you know, traditional and current clients, which are all institutions, making sure that the security of the product that they provide to us, the information, the investment accounts, the policies, that there's no breach in that world. I think that's their biggest concern in our space, is that by, you know, moving assets on chain, they feel that it's synonymous with risk, with added risk. It's our job to help them understand that this is actually de-levering risk, right? And by moving these assets on chain, we're enabling increased transparency, and we're enabling a more perfect record of what has occurred with these assets. And so that's what we see. And I think building trust, another component is, authenticity. We see a lot of players who come into any new space looking to make money and then disappear. And they're not worried about what happens later. That's why for us, our firm has been around for over 20 years. And we're now building in this new technological space. We have clients who have been working with us for decades, right? It's about showing up and being authentic in what we're bringing, not being afraid to say something that they might not like or that may not be popular, but being authentic and honest brokers of what the value proposition is.
Yeah, I mean, for us, like, Steel Wave's been around for almost 50 years, right? It was Lincoln Property to Legacy Partners to Steel Wave when my father bought it. So we really lean on that. And candidly, like, I'm basically trying to teach calculus with a crayon to a lot of these older guys, trying to explain blockchain. It's like, I don't even try to do it anymore. I'm like, look, here's the real estate deal. The deal itself is as good as it's going to get. The whole tokenization blockchain layer is an additive on top. And I think when they underwrite the deal itself, as opposed to underwriting a hypothetical technology around that deal, it creates a complete consistency on what they're used to. And again, like, most of our investors are your traditional investors. If I walk up to Invesco and try to explain to them, hey, we're going to fractionalize your ownership in this and you're going to get liquidity here, I don't think I get past the first DD stop. So, it's really about creating a product for people that they understand and they're comfortable putting their money behind, and then having success around that money deployed that you can grow on top of. It just comes with time.
Yeah, building trust is definitely something that you do, in the same way that you would build yourself up for a marathon, right? It's not like with a quick, you're not like sprinting, once or twice in a month. You're pulling up day in, day out. And of course, for us at least, we're more consumer based, and getting a little bit more drilled down, we try to get into what the challenges of the user are. Like, if there's something that they're finding difficult, that's where we pretty much put all of our efforts. We're still in an early phase of the product, but we're constantly iterating. And I think when people get used to a product that works, that also just builds a lot of trust on its own too. So, yeah.
Well, I was going to stick to script, but the headline of this panel is Faceless Industry. You all are respectively the thought leaders, in large part the spokespersons for not just your companies, but the respective industries in which you play. Do you see that as an onus of responsibility? Do you see that as necessary to articulate the mission and distinction of your brand, to have to be out there, to be that outspoken individual on behalf of your company? Or is that something that a chatbot can do?
Yeah, look, I think even the term faceless industry, right? Like, to a large extent, I don't really know what it means, but what I would say is, I think it would be naive of us to think that the quote unquote end result face of this industry, it's going to be a lot of the largest players in the economy already. It's going to be world leaders. It's going to be the heads of major banks, in a sense, in that I do believe we're starting to see these groups adopt this technology and move their assets into this space, right? Whether it's major insurance carriers buying large blocks of Bitcoin and trying to position themselves for how they're going to take advantage of AI technology, right? Or whether it's the leaders of the largest investment companies coming out explaining that all real world assets will be on chain within the next decade. We're going to see those players executing in this, call it pond. It's going to be an ocean, right? And they will all be in it. And I think understanding that is crucial to understanding not just, we want to be a part of the face of the industry, right? And so making sure that we're building in a way that can work with these legacy institutions and improve upon their value proposition, I think is a key part of this.
I think quickly, sorry, there's a danger to when brands become operationally efficient, but like emotionally not resonating. So you see our team here. right? It's important that we're out here and we're literally doing hand-to-hand combat in launching this business. It is important to understand the people behind the product and why it matters to us, right? If people can understand why it matters to us and why this is solving a problem and we're operating with clarity, then people can get behind that, right? So the trust, the branding, it doesn't have to be, and it shouldn't be faceless. I think there's a danger to that.
I completely agree. I think, look, if you want to lead a successful company and build trust, you have to lead from the front. And if you're not willing to put yourself in that position of, hey, the buck stops here, then you don't have trust between the investor and you. But also at the same time, like, you have to have a team behind you that allows you to do that. So I think it's a mix of both, but faceless is, I think, an overgeneralization. I think it's a representation of a team effort that kind of creates the product itself.
Yeah, I mean, I feel a ton of responsibility and pressure, and to be really honest, like anxiety. Like, I have a ton of anxiety about being the head of this thing, But for me, and I'm just like, okay, this is like, do I believe in what I'm doing? Okay, if the answer is yes, then okay, let's keep moving forward with this, even though, everybody here are executives. I think, let's be honest, it kind of sucks sometimes. Like, let's be really vulnerable about that. It's hard. It's not easy. It's like, just like anything. It can be really hurtful, but you just kind of get through it by, again, going back to the passion of what you're doing, and you think it's going to be useful to these people, and you're like, okay, and I'm going to do this, even though I don't really feel like maybe doing this today, or I don't feel like having the target on my back. And I think it's equal parts hard work and humility and just discipline.
With just a couple of minutes left, what advice would you give to a CEO or a would-be founder just starting out, just trying to build or grow their business in this era of AI, blockchain, decentralized finance, reshaping whole industries? Somebody's trying to stand out. What advice would you give them? What mistakes do you think they should avoid? Just to close here.
I think staying focused would be number one. It's like, look, there's a lot of shiny toys out there, and there's a lot of things you can go into at once, but if you're really good at what you do, stick to your guts and just run with that. Because when you start doing multiple things at once, it creates confusion from the top end down. So if you're just starting out, stick to what you're good at and keep running with it.
Probably time for one more stage. Yeah, I think I totally agree, right? So I think the biggest thing is figure out what you are the best in the world at, or what you personally are the best at, and don't get distracted by every little thing that comes your way, right? Build on that. Leverage AI is the other big thing, especially for younger people trying to figure out what they want to do, even pre-college, right? Figure out how to leverage AI to put yourself in a better position than the people in the generations before you who didn't have that sounding board of all of human history at your fingertips, right? In this way, I think it can be a very strong advisor and a competent one as you're building. So I think we still have a minute if anyone wants to close.
I want to do a quick sports analogy on the heels of the World Cup. Treat your consumers like stakeholders. I think about this through the lens of sport all the time, right? Fans can forgive losing seasons. They can forgive a weird transaction by a general manager, right? They can get over a loss. What they cannot stand is deceit. What they cannot stand is feeling taken granted of. So that earned relationship, that continued relationship, the longevity with your relationship among your consumers should be the most important thing. Treat them as stakeholders.
As a Red Sox fan, I can confirm that. We feel very upset with Henry right now. Do you think, Jay, just with the 20 seconds we have, do you think that AI breeds deceit? Do you think that large consumers' whole bases are afraid still of AI? And is there anything we can do to fix it? 10 seconds. Wow. Are they afraid of AI? Yeah. I mean, I think that they don't understand how to leverage it properly, is what I would say.
Humans retain a strategic judgment and uphold values.
Well, thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
And thank you, Blockchain Futures, for having us.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
Thank you again for another great talk from our panel.
I've been coming to Blockchain Futurist Conference since 2018 in Toronto. These are some of the best shows that you can see in the blockchain space, and it's really great to do it here in sunny Fort Lauderdale. I've had a blast.
Truly phenomenal event again. I think that the content that was created, the ambience of the venue was extremely well put together.
Tickets for the Blockchain Futurist Conference are on sale right now. The one that we're going to be in Florida, of course, because we know we're going to see you there. We're going to see you all in November as we bring the Futurist experience to Florida. Just a heads up, everyone, we're going to take a very short little break. All right? We're going to give you a chance to get a little bit of a stretch in, grab yourself a drink at the bar, and we'll see you back here at about 4:15.
It's murder on the dance floor, but you better not kill the groove. Hey, it's murder on the dance floor, but you better not steal the moves. DJ, gonna burn this goddamn house right down. I know.
Also, too, don't forget to go visit our expo booths, all right? We've got lots of expo booths upstairs and downstairs in the venue. If you haven't had a chance to get out there, come meet our team. They would love to chat with you.
If you think you're getting away, I will prove you wrong. I'll take you all the way. Stay another song. I'll blow you all away. It's murder on the dance floor, but you better not kill the groove. Hey, it's murder on the dance floor, but you better not steal the moves. DJ, gonna turn this house around somehow. Murder on the dance floor, but you better not kill the groove. Hey, it's murder on the dance floor. But you better not steal the moves. DJ, gonna burn this goddamn house right down. Don't think you'll get away. I will prove you wrong. I'll take you all the way. Boy, just come along. Hear me when I say, hey, it's murder on the dance floor, but you better not kill the groove. It's murder on the dance floor, but you better not steal the moves. DJ, gonna burn this goddamn house right down. Murder on the dance floor, but you better not kill the groove. Hey, it's murder on the dance floor, but you better not steal the moves. DJ, gonna burn this goddamn house right down. Murder on the dance floor, but you better not kill the groove. Hey, it's murder on the dance floor, but you better not steal the moves. DJ, I know, but you better not kill the groove. Hey, it's murder on the dance floor. DJ, gonna burn this goddamn house right down. Angel eyes. She knows exactly how to tell lies. She's out to get you, danger by design. Cold-blooded vixen, she don't compromise. She's something mystical that color lights. So far from typical, but take my advice. Before you play with fire, do think twice. And if you get burned, don't be surprised. Lifted, drifting higher than the ceiling. Ooh, baby, it's the ultimate feeling. You got me lifted, feeling so gifted. Sugar, how you get so fly? Sugar, how you get so fly? Ooh, sugar, how you get so fly? Sugar, how you get so fly? Ooh, sugar, how you get so fly? Sweet talking lady, love how you in tight. Sugar with just the right amount of spice. I'm in the loop and everyone's desire. She's out to get you, you can run, you can't hide. She's something mystical, they color lights, I say. So far from typical, but take my advice. Before you play with fire, do think twice. And if you get burned, well, baby, don't you be surprised. Lifted, drifting higher than the ceiling. Oh, baby, it's the ultimate feeling. You got me lifted, feeling so gifted. Sugar, how you get so fly? Sugar, how you get so fly? Ooh, sugar, how you get so fly? Say, sugar, sugar, how you get so fly? But you won't get me tonight. Drifting higher than the ceiling. Ooh, baby, it's the ultimate feeling. Got me lifted, feeling so gifted. Sugar, how you get so fly? So fly. Sugar, how you get so fly? Sugar, how you get so fly? Sugar, how you get so fly? You got a fast car. I wanna take it to anywhere. Maybe we'll make a deal. Maybe together we can get somewhere. Any place is better. Starting from zero, got nothing to lose. Maybe we'll make something. Me, myself, I got nothing to prove. You got a fast car. I got a plan to get us out of here. I've been working at a convenience store. Managed to save just a little bit of money. Won't have to drive too far. Just cross the border and into the city. You and I can both get jobs. Finally see what it means to be living. You got a fast car. Fast enough so we can fly away. We're gonna make a decision. Live tonight and die this way. Something wrong, we are driving your car. Speed so fast, felt like I was drunk. See, I'd say out before, see the arm felt nice wrapped around my shoulder. And I had a feeling that I belong. I had a feeling that I could be something. Had a feeling that the bottle, that's the way it is. Said his body's too old for working. His body's too young to look like his. Mama went off and left him. She wanted more from life than he could give. But said somebody's got to take care of him. So I quit school, that's what I did. You got a fast car. We go cruising and set ourselves. You still ain't got a job. Not working the market as a Chicago. And all things will get better. You'll find work and I'll get promoted. Won't move out of the shelter. Buy a big house and live in the suburbs. You got a fast car. Say fast enough, you can fly away. You gotta make a decision. Leave tonight or let me die this way. So I've been broke, we're driving your car. Sweet so fast, felt like I was drunk. See, I'd stay out before, city all felt nights wrapped around my shoulder. And I had a feeling that I belong. I had a feeling that I'd be someone. Had a feeling that I could be someone. Be someone. Had a feeling that I could be someone. Decisions as I go to anywhere I flow. Sometimes I believe, at times I wish you know. I can fly high, I can go low. Today I got a million, tomorrow I don't know. Decisions as I go to anywhere I flow. Sometimes I believe, at times I wish you know. I can fly high, I can go low. Today I got a million, tomorrow I don't know. About the show, we're all playing the same game, waiting on alone. We're unknown and known, special when I come. Hate will make you cautious, love will make you grow. Make me feel the warmth, make me feel the cold. It's written in our stories, written on the wall. This is our call, we rise and we fall. Dancing in the moonlight, don't we have it all? Decisions as I go to anywhere I flow. Sometimes I believe, at times I wish you know. I can fly high, I can go low. Today I got a million, tomorrow I don't know. Make me feel the warmth, make me feel the cold. It's written in our stories, written on the wall. This is our call, we rise and we fall. Dancing in the moonlight, don't we have it all? Our love is alive, and so we begin. Foolishly laying our hearts on the table, stumbling in. Our love is a flame, burning within. Now and then, firelight will catch us stumbling in. Wherever you Whatever it takes, baby, I'll do it for you. Our love is alive, and so we begin. Foolishly laying our hearts on the table, stumbling in. Our love is a flame, burning within. Now and then, firelight will catch us, stumbling in. You were so young, oh, and I was so free. I may have been young.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to let you know, we got about 2 minutes before we come back to main stage. Once again, 2 minutes before our next presenter is going to be coming up to talk to us. We'd love to see you back in the seats. Please come find where you want to sit, and we will see you in about 3 minutes.
Whatever you need, baby, you got it from me. Our love is alive, and so we begin. Foolishly laying our hearts on the table, stumbling in. Our love is a flame, burning within. Now and then, firelight will catch us, stumbling in. Stumbling in. Stumbling in. Foolishly laying our hearts on the table, stumbling in.
All right, guys, we got about 1 minute before we come back to the main stage. Please come join us for our next speaker. We would love to see you.
Not around, slowly drifting. Wave after wave, wave after wave, slowly drifting. And it feels like you're drowning, pulling against the stream, pulling against the wave, drifting. Wave after wave, wave after wave, slowly drifting. My face above the water, my feet can't touch the ground, and it feels like I can see the sands on the horizon every time you are not around.
All right, everyone, we are so ready to go. We hope to see you back at the main stage. We've got a really exciting chat coming up with Luna Media Corporation. So now, could you please welcome Nikita from Luna Media Corporation? Thank you.
Check. All right. Hey guys, I know we're coming to the end of the day, but I'm really happy to be here in Toronto and so glad to be back at Futurist. I've been coming to this event for the last 4 years, and I have to say it's always such a pleasure to be here. So I'm going to quickly tell you about my topic. So my name is Nikita Sachdev. I'm the CEO and founder of Luna PR. We're one of the largest PR agencies in crypto, digital assets, and disruptive tech. And I've been in the space since 2017. I started my crypto career with Huobi Exchange, which rebranded to HTX. And today we're headquartered in Dubai with offices in London and New York, team of 65 employees. And so, yeah, I flew 15 hours to be here. And as I said, it's always a pleasure. Love Toronto and I love Futurist. So today I'm going to talk about how your brand has two audiences. So recently, the attention landscape has changed quite drastically. We've been doing PR since 2017, and we've noticed how brands have started changing the way that their visibility is earned. Today, your audience is not going to look you up on Google. It's going to look you guys up on ChatGPT or Claude or whatever AI tool you're using. I mean, ask yourself, raise of hands, how many of you used an AI tool today? ChatGPT, Claude, yeah, anything, right? Gemini. And how many of you used Google? Nobody. And that's what I mean. That shift is happening right in front of our very own eyes. And today, I'm here to tell you about your two audiences. You have your people and you have machines. Content has changed completely. The economics of content has changed. A few years ago, producing content meant having a team, having budget, and having time. And today, anyone can produce hundreds of posts, hundreds of articles. Everyone has AI, your company, your employees, your competitors. So the question is no longer whether you need to create content or if you can create content. The question is, can you create content that's memorable, something that people can actually care about? So running Luna PR, we are exposed to hundreds of founders every month. I mean, we have a booth here, and people come to us and they ask us the same thing. How do I get visibility? Visibility, visibility, visibility. It's always the same question. And 5 years ago, if you wanted visibility, the answer was create more content. But today, that's no longer true. I can ask ChatGPT to create 50 articles for me before I even go on to the next slide. So instead of asking how do we create more content, the question that I ask you is what would make me stop scrolling at your post or at your content? So we don't have a content shortage, we have an attention one. Speaking of which, everyone is still here, so that's good. Today, this is the central idea I want you guys to walk away with, that, as I mentioned, your brand has two audiences. You have your customers, investors, employees, journalists, partners, and the second is your AI agents, your assistants, your co-pilots. And increasingly, the machines are going to form an opinion about your company before the humans do. So that changes the way that you have to think. So I don't know what you guys do here, but assuming you guys are in tech, it's complex to the layman. We all want mass adoption. What's going to make me go on ChatGPT and find out which stablecoin I should invest in or which L1 I should develop on? Which company should I invest in? Or who's John Smith and what's his background? So the first impression of your business is no longer just created by your website or your landing page. It's generated by an AI summary about yourself. Think about your own behavior. I'm visiting Toronto yesterday, went on ChatGPT. What restaurant should I go to? And I recommended ones that were totally down my alley. So I guess the question is, why would AI recommend your company over another? And so I present to you GEO, this new concept, and yes, marketeers love creating acronyms. GEO stands for Generative Engine Optimization. And yes, SEO is still important and it's still relevant, but GEO has completely changed the game. GEO is not technical. It's pretty simple. It goes on credible sources. It goes on what information there is about you and who you are. Think of it as online dating. I would say SEO is how much time you spend getting noticed, and GEO is the part that comes after, when you have to remain interesting to actually keep the date. And what does GEO rely on? GEO relies on reputable media coverage, consistent messaging, expert commentary, third-party validation, academic and industry citations. And notice something, that nothing that I mentioned here are advertisements. The world of advertisements have changed completely. All of this relies on organic output, which makes our job as a PR agency more important than ever. And it's funny because with the rise of AI in the last 2 years, a lot of people have come to me saying, how has this affected your business? Well, it's actually made us more important than ever. Our job is to get clients ranked at #1. I always tell clients, I want your customers to AI you, and you guys come up #1. And this is what our evidence looks like. This is a recent robotics company that we worked with. Our job was not just to get them clippings. Our job was to get the right narrative out. We dealt with journalists. It relied on human interaction, meeting them for coffees, meeting them for lunches, telling them about why they should cover our client, and showing them their site, taking them to factory visits, like check out the robots, check out what they're doing. And the result was fantastic. We got a ton of tier 1 coverage secured for them. But what came from that is what is impressive. Within 2 years, the company went from to a multi-billion-dollar valuation. Eric Trump came on board, and they're aiming to deploy over 50,000 humanoids in the next year. This is what success looks like, and it's really a proud moment for a PR agency to see their clients succeed. I'm not taking credit for all of the deals that they did and the connections that they made, but I do believe that we had a little part to play in bringing credibility to the brand. I've watched companies go from billion-dollar companies to nothing overnight. And I guess that's also just part of being in crypto through numerous cycles. But if you take away the hacks and scams and you look at the real, genuine founders out there, the ones that got the second chances, the ones that survived bear market after bear market after bear market, are the ones that have earned trust. So there's no doubt trust is so important, which makes your reputation infrastructure. And don't forget founder visibility. The brand is important, but it all starts with you. I believe gone are the days of the 2017 anonymous crypto founder with the anonymous whatever NFT picture. We've come into a new era where founders need to be more vocal to build their brand. They need to show who they are. They need to they are the ones that are going to earn credibility. Think about all investors. Every major investor says the same thing. Invest in people before you invest in their project. They want to trust you before they trust your brand. So never doubt the importance of a CEO needing a public narrative and a public profile. You can no longer afford to be invisible. So I guess just to sum it up, the landscape has changed drastically. For 25 years, we went from people Googling you to going to your website, sprinkle a little bit of magic dust, and hopefully they convert into a customer. Today, 25 years later, the landscape has changed drastically, and there's a massive shift in media. Someone came to my booth earlier and was saying every marketing company is trying to exit because of this new wave of AI we're entering. And that is true. Today, we're going from AI agent gives you a recommendation, and that's how you convert a customer. So the questions to ask yourself are, what does the wider internet say about you? What evidence exists to back it up? What story has already been established? And what conclusion will AI draw from all of this? And I just want to say, the proof is in the pudding. Trust the ones who have done it for themselves. I don't know if this video is gonna work, but let's see. Nope. Anyways, the video was just that Luna PR was on the top when you typed in top PR agency in Web3, in crypto, in the MENA region, in Dubai, in UAE, whatever you want to type in, we did come at the top. And that was a lot of work that went in. I'm here on stage, I'm representing the company, I'm visible, I position myself in front of these conferences. And so trust me, I've done it myself. Since 2017, I've interviewed founders to politicians, senators, mayors, congressmen, from CZ to RFK, you name it. And I've seen that the brands that succeeded don't necessarily need to be the ones that make most noise, but they are the ones that are clear with their narrative and put it out there in credible sources. So that's it for me. Just wanted to keep it short and sweet. Thank you so much for listening, and I'll be around.
Thank you, Nikita. Up next, we turn our attention to one of the fastest growing sectors in Web3, real-world assets. Please put your hands together for our moderator, Zach Nelson, and welcome him to the stage.
Awesome. Well, I'm really excited for our next panel and to be moderating this discussion around RWAs. We're going to be talking about the tokenized economy, RWAs, and the future of finance. I'm glad to be here with Matt, the BD who is with 1inch leading BD. And then we have Meyer, the head of BD at Anvil. So I'm in some BD elite company right now. So before we kick things off, I'd love it if you both could maybe introduce yourselves and tell us a little bit about what you do.
Sure, yeah. My name is Matt, and I do partnerships at 1inch. I've been with the company for almost 6 years now and seen it grow from 15 people up to about 200. And I think as of today, we've processed over 800 billion in total volume. So it's grown substantially. The aggregation market is still alive and well during this bear market. Yeah, happy to be here.
Awesome. Hi, Matt. My name is Meyer. I am the head of BD at Anvil Protocol. And we're a little bit different than 1inch as we're brand new. We're a startup, only 3 years old. What we're tackling is the collateralization economy. And we're excited to tell you a little bit more about that and where the RWAs are going today.
So how are both of your companies incorporating RWAs today? If you want, maybe break down the most prominent ways and what that really means when you're thinking about strategy.
Yeah, so RWAs are relatively new for everybody. For us, we really started diving into it last year. In September, we launched with Ondo Finance as their exclusive partner for execution of RWAs. And so they are an asset issuer, which basically means that like they handle all of the tokenization itself. They handle all of the compliance and geo restrictions and things like that. And we basically route trades through them. So as an aggregator, we are looking for different liquidity providers and liquidity sources or asset issuers, in the case of RWAs, to route trades through in order to give users the optimal rate. So since September, we've actually launched with a handful of different asset issuers, including Xstock, Securitize. We launched with Robinhood recently as well. And there's some other major companies coming out with their own products here very soon, like by the end of this month, that we will be closely looking at as well. And yeah, it really, I think the edge there is, as an aggregator, we're able to fill trades across all these different issuers. So if you just have one issuer like Ondo. They only have so much liquidity within their own stack. What we're able to do is route trades through multiple providers for one trade. And that reduces the negative price impact of the trade.
Wonderful. Yeah, so at Anvil, we're working on RWAs in many different ways. We're not actually issuing any RWAs on our platform. What we're doing is we're creating value for the assets and the real world assets that you have by creating opportunities to make it programmable and derive liquidity from these assets.
What asset class do you see being adopted the most when you think of RWAs? Is it, gold? Is it real estate? What is it? What's the biggest right now you're seeing?
Yeah, I mean, with real world assets, we can pretty much tokenize anything in the future. But the things that have to be like ready to work have to have reliable pricing, some standardized infrastructure and documentation to it. So things like you said, mutual fund, gold, things like that are right now in TradFi. Obviously, real estate is an easy one right now, given how much of that's out there. But there's so many more assets that will be tokenized that people are not thinking about yet. Obviously, you have your art. It could be your shoe collection, right? It could be your watch collection. It could be any type of asset that has some sort of value can be tokenized. But the ones that right now we could do that's more realistic are the ones you mentioned, like gold and real estate and things like that.
Yeah, sure. It's like, I think it's almost like more of a question of timing, because certain assets get adopted faster in the early stages, and then eventually once the piping and like the infrastructure is in place, then the other assets can also get adoption as well. On our side, we're seeing stocks being like the main thing that people are trading. Like Tesla and Nvidia have been super popular, so like that's where a lot of our demand is. But yeah, as like the infra for RWAs comes out and the regulation gets more clear, we'll be able to start offering more and more assets. I think eventually everything will be tokenized, even like physical objects and goods and services and things like that.
Where globally are you seeing sort of like the most adoption? We're in Canada now. Are we seeing it in Canada? Are we seeing it? Where are we seeing people adopt tokenized assets the most?
Yeah, I mean, like a lot of the institutional players are doing as Matt said. Obviously, stocks that's grown like something to like 400 billion on-chain stocks right now, and that's growing every day. Outside of that, real estate. Any conference you go to in this space, there's a new real estate RWA company, something like Proppy, who's giving mortgages and things like that against tokenized real estate. So those are the places that we're seeing it highly adopted and quickly to adopt, right? So I think you're like you said earlier, things are just going to rapidly grow, and asset classes are going to come out of this that we're not even really thinking about yet.
Yeah, and I think it also largely depends on the jurisdiction. Everything is so regulation sensitive right now. So that's where the trading is happening. For example, in the US, we can't really touch the US when it comes to RWAs, especially when it comes to tokenized equities and stocks and bonds, things like that. So yeah, pretty much as the regulatory environment evolves, so will the demand and the actual volume.
When you think of partnerships, because I'm sure both of your roles involve a ton of partnerships, what is like the ideal partner for both of your companies and why?
It's a great question. When it comes to RWAs, as an aggregator, pretty much we're looking to work with anybody who is maintaining compliance. We're very, very cautious and careful about who we partner with. We want to make sure that all the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted. But aside from that, we want to partner with everybody. As an aggregator, every additional partner that we add increases the price efficiency the composability, and also it reduces the price impact of trades. So we basically want to have like all of the liquidity available for any user to trade, and be working with any asset issuer that wants to work with us and that is able to remain compliant.
Our ideal partner is 1inch.
Got a partnership live on stage.
We'll talk later. Yeah, similar to what Matt said. I mean, for us, we're working on a few different use cases. It's one of those projects that you have to build it and then they will come. So we've done some deep research with our team in a couple of different places. Anyone with a token, stable coins, they can come onto our platform. Outside of that, we're working a lot in the iGaming space right now. So we're partnering up with payment service providers to be able to issue collateral and secured loans. The other one that we're working with right now is a buy now, pay later on chain. So with buy now, pay later, that really opens up the world to many, many different retail and industries and things like that. So it's great because we're at our infancy and partnerships are just coming in thick and fast.
Would you describe the overall crypto RWA market in a bull market right now, a bear market? How would you describe the state of the industry as it stands? And
definitely a bull market. From what we've seen, the volumes have just been steadily increasing since mid last year. I've seen a couple charts out there that are just, it looks like the crypto industry as a whole from like 2019 to 2021, just a nice upwards curve, which is a little bit opposite of what the overall market has been seeing. We're in like a very long, quote unquote, bear market right now, but there are these key areas that are doing really well. RWAs, stablecoins, cards and payments, those types of things are actually doing really well.
Yeah, when you see large institutional players, the BlackRocks, JP Morgan, every day you're seeing a new headline, they're tokenizing their fund, they're tokenizing their real estate assets or real estate funds. It's just trajectory is like this in RWA. It is interesting, Matt said, that although the market is down, we are in a bear market. Some areas like RWAs are in a super growth still. Issuing tokens is obviously tokenizing your assets is not the hard part, I think. I think that a lot of major players can issue and do issuance. I think the hard part is how do you make it programmable? How do you derive value out of these assets when they're on chain? And that's something that we think we have a good advantage to be ahead of on.
It could actually be like a catalyst for the overall like next bull cycle. Because like each cycle that happens, like the bear market comes, everyone's, the sentiment is extremely low. But then towards the end of it, you start to see these little sectors starting to do really well. And historically, you see like meme coins doing really well. And that's kind of a sign of like, okay, like this, certain assets are starting to do really well. This is a whole different level and it's institutional. TradFi is super interested in everything that's going on in this on-chain RWA space. So if it is indeed a catalyst, like I think it's a very strong one.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think one thing to add to that is what I'm seeing is in the more unregulated markets in the world, RWAs and tokenization is bringing kind of security to a lot of this. So de-risking for institutional players to actually invest in. If you want to invest in large real estate projects, let's say in Malaysia, right? And you have this opportunity to do that now with tokenization because now it's all on chain. It's going to be there. Yeah, there's no middleman. So you can see funds getting into that, and it could be a huge catalyst, as Matt said.
What are some of the risks you see to this adoption, or maybe potential challenges that you're encountering?
It's a good question. I think from the perspective of 1inch, one of the biggest issues is liquidity, because as more asset issuers start popping up, the liquidity only gets more and more fragmented. And that's a huge issue. You don't want to have some big trading firm or hedge fund, who's interested in doing some on-chain RWA trading, hopefully. You don't want them to have to go to multiple venues to do a single trade. So that's a huge issue that we're trying to position ourselves in a way to where we're going to be solving that. We're still in the super early days. I think the entire RWA sector is still in its super early stages. There's a ton of liquidity and volume out there that hasn't been tapped into yet. In addition to that, I think another one of the issues is a more broader issue of the collision of two industries of TradFi and Web3, like 24-hour trading, for example.
Yeah.
We have partners all around the globe who are working with us using our APIs that are offering RWA trading to their users. But the thing is, with a lot of these stocks, they're only tradable within certain trading hours, which is that's a TradFi thing. And so, if somebody in Hong Kong is trying to trade Tesla through 1inch and, middle of the day, all of a sudden it's not tradable, they don't understand why. And that's like a huge pain point for everybody, is just getting the entire industry on board with that. So yeah, I think it's catching up quickly, but there's definitely a lot of kinks to iron out.
Yeah, I agree with most of what Matt said on that one. I mean, representation is not an actual utility, so putting the asset on. So figuring out, there's always risk there, and figuring out how the system is going to work. As you're introducing these new concepts to the general population, we don't know what the bad actors are going to do, right? So as we see, asset classes could just blow up. They could be like meme coin asset class, right? So we don't know we don't know until it comes our way, right?
Yeah, and these venues that have lower liquidity, they're a lot easier to manipulate, and so that's a whole other risk, which we've seen in the meme coin side of things, but I don't think we've quite seen it yet in the RWA side.
When you think of things like real estate, which is a very traditional asset, so to speak, and how most people make their wealth is they buy a home and they pay it off, and that's where most of their wealth is built in the U.S. Do you see sort of like a future where younger generations are buying into real estate through RWAs, and maybe that could make home ownership more accessible? Are you seeing anything sort of like that for real estate?
Not yet, at least from our side. I think that's definitely going to be a thing, though, is where you'll be able to collateralize your assets. If somebody is holding an on-chain index fund, that's relatively stable, then that could be used as collateral eventually through something like Proppy, like you mentioned, or another real estate issuer.
Yeah, I mean, fractional ownership, obviously in real estate, I think will be huge because it'll open the door to markets that probably can't afford, that don't have the real estate infrastructure that we have. In a lot of countries, they don't even do mortgages, right? So they don't issue credit so easily. So what this could do is it can get you into real estate investments, but at a fractional rate. And I think that it is something that it's going to open the door to whole new audiences being able to invest that they just wouldn't be able to outside of North America.
And then when you think of things like gold, which is another huge asset class, and minerals, how quickly are you seeing adoption among, people like gold, gold buyers, sellers, distributors?
Yeah, I mean, we're not dealing too much in the gold
Yeah. Between on and off chain assets are there. And there's definitely some money to be